Lord of Mystery. I am Frank Lee by author San Mu Xiao Chong. Chapter 31-60. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And those who want to support me, I have a Patreon channel. Get early access to video on Patreon. Chapter 31. Finding a guinea pig. 6 moons hung high in the sky. The square was at its liveliest time of the day, which was also the most joyful moment for this group of scumbags to flaunt their power, but ever since they saw Shang Mo, they could no longer laugh. In the tribe, this group of people feared Shang Mo more than anyone else. But Shang Mo obviously had no time to care about what they thought. With a barrage of kicks, some of them couldn't even get up on the spot, their limbs twisted in bizarre angles. Shang Mo walked over to the whipped youth and examined his injuries. He was practically beyond saving. Nevertheless, he carried the youth back to the wooden cabin and handed him over to Frank. Frank looked at the youth's injuries. He was indeed beyond saving. He hadn't sought out Shang Mo to save the boy either, he only wanted to find answers. However, there was clearly no need to explain this to Shang Mo. He wouldn't avenge the youth himself, but he planned to find someone who would. Carrying the youth back into the room, he placed him onto his own bed. Then, he used a silver dagger to carve a spirituality barrier around the area and placed spirituality materials around it. He softly chanted, "The unique consciousness that travels between two worlds. The creator of second life. The ruler of the red space. I pray for you to open the door to the kingdom. I pray for you to guide the consciousness of other worlds. To inject a new consciousness into this body. In the Lord of the Mysteries world." Frank had just sent Kano off and was planning to get some more sleep, as he would be leaving Tingen tomorrow. However, the scene of Enrui chanting his honorary name in the fallen mother goddess world immediately appeared before his eyes. Frank instantly transferred his consciousness into the red thin tube. Inside the red thin tube, he immediately understood what had happened, but could Enrui's idea really be realized? Saphira Castle could pull other spirit bodies into it. Could the red thin tube also pull other people's consciousness inside? Frank originally intended to try, but the red thin tube told him that he didn't need to bring people's consciousness into it, as the red thin tube itself was a channel. As Frank's connection with the red thin tube grew closer, he began to faintly sense its abilities. At the same time, he also realized that the red thin tube world, which Zhang Wei had traversed for 7,000 years, existed in every corner of this world, yet at the same time did not exist in this world. The transparent consciousness that represented himself could appear in any corner of the world of mysteries in the fallen mother goddess world at any time. But consciousness was extremely fragile. Wind, rain, thunder, lightning, and any kind of spell ability could pose a threat to it. He didn't dare to let his consciousness wander around aimlessly. Currently, Frank could only think of one way for others to reach the fallen mother goddess world. By praying to Frank, as the master of the red tube, would construct a channel for them and grant passage, but currently only consciousness could pass through. The world of mysteries had no method for consciousness to leave the body, only methods for spirit bodies to leave the body. Frank could only help draw the other party's consciousness out. Although Frank possessed a massive consciousness, the amount of consciousness a single body could accommodate was limited. Even if he encountered the weakest person, he had no way to pull it out by force. Moreover, the other side of the channel also required Frank to provide a body that could be possessed. Otherwise, the other party's consciousness would quickly dissipate. Constructing a channel was also very simple. The other party only needed to chant Frank's honorary name, and Frank could construct a channel for them in their sleep. Frank's consciousness traction would cause the other party to instinctively resist, as consciousness leaving the body was inherently very dangerous. Only in sleep would this instinctive resistance be reduced to its lowest. Even Frank himself had to perform consciousness transfers while asleep at the beginning, and even now, he still had to lie down and constantly hypnotize himself. Currently, there was no lack of bodies to possess, and the channel was easy to build. What was lacking was a guinea pig that Frank could trick. Frank planned to find a sequence 9 from a small city. Small cities had no high sequence powerhouses or demigods, so Frank's consciousness wouldn't be hammered to death the moment it showed its head. Secondly, it would be best if they didn't belong to the 7 Orthodox churches, so they wouldn't confess Frank's trickery to their gods. Frank no longer planned to sleep. The whipped youth could die at any moment, so he had to find a guinea pig as soon as possible. Frank now needed to find a map to first determine which small city, and then pinpoint the location to ensure his consciousness wouldn't cross into the wrong place. He wondered if the landlady had a map. Since she ran a hotel, she should have one. Frank thought as he walked down the stairs. The landlady was sleeping under a quilt on the inner side of the reception counter. She had always run this hotel alone without employing any staff, staying near the counter day and night. Frank admired her quite a bit. The landlady was in her 30s and looked decent, but she had a rather fierce and pungent personality, which was perhaps why she could run this hotel all by herself. Of course, it was also possible, as others said, that the landlady was a mistress, and the man had a military background. However, Frank had stayed here for 5 days and hadn't seen the man come even once, nor had he seen her husband. Naturally, Frank didn't care much about who the landlady's husband was, whether she had a husband, or whether she was indeed acting as a mistress. Tap, tap, tap. Frank knocked 3 times on the counter. The landlady opened her bleary, sleepy eyes and asked warily, "What's wrong?" In her impression of him, he rarely went out, wore ill-fitting clothes, and had a very ugly friend. Both of them seemed to lack common life knowledge. She had even suspected they were fugitives and almost called the police. But since he had helped her drive away drunkards, she had dismissed the idea of calling the police. "Do you have a map? One that includes the southern continent?" Frank said in as calm and friendly a tone as possible, noticing her wary gaze. "Yes, I'll find it for you. Wait here, don't follow me." The landlady deliberately bypassed Frank and walked toward an adjacent room. "Am I really that scary?" Frank was helpless, but he could also understand the landlady's wariness. Built like a brick wall and wearing a suit, he would always make people mistake him for a high-ranking mafia enforcer. After obtaining the map, Frank ran upstairs, taking the steps 2 at a time. By the light of the gas pipes, Frank found a perfect small city. 32 Cavan Aber. In the southern continent, Bolin City, within a dark and sunless underground prison, faint snoring could be heard. A transparent consciousness, invisible to the naked eye, surged into the only male body within the prison. However, this consciousness was afraid of harming the body, so it lingered for only a moment, leaving a sliver of consciousness within the brain. This sliver of consciousness would soon be digested and absorbed by the man in his sleep. The moment he succeeded, Frank let out a long sigh of relief. Under his deliberate control, the consciousness left inside the man carried only the memories Frank had intentionally fabricated. The gist of these memories was, "Those who believe in me may chant my honorific name, and I will grant you a second body." As for whether he could actually fool anyone, that was no longer Frank's concern. In fact, Bolin City was merely a small city at the southernmost tip of the southern continent's Hagati grasslands. Further south lay continuous mountain ranges. There were fewer than 10 Beyonders in this city in total. He had selectively left consciousness information for 3 Sequence 9s. All 3 were Sequence 9 corpse collectors of the death pathway. For the sake of insurance, he also left consciousness information for 2 beggars as a last resort. Cavan Aber, with black hair, black eyes, and a slightly dark complexion, was in a daze, dreaming of a human being whipped, almost to the point of death. He also dreamed of an honorific name, and that by chanting it, he would obtain the other person's body in his sleep, along with countless benefits. A corpse collector inherently had exceptionally high spirituality and knew that he wouldn't have such a dream without reason. He was a member of the East Balam Restoration Society and held, "The more one gains, the more one must pay," as his life philosophy. As for why his life philosophy wasn't, "The more one pays, the more one gains," it was because he had seen too many people who only paid but received no return. In the southern continent, such people were everywhere. However, he was also a gambler. Even if there was the slightest possibility of a return, he would gamble. The East Balam Restoration Society was never short of lunatics like him. He knew that chanting a strange honorific name had a 90% chance of attracting the attention of some evil god or hidden entity, leading to a miserable death. The remaining 10% was also about being targeted by some evil god or hidden entity, but it would come with benefits. Cavan Aber muttered to himself, "If I don't gamble, how would I know if I'm not the 10%? Besides, I'm still locked in this prison, and whether I can be released remains an unknown." After saying this, Cavan began to chant. "The unique consciousness that traverses the 2 worlds. The creator of a second life. The controller of the red space. I pray that you open the gateway between the 2 worlds." After chanting, Cavan sensed his body. He only sensed his nervous, rapidly beating heart. Ever since becoming a corpse collector, he had never felt such a violent heartbeat. But the violent heartbeat actually put him at ease. "Thankfully, I didn't die immediately," Cavan thought, feeling relieved. Following the memory from his dream, he forced himself to relax as much as possible, then slowly fell asleep again. In his dream, Cavan felt himself floating, drifting forward continuously. This filled him with terror, but his consciousness was already pulled out of his body by Frank's consciousness. His life and death were now in Frank's hands. Frank used the red thin tube's ability to quickly build a channel, and Kaven's consciousness plunged directly into it. When Kaven opened his eyes again, he saw a room of only a few square meters. He was lying on a bed, and next to him was a rather thin young man in his 20s. The young man had sharp, distinct facial features and a rugged outline. He could be considered quite handsome. At the same time, memories belonging to this body surfaced in his mind. A human tribe. The brother and sister were slaves. Because they slept late for a while, the two were whipped to death by Yan Shun, leaving behind a bone-deep hatred for Yan Shun. That he could actually appear in another world sent shockwaves through Kaven's heart. He had only thought it was his lie, merely to lure him into chanting the honorific name. But since it was real, he had to seize the opportunity quickly. He didn't know why such a powerful being would choose him, but since he had been chosen, he could not let the other party down. For this, he was willing to bet everything. Frank saw that he had regained his composure and said, "Since he chose to let you possess this body, you must strive to complete his mission, and he will reward you with endless benefits." Frank paused for a moment and continued, "First, tell me how you feel." Frank had originally wanted to throw him directly into another human tribe and not meet him, but in the end, he decided to guide him and observe his first guinea pig up close. Kaven looked at the person in front of him and thought, "This person must be like me, also from the mysterious world, but he should be his attendant, and the body must also have been provided by him." Kaven dared not be negligent toward Frank and quickly replied, "This body's injuries are too severe. I'm afraid I can't get out of bed for the time being. Also, using this body, it always feels like there's a barrier. Other than that, there are no major issues." Frank's bed was quite low, and standing to talk to him required lowering his neck significantly, which was very awkward. Frank said, "Do you know about the acting method?" Frank hoped his first guinea pig wouldn't die so easily. As expected, Kaven shook his head. Frank sat directly on the ground and began to explain the acting method to Kaven. After finishing, he didn't forget to add a reminder, "Remember, we are only acting." Frank's words caused a mental storm in Kaven's brain. At the same time, he thought, "No wonder so many Death Pathway Beyonders work as corpse collectors. I previously thought they just liked cold, gloomy environments." After explaining the acting method, Frank waited for a while and then continued, "I have given a name to this behavior of forcibly occupying another person's body, possession. The other party's spirit body, physical body, social relationships, and almost everything else are occupied by us, but the owner of this body also places a shackle on us. We call this shackle an obsession. We must fulfill the other party's obsession so that their consciousness within the body can be digested and absorbed by us. Of course, the other party might have many obsessions, but we generally only need to fulfill their main obsession. Once the main obsession is digested, the other obsessions will not cause us any interference." "What is this body's name?" "You can try to sense this body's main obsession," Frank said in closing. Kaven had never heard such theories before and found it very novel. He couldn't wait to verify it. Kaven recalled the body's memories and said, "This body was a slave before. He didn't have a name, only a surname. His sister called him Schwanger." Speaking of this, a look of sorrow appeared on Kaven's face. Frank knew that he must have thought of his sister who had been whipped to death. He was clearly influenced by the original owner. Frank thought about his own recent actions and gave a wry smile. Hadn't he also been influenced by Enrui? "Kill Yan Shun," Kaven said. Frank asked in confusion. He had been too focused on his thoughts and hadn't heard clearly what Kaven said. Kaven's face was now calm. "Killing Yan Shun is this body's obsession." At the same time, in a luxurious room embedded with gemstones, distinct from ordinary wooden houses, a chubby, lame youth was wailing. Beside him, a Moon Pathway Sequence 8 inches doctor was treating his broken leg. Under the doctor's treatment, the broken leg soon recovered as if it were new, and he would be able to walk on the ground normally by tomorrow. However, the resentment in the chubby youth's eyes could not be dispelled no matter what. After the doctor left, the chubby youth said to the equally corpulent man beside him, "Father, when exactly are you going to kill Shang Mo?" The man beside him said, "Soon. The days of him throwing his weight around are coming to an end." But he turned his head to look at his son, called him a piece of trash, and then left the room. Chapter 33, Action. In the quiet of the night, Kaven suddenly asked, "Do you have any tasks from him here? What do we need to do?" Frank understood Kaven's thoughts, but he didn't have anything specific for Kaven to do. Strengthening the human tribe or disrupting this world might count, but those goals were too difficult to achieve. Frank intended to take things one step at a time, so he said, he wants us to preserve this tribe first. He then told Kevin about his and Shangmo's hunting of the spirit people, as well as the rules regarding the spirit people's slaughter of humans. After Frank finished speaking, he didn't expect Kevin to suddenly say, "Your efficiency in hunting the spirit people is too low, and your growth is too slow. Let's kill Yan Shun tonight." Frank was filled with confusion. Were the two things related? Could it be that Kevin's consciousness couldn't suppress the obsession within his body? Was Kevin so deeply affected that he was thinking about killing Yan Shun all the time? But before Frank could voice his doubts, Kevin explained, "As long as I become an archer, and have your help, we can kill Yan Shun as long as he isn't by his father's side. His lackeys can't be higher than sequence 8. By then, we can seek Shangmo's protection. He might be willing to help us, and Yan Quan won't be able to do anything to us either." Frank hadn't expected the other party to be so aggressive, but he still asked, "How do you know Shangmo will protect us?" "I don't know, but he might protect us, especially you. He wants to hunt the spirit people and can't do without your help." Frank hadn't expected such an answer from Kevin. Wasn't this just a complete gamble? Frank knew that in this tribe, if this corpse of Enrui died, he could just possess another body. If Kevin recited Frank's honorific name after death, Frank could send him back to his body in the mystery world, but Kevin didn't know that. Frank instantly labeled Kevin as someone who didn't fear death. Kevin knew that normal people were different from those like them who had played Russian roulette since they were young. When they were young, in order to get a bite to eat, they would press a gun against their temples and pull the trigger. Over and over again, they no longer knew what life was. They had long since lost all reverence for life, including their own. He had always known that there were very few people like them, including the friends who grew up with him. After growing up and being able to eat their fill, they began to cherish their lives, but he was different. He was still willing to take on the most dangerous missions. There were quite a few people like him in the East Balam Restoration Society, but they were becoming fewer and fewer. Those who didn't change would perhaps eventually die. In fact, he was also going to die. In a few days, or a few months, he would be escorted to a big city, where the upper-class people would sentence him to death. But he had given him hope, and he had to seize it. He didn't want to die either, if he could live. In the end, Frank agreed to Kevin's plan. Just as Kevin said, what use was such a trashy tribe to him? It was indeed true, such a trashy tribe couldn't even cause trouble for the spirit people if they wanted to. He was naturally frank. Frank told Kevin that only the blessed were told the god's honorific name, so Kevin could only address him as he. In fact, Frank hadn't come up with a high-class honorific name similar to the fool. Frank walked alone on the streets of the tribe. Because the tribe had the architect sequence, the streets of the tribe were very beautiful, but the houses on the sides were very backward, appearing somewhat deformed. Of course, the tribe leaders all had luxurious courtyards built by architects. Shangmo also had one, but he had never lived in it. Frank knocked on Lang Ji's door. The wooden door creaked open from the inside, and Lang Ji looked at Frank outside. Lang Ji was very curious about Frank knocking on his door in the middle of the night, thinking that something big had happened, but he didn't see Frank looking panicked. Frank didn't enter the room and spoke directly. "Do you have an archer characteristic here? Or Beander materials will do too. I'll return it to you later." Lang Ji actually had one. He hadn't married, and it was prepared for his younger sister's family. Even if something unexpected happened to him and Shangmo while hunting the spirit people, this characteristic would ensure that his sister's next generation wouldn't fall into slavery. Now that Enrui needed it urgently, he didn't mind lending it to Enrui first. The archer characteristic was a dark green sphere. After obtaining this characteristic from Lang Ji, Frank said goodbye to Lang Ji. Frank also specifically went to the apothecary to get some ointment for wounds. After getting these, Frank returned to his wooden house. At this moment, Kevin was already snoring slightly in the room. Frank sighed once again at how big-hearted this person was. Frank was more indifferent, he was never in a hurry to change anything. It could also be called lacking ambition, a salted fish. Frank patted the bed under Kevin, woke him up, and handed the archer characteristic to Kevin. At the same time, he thought to himself, in a game, this would be called a dog game designer, but the actual work still has to be done by me. Kevin also knew that there were no auxiliary materials in this world, and he knew that there was only a 50% success rate, but he still swallowed the characteristic without hesitation. Frank kept a close watch on Kevin's condition. He didn't want his first test subject to just die like that. Caven also proved himself. In Frank's mind, he had evolved from a lab rat to a test subject. A few minutes later, Caven opened his eyes. Frank knew that Caven had succeeded. Here's some wound medicine, apply it. Frank threw a jar of ointment to Caven. Caven took the ointment and said, "Thank you." In the early hours of the morning, two shadows hid in the shadows of a luxurious house. Frank whispered, "We don't know if Yan Quan is inside." 34. Buying a plantation. In the Lord of the Mysteries world, Frank gazed at the distant horizon, his cells jumping with excitement. At this moment, Kano was no longer by his side. They had departed from Tingen more than 10 days ago. Over these 10 days, he had crossed the Berserk Sea and the Sonya Sea, finally arriving at the Haegati grasslands in East Balam. Two things happened along the way. The first incident occurred on the passenger ship from Tingen to Enmad port. Before the ship had set sail, Frank saw Leonard on board. This surprised him, but he didn't take it to heart. However, Leonard kept trying to talk to him, which made Frank realize something was wrong. The angel parasitic within Leonard belonged to the error pathway. Even though the other party was being hunted by Amon, he still possessed the status of a sequence 2, and was most adept at meddling with other people's fates. Frank knew that his unusual nature had been discovered. After he possessed Frank, his fate was completely different from the original Frank's, and the spirit within his body was still Frank's. It was impossible for the other party not to notice. But the other party's status was too high. If he were to make a move on Frank, it would only take a single thought. Frank did not believe that someone who could become a sequence 1 error was a good person, and Frank did not want to entrust his life to him. Frank had to come up with a way to dispel the other party's probing. Soon, he thought of a potentially useful method. Frank used his right hand to adjust his non-existent glasses and stared at Leonard. Frank wasn't trying to pretend to be Amon, but rather to warn the other party, "I know you, and I also know the blasphemer, Amon." By elevating his own status, the other party would have to weigh the consequences before acting. Leonard looked at Frank, feeling bewildered. He thought to himself, that adjustment of your glasses was too exaggerated. Even when I recite poetry, I'm not as exaggerated as you, and you aren't even wearing glasses. Furthermore, the old man parasitic within him stopped speaking. Just moments ago, he had been urging him on, saying that Frank might pose a threat to Tingen, but now he had gone silent, which greatly surprised him. At this time, Leonard did not know the old man's origin, and Leonard was very wary of him. If the old man hadn't said that Frank would pose a threat to Tingen, he wouldn't have come up to probe Frank. "Old man, speak up. Why did you suddenly stop talking? Did you discover a problem with him?" Leonard asked in his mind. Palace Zoroast sighed and said, "Get off the ship. You are no match for him, and he will not go out of control." After that, he stopped speaking and focused on guessing Frank's identity. Palace Zoroast had also seen the possibility of escaping Amon's pursuit through Leonard, but having his own identity discovered so quickly filled Palace Zoroast with a sense of frustration. The second thing was Kano's departure. Originally, according to the original trajectory, Kano would arrive at Oravi Island after defecting. Now, after a month of running around and fleeing for his life, he had finally returned to the original historical trajectory. Kano suggested that Frank also stay on Oravi Island, but there was a demigod on Oravi Island, and Frank did not want to live under the watchful eye of a demigod. Frank's destination this time was a small town called Odin. It was located in the Haegati grasslands of East Balam. Further south was the plateau, which belonged to the same dimension as Bolin City where Caven Aber was located. However, Bolin City was closer to West Balam and was more chaotic. Beyond Odin was the ocean, and between them was a large city called Shax. Although Odin also belonged to the Haegati grasslands, most of the people here were farmers. The land here was not fertile, and the big landlords of the western continent looked down on this place. There were only a few small plantations here. Frank stepped onto this continent carrying a mushroom jar. Inside the mushroom jar were not only mushrooms but also wheat seeds that Frank had bought, as well as gold and a small silver knife. The people of East Balam worshipped gold, so Frank had specifically exchanged more than half of his banknotes for gold. There were a few scattered people at this pier. Their skin was slightly reddish, their heads were small, their facial features were prominent, and they wore various feathers and bone ornaments on their bodies, all of them skin and bones. There happened to be a carriage nearby. Frank walked over. The driver was a middle-aged man in his 40s. The carriage had no shelter from the wind and rain, only a few rags that were already covered in grime. After Frank told the man the address, he didn't mind the dirt and sat straight on it. The carriage moved slowly with a creaking sound. Frank had seen that there were plantations for sale in the local newspaper in Tingen, and Frank wanted to see if he could buy one. After a 4-hour carriage ride, Frank, who didn't have much padding on his buttocks, felt like he was going to bleed. Finally, he arrived at his destination. Frank paid 1 sol in banknotes. It was very cheap, and the banknotes with George III's portrait could also be used here. In front of him was a large stone house, over 5 meters tall. Frank knocked on the door. The person who opened the door was an old man in his 60s, clearly a butler with the appearance of aloneness. After Frank explained his purpose, the other party took him to a study. In the study, there was already a middle-aged man in his 50s with an upright posture. He also had black hair and brown eyes, with distinct facial features, clearly aloneness appearance. After Frank sat down, the two parties exchanged pleasantries for a while. The other party was from Tingen and had been a sergeant in the colonial war. Later, he bought this plantation at a low price and began managing it in East Balam, currently planting wheat and cotton. Now that he was getting older, he wanted to return to Tingen. His son was unwilling to come to East Balam, so he had to sell the plantation. Frank began to haggle with the other party, but when the other party heard that Frank only had 200 pounds, he was so angry that he immediately wanted to drive Frank out. Although his plantation was not large and was in a remote location, it couldn't possibly be less than 1,000 pounds. Moreover, there were ready-made houses and the necessary manpower here. However, the two parties finally reached a cooperation. Frank bought this small plantation for 2,000 pounds, including the house and the furniture inside. He would pay 200 pounds first, and the remaining 1,800 pounds would need to be paid off within 2 years. This year's harvest also belonged to Frank. If Frank was unable to repay the debt within 2 years, the other party had the right to reclaim the plantation. Finally, Frank also learned the other party's name, Ren Arno. Both parties did not need to go back to the Loan Kingdom for notarization, they only needed to go to Shax for notarization. 3 days later, Frank saw off Ren Arno. From now on, this plantation was his, but he also owed a high external debt of 1,800 pounds. Frank planned to first inspect his territory and his employees. Yesterday, Frank had already inspected it once with Ren Arno, and the employees also knew this new boss. Calling them employees, in Frank's view, they were exactly the same as slaves. They sold all their time to the plantation owner, had almost no income, and ate and lived on the plantation. The plantation owner could beat or scold them at will, or even kill them, though he would have to pay an atonement fee to the city. Frank estimated in his heart that the entire plantation was about 300 mu. There were 12 males responsible for farming, and 6 females mainly responsible for logistics. During the busy spring plowing and autumn harvest, they would also help. Originally, the manor had a chef and a butler, but they were both taken away by Ren Arno. The house where Ren Arno used to live had 2 floors, totaling over 300 square meters, with 10 rooms and complete furniture. This was all of Frank's family assets. Oh right, there was also the remaining 3 pounds and 10 sols and a small silver knife. The gold was exchanged for nothing, Ren Arno took it all away. Frank couldn't help but sigh that plans never change as fast as reality. Chapter 35, Revenge. In the fallen Mother Goddess world, one of the moons in the sky was about to fade, and 6 moons were about to rise. Frank and Caven were hiding in the shadows. Frank took one last look at Caven. Thanks to the ointment made by the apothecary, and having rested for a night and eaten something, his whip wounds, while still looking ghastly, no longer hindered his daily activities. Before taking action, Frank had visited one of Yan Shun's lackeys and learned the location of Yan Shun's room. According to the reluctant confession of Yan Shun's lackey, Yan Quan had several lovers, and Yan Quan often did not stay here. Of course, regardless of whether Yan Quan was there or not, they would kill Yan Shun tonight. Just as Caven had said, there was no need to argue with these high-ranking tribal members, violence was the fastest way to solve problems. This could also be considered, acting first and reporting later, and it was a good opportunity to force Shang Mo into opposition against the tribal leadership. As long as Shang Mo stood on their side, Frank and the others would be in an invincible position. Furthermore, Shang Mo's frequency of hunting the spirit people was too low. Hunting the spirit people only required a few archers and an apothecary, yet the tribe kept holding Shang Mo back. Of course, if Shang Mo were to cherish old ties and stand on the side of the tribal leadership, they would have no way out. Caven was not afraid of death, and Frank was even less likely to be afraid of death. He was also influenced by the original and Rui, who cared too much about the human tribe. In reality, what use was a human tribe that was not under their control? When Frank quietly walked to the window of Yan Shun's room, a sudden shout erupted from the other side, causing Frank's head to spin. In the plan, Caven had to be the one to kill Yan Shun. Since Caven was still hiding, Frank had to lure Yan Quan away to create an opportunity for Caven. Fortunately, after Frank digested Enrui's consciousness, such control effects did not have much impact on him. After shaking off the dizziness, Frank ran outward with an unusual gait. Yan Quan immediately gave chase. As he ran, his body quickly changed color to match the surrounding environment, and his complexion soon turned dark black. His obese body was surprisingly agile, and he shouted loudly while giving chase. Every time Yan Quan shouted, Frank's head would swim, and his body would tumble to the ground due to momentum. With no other choice, Frank had to take out his bow, slow down, and shoot arrows backward while running. At this moment, the large moon of the night had just disappeared from the horizon, and the 6 moons of the day had not yet risen. It was the darkest time of the day in this world. Relying on the vision enhancement brought by the Archer potion, Frank's vision was unaffected. Yan Quan only matched the color of his surroundings, his vision was not enhanced, so he was severely affected in such an environment. Conversely, by shouting from time to time, even if he was the same color as his surroundings, he would expose his position, inviting Frank's arrow attacks. Fortunately, the Hypnotist, Sequence 7 had abilities related to sound. He was able to discern Frank's position by sound, avoiding Frank's arrows. He was able to keep pursuing Frank by listening to Frank's footsteps. Frank gradually realized that Yan Quan was able to catch up to him in such an environment entirely by following his sounds. Frank simply climbed onto the roof to run. However, the tribal houses were not sturdy, causing an uproar in the tribe, and it became even harder for Yan Quan to catch up to Frank. On the other side, after hearing that Frank had lured Yan Quan away for a while, Caven emerged from his hiding place and kicked open Yan Shun's door. Influenced by the original owner, combined with Caven's own violent nature, his whip-scarred face displayed a strange, twisted expression that was neither a smile nor a frown. Inside the room, there was no protector, as Frank and the others had guessed, there was only Yan Shun. At first, Yan Shun did not know who the intruder was and cowered in the corner. But after seeing the scarred face of the person, he suddenly became emboldened, raised his hand to slap Caven's face, and started cursing. Caven grabbed Yan Shun's hand and quickly snapped his fingers one by one. In the silent night, wailing screams rang out. He calculated the time it would take for Yan Quan to return and intended to continue snapping the fingers on Yan Shun's other hand, but he smelled a foul odor coming from the other person, which greatly diminished his interest in torturing him further. Trash, Caven cursed at Yan Shun, then snapped his neck. He then hurried toward Shang Mo's location, feeling that after fulfilling the obsession of this original body, his perception of this world had become a bit clearer. Upon hearing his son's wailing, Yan Quan immediately gave up chasing Frank. Frank did not know if there was anyone else protecting Yan Shun, so according to the original plan, he kept shooting arrows to harass Yan Quan, preventing him from rushing back with full speed. However, the darkest few minutes had passed, and the sky was already slightly brightening. Frank stopped harassing him and hurried to Shang Mo's room. By the time Frank arrived near Shang Mo's house, Caven was already waiting at the door. It was clear he was in a good mood, humming a tune that didn't seem to belong to this world. When Caven saw Frank, he smiled at him. The whip wounds on his face, under the influence of Beyonder powers, were already showing signs of scabbing. Frank curled his finger and knocked on Shang Mo's door. The life and death test for the two of them had just begun. The door opened quickly, and Shang Mo looked outside. His reputation in the tribe had never been good, and rarely did anyone knock on his door early in the morning. Shang Mo looked at the two people standing in front of the door, and especially upon seeing Caven, there was a moment of astonishment on his face. Frank signaled for Caven to speak. Caven quickly organized his words. He needed to demonstrate his value to Shang Mo, so he spoke. Last night, when I was about to die, Enrui helped me borrow an Archer characteristic from Lang Jie. After I consumed it, I successfully became a Beyonder. After applying the ointment, I stabilized my injuries. Just now, I couldn't hold back anymore and intended to risk my life to avenge my sister. Enrui found out, and he helped me lure Yan Quan away again. I killed Yan Shun by myself and avenged my sister's tragic death. After saying these words, whether it was because Caven was influenced by the original body or it was a performance, 2 lines of tears fell. Caven continued, I have heard of your deeds from Enrui and admire you very much. I intend to follow you to hunt the spirit people. Just as I resisted Yan Shun, I will also resist the spirit people. After hearing these words, Shang Mo was gratified that the tribe had gained one more, real man, who dared to resist the spirit people. He had always been one to act as he pleased, no matter how many, trash, died in the tribe, he would not feel heartache. Hunting the spirit people was his lifelong goal. As for who might hate him, he never cared. As long as the tribe leader did not take action against him, that was fine. The tribe leader also knew he was hunting the spirit people. Although he did not provide support, he did not interfere either. Moreover, although the tribe leader possessed a Beyonder weapon, it would be very difficult to kill him. Ever since Shang Renwei died, he had been without any attachments. Before long, the tribe leader and other tribal elders arrived aggressively, some carrying weapons in their hands. From the beginning, Frank had not concealed his face. Since they hadn't found Frank at his residence, they would naturally come to find Shang Mu. In such a large tribe, there were only a few sacrificers, so Frank and the others had no way to hide. Chapter 36, Leaving the Tribe. In the fallen Mother Goddess world, 6 moons rose from the horizon at the same time. After Yan Quan returned home and saw his son's twisted neck and terrified eyes, his own eyes immediately turned red. He only had this one son, and yet now, someone dared to kill him. He remembered the person who had lured him away, a priest, named Enrui, who was a subordinate of Shang Mu. Yan Quan searched the tribe but couldn't find the person, so he intended to demand an explanation from Shang Mu. Yan Quan could not defeat Shang Mu, so he could only turn to the tribal chief and other elders. This tribe had 5 sequence 7s, but there was no sequence 7 in the doctor pathway. When Yan Shun saw Frank standing behind Shang Mu, he immediately let out a loud shout. This time, Frank was relatively close to Yan Quan, and his mind went blank, nearly causing him to fall. Shang Mu was also affected, but after recovering, his massive figure moved with extreme agility. In an instant, he reached Yan Shun's side and kicked him away. The hypnotist did not inherently have physical stat bonuses, only increased agility. Under Shang Mu's kick, Yan Quan was unable to get up for a long time. Yan Quan looked at the chief for help, and the chief stood up helplessly and said, "Shang Mu, hand over the slave behind you who killed Yan Shun. This matter can be considered settled for everyone's benefit." He would fight Shang Mu sooner or later, but not now. He also knew Shang Mu's temper. Shang Mu would definitely not hand over that priest. In his view, Shang Mu should give him face and hand over a mere slave. But Shang Mu shook his head at the chief, and the chief's expression turned extremely ugly. At the same time, he made up his mind to prepare for that matter. Once the preparations were complete, Shang Mu would have no more use, and that would be the time for Shang Mu and his subordinates to die. The chief suddenly thought of a good way to deal with Shang Mu and said, "Then you and these 2 cannot stay in the tribe. When these 2 die outside with you one day, you can bring their corpses back to the tribe." The other 3 and Yan Shun immediately understood the chief's intention. They had urged the chief several times before, but he had been unable to make up his mind. Now, it seemed he had finally decided. The 4 of them knew that to prepare for that matter, Shang Mu had to be sent away. The high mortality rate of Shang Mu's hunting of spirit people was obvious to everyone. It was possible that those following Shang Mu would die within a few days. Without replenishment from the tribe, he would have no ability to hunt spirit people. Shang Mu had a sense of belonging to the tribe. Furthermore, the surrounding areas were all small tribes with many people but far fewer Beyonders than they had. No tribe would be willing to take in someone who could bring disaster to the tribe at any moment. When the time came, if Shang Mu wanted to continue hunting spirit people, he would have to return to the tribe. At that time, as long as Shang Mu returned, he would surely die. Shang Mu, Frank, and Kaven were eventually driven out of the tribe. Yan Shun also did not oppose the chief's decision. Although he wanted to kill Frank and the other person with his own hands, he wanted Shang Mu to die even more. Of course, it wasn't just the 3 of them who left the tribe. Lang Jie and the apothecary were also there. The Rain Master was also willing to follow Shang Mu and leave the tribe, but Shang Mu did not take them. The Rain Master had no ability to protect themselves, making them too easy to die. Previously, Shang Mu's main job was still hunting, so he brought other sequences along, and Shang Mu tried his best to protect them. Now, without logistics, he was not optimistic about their team. Taking them along would simply be sending them to their deaths. In the sky, a hawk had been circling above Frank and the others. It was the pet of the Dr. Mark, and was a Beyonder creature of the Archer pathway that scouted for Frank and the others. They had been away from the tribe for half a day and intended to find a temporary camp. This area had already been turned into a hunting ground by the nearby spirit people tribes, so they needed to continue moving forward. During the team's rest, Kaven also took the opportunity to return to the Lord of the Mysteries world and eat some prison food. The guards watching him were ordinary people, so he wasn't afraid of being discovered. Furthermore, there was no Father Yutravsky there to lecture him on the teachings of the Earth Mother at any moment. Long periods of walking made Frank's mind wander. There is a spirit people hunting party ahead, with a total of 11 people, and none of them looked particularly tall or strong. The apothecary, Mark, who was walking in the middle of the team, suddenly spoke. The apothecary was a sequence 8 inches beast tamer, who could share the senses of the animals they controlled. If there are no particularly tall or strong ones, that means there are no sequence 7 feet archers, Frank thought to himself. Kill them, Xiao Mo said, settling the matter. When Frank and the others left the tribe, they were only allowed to take bows and a small amount of arrows. They needed to kill this group of people to replenish their logistics, especially the arrows. As the 5 of them rushed toward the enemy with all their might, Mark suddenly said again, "The other side also has a flying Beander creature, my hawk has been discovered." After speaking, Mark let his hawk fly back to his shoulder. Frank and the others would not let Mark's hawk fall into danger, as this was their main method of reconnaissance. Since they had been discovered, the spirit people might have also discovered Frank and the others. Xiao Mo's massive size was very easy to identify. The most likely scenario now was that the spirit people would turn and flee. Of course, it could not be ruled out that the spirit people would use their numerical advantage to launch a sneak attack on their path forward. Sequence 7 inches archers were not that strong. There was no essential difference from Sequence 6, except that their body size gradually increased, their strength became immense, and their resistance to damage increased. A Sequence 7 could still be killed by a single arrow if ambushed. Xiao Mo had likely consumed multiple Sequence 7 characteristics, but he could still capsize in the gutter if he wasn't careful. Like before, if Xiao Mo's team could not launch a sneak attack, they would generally choose to retreat. They could not afford a direct confrontation. But now they had no logistics and urgently needed to replenish their arrows. Without arrows, they would be in danger the next time they encountered powerful spirit people. Keep an eye on your surroundings at all times. Make sure there is at least a tree beside you. Xiao Mo decided to continue hunting spirit people while ensuring safety as much as possible. In Rui and Lang Jie, move forward, Xiao Mo continued, paying attention to protecting Yan Shuang and Mark. The 5 of them immediately changed from their previous single-file line to a 122 formation, with Xiao Mo in the front, Frank and Lang Jie in the middle, and Yan Shuang and Mark at the back. In this way, Yan Shuang and Mark would not be ambushed by stray arrows in the first instance. Chapter 37, Strange Sacrifice. Although the group walked with caution, they did not move slowly. Retreat. Xiao Mo was the first to spot the enemy. While shouting a warning, he wanted to loose a few arrows to buy time for Frank and the other person behind him. However, there were too many enemies, and they were launching a sneak attack from the trees. Xiao Mo could only fire a few shots blindly in the direction of the sounds before he was forced to take cover behind a tree. Upon hearing the warning, Frank and Lang Jie reacted immediately and dove behind a tree. But there were simply too many incoming arrows. Despite the agility provided by his strange, unique footwork, Frank was still struck in his right calf, causing him to grimace in pain. Lang Jie had been close to a tree and was not hit, while Yan Shuang and Mark, who were behind, were not specifically targeted, and had already found trees to hide behind. After everyone was hidden, Mark, who happened to be behind and to the side of Frank, tossed a porcelain bottle to him, which Frank caught. Because of this, the spirit people fired another volley of arrows at the tree where Frank was hiding. Except for Frank, the other 4, Xiao Mo and his group, took the opportunity to observe the positions where the spirit people were hiding. Xiao Mo and his group were not in a rush to act. Although Frank and the others were pinned behind the trees by the spirit people, the positions of half of the enemy combatants had already been exposed. Despite launching a sneak attack, the enemy had not managed to kill a single person. They were more anxious than Frank's group. Xiao Mo looked up. An eagle was circling in the sky, a size larger than Mark's hawk, and flying quite high. This was the reason why they hadn't counterattacked earlier. Now, the 4 of them had to guard against the spirit people swinging down from the trees to attack Frank again while he was pulling out the arrow. Seeing that the 4 of them were ready, Frank quickly pulled the arrow from his calf and applied the medicine Mark had tossed over. The wound immediately stopped bleeding. Frank also tore a strip of cloth from his linen shirt and tied it around the wound to prevent further bleeding during the upcoming fight. When Frank pulled the arrow out, the eagle overhead saw it clearly. As expected, the spirit people wanted to engage in close quarters combat. Most of them tried to swing down from the trees, but they were all forced back by Xiao Mo's arrows, leaving behind one corpse. A few others tried to circle to Frank's left, but they were similarly forced back behind the trees by arrows from Lang Jie and Caven. Frank's process of pulling the arrow and bandaging the wound only took a few seconds. By the time he picked up his bow again, Shang Mo, Lang Zhe, and Kaven immediately drew their bows against the enemy. Following 4 screams, 4 corpses fell from the trees. These 4 enemies had been hiding in the trees the whole time, thinking they were well concealed and never moving from their spots. When Shang Mo and the others exposed themselves to draw their bows and fire, the enemies hiding behind the trees also drew their bows and fired at the 3 of them. To gain a line of sight, Frank directly used his strange, unique footwork and ran toward the back of another tree. The attention of the enemies behind the trees was focused on Shang Mo and the others. They didn't expect Frank to run out from behind the tree. Their bodies were completely exposed to Frank's view. By the time they tried to dodge back behind the trees, it was already too late, and 3 arrows instantly pierced the heads of 3 of them. In less than 5 seconds in total, 7 of the enemies were dead, leaving only 3. The roles of attacker and defender were immediately reversed. But the remaining 3 enemies were clearly not as tenacious as imagined. 2 of them turned and ran, hoping their teammates could resist for a while longer, and hoping to run faster than their teammates. 1 was left in a daze, his brain short-circuiting. He couldn't accept the sudden change in the situation at all. His eagle tried to attack Shang Mo, but was killed instantly by him. But clearly, whether it was the inability to accept the facts, running away, or loyal attempts to save their master, nothing could change their fate of death. The group gathered the corpses of the 11 spirit people and the eagle. After a few minutes, the Beyonder characteristics precipitated out. There were 7 Beyonders in total, which was a very high ratio. There were 2 sequence 9 inches archer, S, 2 sequence 8 inches sacrificial priest, S, 1 planter, 1 hypnotist, and 1 sequence 8 inches beast tamer. Their strength was considered very high, no wonder they hadn't fled. Among the 3 people Frank killed, 2 were sequence 9 from the archer pathway. However, the characteristics were temporarily being carried by Mark and had not been sorted yet. This time, Frank and the other 4 still needed to clean up the battlefield, taking all the usable arrows, and everyone took a water bottle. Frank had intended to burn the corpses as he usually did, but he suddenly remembered the words from the Lord of the Mysteries world about scolding the old man for becoming compost after death. Since advancing to sacrificial priest, Frank had been thinking about the acting method for sacrificial priest. He had offered food to his own honorific name, but it didn't work. He wouldn't offer sacrifices to any god, nor did he believe that the acting method for sacrificial priest involved offering sacrifices to gods. He thought of primitive sacrifices where one offered sacrifices to heaven and earth, mountains and rivers. Frank felt that sacrificing to these things was much more reliable than sacrificing to gods. This time, Frank intended to use these corpses to sacrifice to the trees. In Cuttlefish's Lord of the Mysteries, feedback in the acting method is very important. Offering sacrifices to mountains and rivers obviously wouldn't provide feedback. Sacrificing to trees was the easiest way to get feedback. To make this sacrifice look more formal, Frank found the largest tree nearby, built a sacrificial altar in front of it, and planned to dig a few pits nearby to bury the corpses. Shang Mo and the others were confused and looked at Frank with strange expressions. Only Kaven somewhat understood what Frank wanted to do. Although they didn't understand what Frank was trying to do, Shang Mo and the others still came over to help dig the pits. The group didn't have any good tools for digging pits. Fortunately, they were all very strong. After using arrowheads to loosen the soil, they used a dog paddling motion to clear away the soil loosened by the arrowheads. In less than an hour, several pits had been dug around the large tree. However, the pits were not dug very deep. Digging any further would have damaged the tree's root system. Frank danced strange steps around the large tree, with corpses in the pits nearby and a sacrificial altar. It looked strange no matter how one viewed it. Finally, Frank buried the corpses one by one. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, drank some water, and this sacrificial process was finally successfully completed. However, it was all worth it. The moment Frank completed the sacrifice, he felt a slight digestion of the sacrificial priest potion. As the tree grew sturdier, he received more feedback. However, the tree's growth was too slow. Should he continue to hold sacrifices, or think of other ways, such as first making the tree weak and sickly, and then taking good care of it after the sacrifice? Frank started scheming again. In the Lord of the Mysteries world, Frank looked at his 18 employees before him. They were all gaunt, clearly having been underfed for a long time. In fact, Ren Arno only let them eat their fill during the busy farming season. At other times, they were in a state of complete starvation. It was now October. Odin belonged to the southern hemisphere, so the seasons were exactly the opposite of the northern hemisphere. It was currently spring. Ren Arno had already planted the wheat, but only on about 50 mu of land. He planned to wait a few more days to plant cotton on the remaining 250 mu. However, Frank did not want to plant cotton, he intended to plant wheat on all 300 mu. But Frank didn't have enough wheat seeds right now, he only had half a canister of wheat seeds brought from the Loan Kingdom, which were intended to be crossbred with local wheat. He would have to go to the city or a nearby plantation to buy wheat seeds tomorrow. Previously, Ren Arno had a butler to run errands, but now Frank had to do everything himself. At the same time, the management of the plantation was truly problematic. The 18 people started working almost as soon as the sun rose and didn't go back until the sun set, yet their work efficiency was incredibly poor. Chapter 38, Daily Life. The sun hung high in the sky. 18 people stood in a straight line according to Frank's instructions. Neither the original Frank nor Zhang Wei had ever managed so many people before. For these 18 people, it was equally novel. At this time in the past, they would have already been working in the plantation, but their eyes were already numb, and they were unwilling to spend their limited energy thinking. The original Frank had a dream of equality for all. Realizing this dream in this world was too far off, it could only be done step by step. Of course, Frank himself was also unwilling to exploit them. What was the use of skimming off their meager rations? If they couldn't get enough to eat and there was no reward or punishment system, one could imagine their motivation to work. When Ren Arno managed the plantation, he had a steward to help manage these people. Now that no one was watching, Frank guaranteed they would be slacking off all day. But Frank didn't have the money to hire a steward, and he himself was too busy with hybridization experiments to digest the original consciousness, so he didn't have time to manage them either. The only option was to improve their treatment, establish a preliminary reward and punishment system, and form healthy competition. But Frank only had 3 pounds and 10 shillings to his name. It wasn't even enough to buy wheat seeds, let alone improve their treatment. Frank thought back to last night's dinner. Ren Arno had taken all the food from the kitchen. With no other choice, he had to go to the plantation's staff canteen to scrounge for food. The canteen was just a small wooden hut, and everyone ate outside while holding their bowls. It was also last night that Frank learned what they usually ate: a palm-sized piece of rye bread and a pot of sweet potato and corn soup with a small amount of sweet potato and corn in it. Frank's arrival had allowed each of them to receive twice the usual amount of rye bread, and the sweet potato and corn soup had turned into sweet potato and corn porridge. From now on, as long as you finish your work every day, the food will be distributed just like it was today, Frank said when he finally left the canteen. But in the end, Frank didn't eat the staff meal. The caked-on grime on the pot really made him lose his appetite. Which one of you is the best at farming? Frank asked the 18 people standing in front of him with their heads lowered and motionless. Upon hearing Frank's words, the dozen or so people finally reacted, looking one after another at a young man beside them. Frank had expected it to be one of the people in their 40s, but he hadn't expected it to be this young man. Frank scrutinized the young man. His body was rather thin and small, only about 1.6 meters tall. Although there was numbness in his eyes, there was also a hint of liveliness. In truth, their farming didn't really have any technical content. It was a far cry from the original Frank. Frank wasn't looking for someone with good farming skills, but someone willing to learn and willing to think. He wanted to cultivate him a little, to have him help manage the plantation and run errands. Of course, at the very least, his character had to be passable, he couldn't oppress others. Frank's purpose in running the plantation was never to make money, but to digest the original consciousness obsession. Frank asked the young man, "What is your name?" It was clear that the young man was a bit timid in front of Frank, but he was much better than the others. He replied, "My name is Keppa." Frank beckoned the young man to come to him and said, "I am entrusting you with a task. Take these 3 pounds and 10 shillings to nearby Odin, buy some wheat seeds from a place that sells grain, use 3 pounds to buy seeds, and use the rest of the money to buy food for you all." After saying this, he handed the remaining 3 pounds and 10 shillings entirely into Keppa's hands. Keppa stared blankly at the money in his hands. He had never seen so much money before, which made his heart race, and he swallowed non-existent saliva. As long as he took this money and ran away, he would never have to worry about starving to death again. Keppa was not originally an orphan, but his mother had starved to death in front of him 4 years ago. He had always been terrified that one day he, too, would starve to death. He had entered the plantation at the age of 12. He did no less work than anyone else, yet was only allowed to eat 1 meal. But the others would help him out, giving him a little more food when the steward wasn't watching closely. For Keppa, the temptation of this money was far greater than Frank had imagined. The reason Frank let Kepa buy the wheat seeds for him was because he had the intention of testing him, testing whether he would run away with the money, testing whether he would line his own pockets, and testing whether he had the ability to handle tasks for him. Of course, Frank would secretly follow Kepa from behind. He only had this much property now, and he still had a group of people to support. He could not afford to lose these £3.10. After leaving the plantation, Kepa looked back from time to time. He didn't know that Frank was following him, and he didn't intend to take the money and run away. It was his first time holding so much money, which made him feel uneasy. In fact, after some internal struggle, he ultimately decided to follow Frank's instructions to buy wheat seeds, sweet potatoes, and corn. Kepa saw the difference in the new plantation owner and believed that life in the future wouldn't be worse than before. The other party was also willing to trust him, and he was even less willing to implicate the uncles and aunties in the plantation who had helped him. Ren Arno's previous method of managing the plantation was that if one person made a mistake, everyone was punished. This was also the quickest and most convenient management method for plantation owners of this era. Frank kept following Kepa. The other party kept looking back, which made Frank think he had been discovered, but clearly, he was overthinking it. The total population of the city of Odin did not exceed 20,000, and that was counting the labor force in the surrounding plantations. There were 2 shops in the city that specialized in the plantation seed business, which in reality was just storing relatively good mature wheat. Frank estimated that 250 acres of wheat would require at least 3,000 pounds of seeds. Kepa compared the prices and soon finished buying the seeds, totaling between 600 and 700 pounds, which were hauled by the seed shop's carriage. Seeing that Kepa had bought the wheat seeds, Frank felt relieved. In this colony, few people dared to rob a plantation's grain. Frank intended to plant all 300 acres with wheat. Currently, there was still a large shortage of seeds. Frank walked into the shop where Kepa had just bought the seeds. He wanted to ask if they bought cotton seeds. Frank's plantation now had over 1,000 pounds of cotton seeds. It wasn't the time for planting cotton yet, so the shop should be buying. After some bargaining, Frank sold the 1,000 pounds of cotton seeds to them, and the other party filled in the wheat seeds Frank needed, but when Frank's wheat matured this year, it had to be sold to them first. Frank had finally solved the seed problem. He also wanted to conduct hybridization experiments on wheat and wanted more samples, otherwise, he wouldn't do such a thankless task. Cotton seeds were much more expensive than wheat seeds, and planting cotton in Odin was much more profitable than planting wheat. After agreeing with the seed shop owner to come to Frank's plantation in the afternoon to exchange the seeds, Frank left the seed shop. Since Frank had finally come out, and he hadn't walked around Odin yet, he planned to take this opportunity to walk around and get to know the city. The people on the street were all very thin and weak. The grain they grew and the cloth they wove were all shipped to the Loan Kingdom and the Intis Republic, while they themselves froze or starved to death. In East Balam, various groups that believed in death were constantly fighting each other. The Rose school of thought was constantly holding bloody sacrifices. The Theosophy order of the Demonist sect also aimed to destroy others' physical bodies and was constantly creating slaughter, and the lunatics of the Aurora order even demanded that you must believe in the true creator. Other small and large evil organizations were also restless. The East Balam Restoration Society was constantly dragging able-bodied men into uprisings, but they were quickly put down. With the desperate exploitation in the plantations and factories, just staying alive here was already the greatest stroke of luck. He walked for a while, watching the various beggars on the street. Some were less than 2 or 3 years old, curled up beside their mother. The whispers in Frank's ears were becoming more and more distinct. Frank knew that such scenes were stimulating the original consciousness. Frank simply found a carriage, lay down on it, and closed his eyes, deciding that out of sight was out of mind. What could he do? What else could he do? After arriving at the plantation, he realized that he couldn't even afford the carriage fare. Frank smiled self-deprecatingly. The original Frank's dream was like a transparent castle in the sky, and he was just an ant that couldn't look up. In the end, Frank took a blanket from his bedroom to pay for the fare. The cloth cushion spread on the other person's carriage smelled quite strong when lying on it. 39 Caven ascends. In the evening, Frank gathered the dozen or so people together again. Starting tomorrow, the remaining 250+ acres of land would be planted with wheat, which was no small workload, so before that, Frank needed to redivide the responsibilities. When these 18 people arrived, Frank announced several new rules for the plantation to them. First, he appointed Kepa as the steward. Kepa had not disappointed him today, but unlike Ren Arno's steward, Frank did not need someone to take care of him. Kepa needed to continue working, and Frank would call him when he was needed. In fact, for the next period of time, Frank would also be working with them. He had hybridization experiments to do and also intended to teach them some of the original body's planting experience. Whether it was teaching them planting experience or doing his own hybridization experiments, both helped to digest the consciousness left in the spirit body and physical body by the original owner. Second, Frank selected 2 women whose clothes were not very dirty to be cooks, and they would also be responsible for the logistics of the kitchen. Afterward, they would not have to do farm work for the plantation anymore, but they had to ensure the food was clean and hygienic. Frank did not intend to cook for himself, whether it was the original body or himself. He had never cooked, and he did not want to specifically hire a cook to cook for him. Frank finally decided to eat with them, and he had the pots from the original kitchen brought to them. The 2 of them were very happy to hear Frank's appointment, but Frank also gave them a preventive warning in advance. If they still made the food dirty and unhygienic, he would make them continue to do farm work. At that time, Frank would have no choice but to hire a cook. As for the other women, they used to wash clothes for Ren Arno, but Frank did not have this need, so they had to work on the farm with Keppa first. Frank had offered to let them leave, but they almost knelt down to Frank. This also made Frank realize that in this small city in East Balam, for them, being able to eat a mouthful of food was already exhausting all their efforts. Third, Frank stipulated an 11-hour workday, from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., with a 1-hour break at noon, 2 hours in the summer, and the working hours would be appropriately shortened during the off-season. Fourth, a reward and punishment system was promulgated, with Keppa setting daily tasks. Whoever completed the specified workload first each day would be rewarded with 1 soul. Frank would also continue to observe Keppa every day to see if he had the ability to manage these people, and Frank would try his best to guide him as well. Although Frank had no money, he knew that he could get Beander characteristics from the fallen mother goddess world at any time, and once the plantation was stable, he also intended to get in touch with the local Beander circle. Fifth, starting tomorrow until the end of the busy farming season, food would be supplied without limit every day. If they weren't full, how could they have the strength to work? When Frank finished speaking these 5 rules, he did not hear any cheers. The prestige of the plantation owner had long been engraved in their minds. Frank ignored them and called Keppa aside to explain it to him again. This time, he spoke more slowly and more carefully, so that later, if others had any questions, they could ask Keppa. And after Frank left, they dared to stretch their legs, which had gone numb from standing, and immediately surrounded Keppa, excitedly asking him all sorts of questions. Walking on the way back to his room, hearing the faint sound of their excited chatter behind him, Frank was also very happy. Just by re-specifying these 5 rules, Frank had obviously digested a significant portion of the original body's consciousness. Fallen Mother Goddess World. For the past 10 days or so, Kevin had felt like he was living in a dream, but he knew this world was not a dream. From birth until now, he had never been protected by anyone. When he was very young, he started fighting for food, for the things he wanted. When he was beaten half to death by other older children for a mouthful of food, no one came to protect him. When he held a gun to his temple and pulled the trigger over and over again for a mouthful of food, no one came to protect him either. But in this world, he was protected. Every time they walked through the forest, he always walked in the very middle, with Enrui on his left, Lang Jie on his right, Shangmo in front, and Mark behind. In these 10+ days, they had been moving forward and had encountered 3 waves of spirit people, all of which had been hunted down by them. The others had all been injured to some extent, and Lang Jie had even been hit by an arrow to cover him, yet he hadn't suffered a single injury. In the past, it was always the weakest person who went to lure the enemy, but here, he was the one protected the best. Although he liked this feeling of being protected, it made him feel even more lost. The death notice in the dungeon yesterday had also made him make up his mind. While Shangmo, Frank, and the others began to make a fire to cook, Kevin suddenly said, "I intend to consume the Sequence 8 characteristic." When Shangmo heard this, he was a bit confused, thinking to himself for the first time, is this guy crazy? Frank was also a bit surprised after hearing Kevin's words, though not as reactive as Shangmo. He knew that Kevin had always liked to risk his life, liked to gamble with his life, and at the same time, he guessed whether something had happened to Kevin. Lang Jie and Mark also looked at Kevin with surprise. The success rate of consuming a Sequence 8 characteristic and successfully ascending was only 1/3, not to mention that it was without fully digesting the potion. Although they had the archery guidance of Frank, Lang Jie, and Shangmo these past few days, and Kevin himself had been pondering the acting method, it would take at least another half a month before the potion was fully digested. Shangmo also reacted at this time and asked, "Why are you in such a hurry to consume the Sequence 8 characteristic?" Although he had previously forced his only relative, Shang Renwei, to consume the archer, Beander material, that was the path one had to take to become a Beander and to be strong. He did not regret doing that, but Kaven's behavior, which was clearly suicidal, was something he really could not understand. Facing Shang Mo's question, Kaven did not answer, and he had no way to answer. Seeing that Kaven did not speak but his attitude remained firm, Frank pulled Kaven aside, used a silver knife to carve a spirituality barrier, and asked suspiciously, "Did something happen over there?" Kaven nodded and said, "In 15 days, I am going to be taken to a nearby big city to be shot." Kaven paused for a moment and then continued, "I am a death pathway sequence 9, and now I am locked in a dungeon. As long as I can ascend to sequence 8 feet Gravedigger, I can escape, but I don't have the Gravedigger characteristic or potion." Kaven did not continue, but Frank already understood what he meant. Kaven wanting to become a sequence 8 was nothing more than wanting to hunt more spirit people, so that he could sell the precipitated characteristics to exchange for a death sequence 8 potion. Frank had previously talked to Kaven about offerings and bestowals. Now that he wanted to survive, this was the only path he could take. Frank thought for a moment and nodded, effectively agreeing to Kaven. In the Eastern continent, death pathway potions were the easiest to obtain, but it also depended on luck. With Frank's persuasion, Shangmo finally agreed to let Kaven consume the ritual characteristic. In the tense waiting of the few, Kaven opened his eyes. He had almost failed the ascension, but digesting the consciousness of the original body had increased his own consciousness, and since consciousness and the spirit body were inextricably linked, he managed to hang on at the last moment. Shangmo, Frank, and the others saw Kaven ascend, and they immediately burst into cheers, especially Shangmo, who changed from his usual seriousness and kept asking Kaven all sorts of questions. He hadn't been this excited for a long time. Human strength was his lifelong dream. Chapter 40, Getting on the Right Track. In the Lord of the Mysteries world, the morning light was faint. Yesterday, he had digested a significant amount of the original Frank's consciousness, recalling many past memories. More panels had grown on his body, and now, the only places without panels were his torso. Frank squatted by the ridge of the field with 4 people following him. Frank was teaching them planting techniques. The land had been plowed in advance, but it was just a superficial tilling of the topsoil. Ren Arno didn't understand it either. He was only stingy and hadn't even bought a plow ox, relying entirely on human labor. These people couldn't even get enough to eat, so being able to achieve this much was truly difficult. Frank didn't have time to plow the land again, and the wheat sowing was about to be delayed. Among the 4 people behind Frank, besides Keppa, the remaining 3 were relatively quick learners. Frank intended to teach them, and then they could teach others, help manage the plantation, and share the pressure on Keppa. From breeding seeds to selecting plant spacing, row spacing, and seed planting depth based on soil fertility, Frank imparted the original's planting experience to them without reservation. Frank would also let them try sowing and point out the errors in their operations. At the same time, he pondered his own hybridization techniques. In the early stages, a planter only gains increased strength, the ability to predict weather, and the ability to identify seeds, which might lead to a good harvest, but they cannot use Beander powers to conduct hybridization experiments. For now, Frank could only try his best to collect wheat seeds from various places and, based on his high school biology knowledge from his previous life, obtain the F1 generation seeds first. The original Frank only knew that Sequence 6 could perform hybridization techniques, and thus had the dream of hybridizing bulls, cows, and wheat to make calves grow out of the ground. He was truly a terrifying person. Time passed quietly. Over the past few days, although Keppa and the others were tired, they could eat their fill every day, had enough rest time, and were not whipped at every turn. They were genuinely grateful to Frank from the bottom of their hearts. Frank went to the city these past few days and sold everything left behind by Ren Arno that could be sold for money, gaining a total of over 10 pounds. Every day, he gave 1 sol and 5 pence to the 2 people who completed their tasks the fastest. Keppa was not included in this. Of course, Frank would inspect their work to see if they met his planting requirements, and Frank also gave them a daily wage of 3 pence. For those who slacked off or did a perfunctory job, Frank would confiscate their daily wage, forbid them from eating dinner, and they would receive no rewards for the next week. Of course, Frank had not yet seen anyone slacking off or doing a perfunctory job. Frank also tried his best to require them to work in teams. If all 3 people in a team could achieve first place, Frank would give each of them 1 sol. After only a few days, their work efficiency improved significantly, and they began to spontaneously think about how to quickly complete their daily workload. They were unwilling to rest during the lunch break Frank left for them, instead continuing to work under the scorching noon sun. Although it was spring, the noon sun was still vicious. Of course, they were all chased back by Frank, and Frank directly changed it to a 2-hour lunch break system. If they got heatstroke, Frank had no money to treat them. They began to spontaneously help others with their work. No one was willing to accept others' help indefinitely, and those who were helped would try their best to improve their efficiency. In this society similar to slavery, if the plantation owner thought you were useless, the light punishment would be to drive you out of the plantation, and the heavy punishment would be to beat you half to death. Under this atmosphere, the planting efficiency was surprisingly fast. Frank had thought he would miss the final deadline for wheat sowing, but he hadn't expected to finish the sowing ahead of time. But they still dared not speak to Frank voluntarily, and when eating, they would only go to eat after Frank had finished. In the fallen Mother Goddess world, after Kevin advanced to Sequence 8, the team's travel speed suddenly increased. At this time, they were already very far from Chong Mo's previous tribe. In the direction they were moving, there happened to be a large tribe of over 500 people. Such tribes would generally accept them. In fact, with the strength of Frank and the others, they could directly take over small human tribes and become the leaders, supplementing their logistics. But conflict would inevitably be accompanied by bloodshed, and hunting spirit people was their purpose. For such small human tribes, there was no need for the large tribes of spirit people that specialized in slaughtering humans to take action. Nearby small and medium-sized tribes could slaughter them completely. They were also unwilling to bring disaster to such small tribes. While running, Mark, who was running in the middle, suddenly fell. The three of Frank were instantly on guard, and Lang stepped forward to inspect. Mark got up and waved his hand at them, saying, "My eagle was killed instantly. When it died, I shared the eagle's vision. There are at least 40 people on the other side, with over 10 people in the front row holding shields and wearing armor, and they are coming towards us. Run to the right with all your might. They are a team of spirit people from a large tribe that specializes in slaughtering humans. There are even several Sequence 6s among them. The human tribe we were going to might have already been slaughtered." After saying these words, Chong Mo kicked a small tree and snapped it, his eyes red and terrifying. Hearing Chong Mo's words, Frank sighed in his heart and began to grab the hanging branches, swinging rapidly to the right like a monkey. For the archer pathway, whether it is Sequence 9 or Sequence 8, what increases is the flexibility and strength of the arms. For them, hands are far more useful than legs. 2 hours later, Frank suddenly heard a sound coming from the forest on the left. Chong Mo had clearly heard it too and slowly put Mark down from his shoulder. Because Mark could not keep up with their movement speed, he could only be carried by Chong Mo. The 5 of them cautiously walked towards the source of the sound. Chong Mo discovered the other party first. It was a team of 12 humans, some of whom still had blood on them, clearly having just gone through an escape. When the other party saw Frank and the others, there was deep wariness in their eyes. Clearly, they also didn't trust humans much. Although they were wary of Frank and the others, they still answered Chong Mo's inquiries. They had escaped from the slaughtered human tribe. As expected, the slaughtered tribe was exactly the human tribe that Frank and the others were going to. The spirit people team that slaughtered humans only slaughtered Beyonders. As for ordinary people, they would kill them if they encountered them, but they wouldn't go specifically to hunt them down. Of course, some Beyonders also escaped, but very few. Among these 12 people, there wasn't a single Beyonder. Chong Mo pointed out a path to other human tribes for them. The 5 of them couldn't take this group of people with them. As for whether they could reach other human tribes, it would depend on their luck. In this world, besides spirit people, there were also many Beyonder creatures. Hopefully, they wouldn't encounter them. After saying goodbye to this group of people, Frank and the 5 did not run away again, but instead headed towards the human tribe that had just been slaughtered. After the spirit people team that slaughtered humans left, the humans of this tribe still had to face further slaughter and pursuit by nearby small and medium-sized spirit people. Frank and the others wanted to try and see if they could protect this human tribe. Since the spirit people team that slaughtered humans had already left, it was unlikely that they would return. What they would have to face would be the nearby small and medium-sized tribes. 41 Chapter 41 Escort. In the fallen Mother Goddess world, the closer Frank and his group got to the massacred human tribe, the more refugees they encountered. Fearing that they might run into danger the moment they arrived, Frank sacrificed the characteristic that Frank and Kevin had obtained into the red thin tube. One day later, Frank and his group of 5 reached the massacred human tribe. The tribe was covered in blood, and the scattered survivors who hadn't fled far had returned to the tribe and were currently clearing away the corpses. Most of them were slaves. The massacre by the spirit people had left them bewildered, and lacking the ability to flee far, they could only return to the tribe, clinging to a glimmer of hope. However, what they didn't know was that if they had fled, there might have been a sliver of hope for survival, but remaining in the tribe was a dead end. The spirit people not only killed Beyonders to collect their characteristics but also slaughtered ordinary humans to control their population. Frank and the other 4 had no intention of staying there to resist the spirit people tribe. With only 5 people, they weren't arrogant enough to wait for a dozen nearby tribes to attack them. Frank and his group planned to take the humans who were willing to follow them, escape from there, and establish a new tribe. During this process, they would try their best to gather the refugees nearby. They could be considered the largest group of refugees, so they would inevitably be hunted down by nearby tribes. This way, however, their flexibility would be greatly increased, unlike staying in one place, which would make them sitting ducks. But with so many people, their flexibility was limited. Wanting to escape with this group of ordinary people was still as difficult as ascending to heaven. Shangmo had originally wanted to count these people himself, but it left both sides confused. In the end, Kaven helplessly stepped forward to help with the count. Among them, only Kaven had experience as an administrator. He was a member of the East Balam Restoration Society and had been captured during the uprising in Bolan City. At that time, uprisings were taking place in many parts of East Balam, involving anywhere from a few dozen to several hundred people, but in the end, not a single one succeeded. In the eyes of the colonists, they were just a rabble, and among all the organizations in the southern continent, they were the easiest to deal with. Their forced conscription style of uprising was doomed to fail from the start, let alone in a world of Beyonders. Most of the high-ranking members of the East Balam Restoration Society were also members of other organizations. They were merely squeezing the last bit of surplus value out of these people who could no longer survive. They knew better than anyone how unreliable it was to rely on the lower classes to restore the nation. By nightfall, Kaven had finally finished counting the people. A total of 103 people were willing to leave with them. Among these 103 people, there were 7 Beyonders. Unfortunately, none of them were archers, but Kaven still organized them into a group and had them take care of the procession. However, there were still more than 30 people in the tribe who were unwilling to leave with them. Kaven had already told them about the potential dangers of staying in the tribe, but perhaps they didn't believe him, or perhaps they had given up on the hope of living. Shangmo didn't bother with them and told those who were willing to follow them to pack what they could carry and leave the tribe with them the next morning. The next day, before dawn, the crowd set off in a massive procession. Among these 103 people, there were children, but no elderly people. Elderly people were already very rare in such a primitive tribe, and they had also given up on continuing to flee. Even if there were elderly people willing to follow them, they didn't intend to take them. It was impossible to escape while carrying the elderly. Although it was very cruel, that was the reality. To form an effective reconnaissance team, Frank and his group had caught a few birds while traveling the previous day. Unfortunately, in the end, only one small yellow bird, half the size of a palm, did not lose control after consuming the archer characteristic. The small yellow bird didn't naturally have vision as good as an eagle's. Even with the visual enhancement from the archer potion, it couldn't see very far, and it didn't have the stamina of an eagle either. However, it was fortunate that it compensated for their lack of reconnaissance. The group formed 4 lines, with Kaven and Shangmo walking at the very front, responsible for reconnaissance. Lang Jie was at the back, and Frank and Kaven watched over the left and right sides of the procession. At first, everyone was half walking and half running, but by 10 o'clock in the morning, people started to fall behind. Helpless, Shangmo had to order everyone to rest. Just as everyone stopped to rest, an eagle flew in the sky. After circling above them, it returned the way it came. Frank knew that their group had been discovered. Frank glanced at Kaven, and Kaven instantly understood Frank's intention. The two of them immediately rushed in the direction the eagle had flown. They had to figure out the location of the spirit people tribe that had discovered them. They also had to ambush and kill the people coming to hunt them down halfway. The 5 of them did not have the ability to protect the humans fleeing with them during a battle. When Frank and Kaven passed by Shangmo and Mark, the 2 of them didn't say anything either. More than 20 days of hunting spirit people had already made them extremely taciturn and in sync. Half an hour later, the eagle disappeared from their sight. It must have landed at the opposing tribe. When Frank and Kaven returned, the group moved forward again. This time, Shangmo controlled the pace of travel, allowing them to conserve their stamina. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the eagle circled above their heads again. The 5 of them, including Frank and Shangmo, immediately rushed toward the predetermined ambush site. The 103 people in the fleeing group scrambled to find large trees to hide behind, preventing themselves from being discovered by other spirit people. The place where Frank and his group were ambushing was not very far from there. If an accident happened here, they could return to reinforce them at any time. Xiang Mo also pointed out the direction of 3 human tribes to them. If the 5 of them had not returned by night, they were to scatter and flee. However, in the end, those who could escape the hunt of the spirit people might not exceed 10 people. Xiang Mo had almost given his final instructions. In this ambush, they didn't know what situation they would face, nor did they know if they would be able to return. The wind blew, causing the leaves to rustle. The enemy's eagle kept hovering nearby. Frank and the other 3 were climbing in the trees, while Mark was hiding behind a tree. The bows in the hands of Frank and the other 3 were already strung, with no fewer than 6 arrows placed on each string. The spirit people could appear before the 5 of them at any moment. Frank and the other 3 had climbed very high, nearly 10 meters. They could be discovered by the eagle at any time, and if discovered, it wouldn't be easy to jump down from the tree to hide. But Frank and his group had to do this. They would rather be shot dead in the trees than fail to kill the targets that needed special attention in the first round. 3 minutes later, the enemies appeared one by one in Frank's sight. There were 30 of them in total, and the strings in the hands of Frank and the other 3 were released almost simultaneously. In 1 second, the 4 of them shot all the arrows pressed on their strings, but despite there being no fewer than 25 arrows, they only killed 4 people. The first targets the 4 of them aimed at were those whose bodies were green, and those whose bodies were almost transparent. The light green ones were Hypnotist, Sequence 7, and the transparent ones were Hypnotist, Sequence 6. Whether it was Sequence 6 or 7, they could hide themselves and make sounds to interfere with their opponents. Especially the Hypnotist, Sequence 7, whose appearance could change according to the environment color. As long as they shouted at Frank and his group, the 5 of them would inevitably fall into a brief trance of consciousness. Combined with the terrifying number of opponents, a single volley of arrows would be enough to take the 5 of them out directly. This was why Frank and the other 3 were willing to risk being discovered and risk being shot dead in the trees just to kill these targets immediately. Among the 4 enemies, there was indeed one whose body was green. He was killed by Xiang Mo. Frank and the other 2 killed the spirit people whose bodies were transparent. A medium-sized tribe generally had 3 to 4 Sequence 7s. The opposing side had really gone all out to hunt them down. After shooting an arrow, the few of them let their bodies fall from the trees. Frank covered his head, but his back, chest, and arms were immediately scratched by branches. They didn't have time to climb down slowly, so they could only use this violent method to get down quickly. When the 4 of them fell from the trees, the tree trunks where they had been hiding were already covered in dense arrows. After falling from the trees, the 4 of them immediately rolled behind the trees. Chapter 42, Conflict. The wind grew stronger, and dark clouds were about to obscure the radiance cast down by the 6 moons. The 6 moons in this world did not emit heat during the day, so obscuring them would not make the weather any cooler. Frank and the other 3 hid behind a large tree. The thudding sound of arrows embedding into the trunk was constant, and arrows from both the left and right never ceased. An eagle hovered above them, its beast tamer keeping track of their position. Frank and his 3 companions pulled their bowstrings taut once again. They could not wait any longer. If the enemy closed in, death would be their fate. Xiang Mo was the first to dash toward a large tree to the rear right. Despite his large stature, he was extremely agile. However, the enemy's arrows were too dense, and he was immediately struck in the thigh and shoulder. His main role was to draw attention, not to counterattack. Counterattacking was the job of Frank and the other 2. While most of the arrows were directed at Xiang Mo, Frank, Caven, and Lang Jie also ran out from behind the tree. Using their peculiar footwork, the 3 moved rapidly while continuously firing arrows. Frank and his 2 companions targeted only ordinary people in Sequence 9s. Lacking physical agility bonuses and distracted by Xiang Mo, they were almost certain to die once spotted by the trio. In this single round of shooting, Frank alone killed 6 people. However, he was also targeted by a burly man from the enemy side, likely a Sequence 7 feet archer. The opponent's 6 arrows effectively sealed off Frank's upper body. Without a second thought, Frank shifted quickly to the right, lowered his body, and took an arrow with his right shoulder to create an opening. The force of the arrow was immense, his shoulder was nearly pierced through, and Frank was almost lifted off the ground. Ignoring the secondary injury caused by the arrow, he rolled backward, ducking behind a tree. As he rolled with the arrow still in his shoulder, the shaft snapped violently, tearing a large gap in the flesh near his shoulder. Frank glanced down to see it was a bloody mess, still bleeding profusely. Frank shook his dizzy head and saw another eagle from the enemy side flying toward their rear, clutching a small clay pot in its talons. It then tipped the pot over, and seeds, carried by the wind, drifted toward them. Damn it, they even have a sequence 7 from the planter pathway, Frank cursed under his breath. After 2 rounds of shooting from Frank and his group, only a dozen or so of the enemy remained, but there were no longer any ordinary people among them, everyone was at least a sequence 9. The battle between the two sides had only just begun. As expected, vines grew out from beneath their feet, curling toward Frank and his companions. Frank knew they could not let these vines get close. While they couldn't cause harm, they would restrict their movement speed. The group immediately ran backward again, constantly seeking cover behind trees as they moved. Fortunately, Enrui was still hiding behind them. The enemy had 1 sequence 7 feet archer, and 2 sequence 8 feet archers. Frank only needed to pay attention to these 3. After more than a dozen spirit people had died, they could no longer maintain the firepower suppression brought by arrows, especially since it was spread across the 4 of them. Frank was indeed locked onto by that sequence 7, who kept firing arrows at him. Frank could only move constantly, occasionally finding large trees for cover. The burly spirit person also realized he couldn't kill the sequence 7 human in a short time. Aside from him, the one on the left was the most formidable. If he could kill him, finishing off the other 2 sequence 8s would only be a matter of time. With only 1 sequence 7 left, no matter his capabilities, he wouldn't be able to turn the tide. But he hadn't expected Frank to be so troublesome. This meant Shang Mo went unchallenged, continuously drawing his bow and firing. Spirit people kept falling, almost all shot through the forehead. Seeing their companions falling one by one, the enemy, aside from the 3 archers, dared not show their heads again. But even the 2 archers, who were sequence 8 feet priests, dared not show themselves. Shang Mo had already begun firing at them. If not for the large trees providing cover, arrows would have been embedded in their foreheads as well. Seeing his side suffer heavy casualties and coming under attack from Shang Mo, the burly spirit person had no choice but to hide behind a tree as well. The burly spirit person was bleeding inside. The large spirit people slaughter squad rarely spared any sequence 7 when massacring human tribes, but the beast tamer in their tribe had discovered a sequence 7 feet archer among the fleeing humans. He had assumed they were just out hunting and had escaped disaster, but they had still dispatched most of the tribe's strength to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. To his surprise, they hadn't killed a single human, while his own side was reduced to just 7 people. He thought about fleeing back to the tribe like this. If the humans pursued, they would coordinate with the harvest priest to restrict the 4's movements and kill them one by one. The spirit people now had 2 remaining, beast tamers, and 1 doctor, all protected units. Their field of vision was relatively wide, which was why they had survived under Shang Mo's fire. There was also 1 harvest priest, 2 priests, and himself, the Copper Man. Theoretically, his side held the absolute advantage, but he no longer harbored thoughts of keeping the enemy there. Frank looked at the flailing vines before them. Lacking fire, they were always hindered by these vines. The burly spirit person and the 2 priests had come out from the tree stumps twice and shifted their hiding spots several times, but with the obstruction of these vines, Frank and the others could do nothing against the 3. However, when one of the enemy beast tamers tried to move backward to change hiding spots, the moment he poked his head out, his skull was pierced through by Shang Mo. The eagle that had been hovering above Frank and his group lost its control and flew away without looking back. The remaining 2 and the harvest priest dared not run out of their hiding spots again. The 3 spirit people, archers, turned back and launched another arrow attack on Shang Mo, hoping to besiege way to rescue Zhao. Unfortunately, Frank and his 2 companions were nearby. They ignored the burly spirit person and focused specifically on shooting the others. The 2 could only dodge arrows from time to time, significantly reducing the pressure on Shang Mo. But whenever the remaining 2 and the harvest priest poked their heads out, Frank and his companions would immediately switch targets and fire at them. The harvest priest caused the vines around him to grow wildly, successfully using the cover of the vines to retreat backward. But the remaining 2 had no way to leave. The moment they showed themselves, they were attacked by at least 10 arrows. The beast tamer even tried to drive an eagle to attack Frank and the others, but before it could fly close to them, it was shot dead by Frank. The burly spirit person had no choice but to leave with the 2 priests and the harvest priest. With vines everywhere in front of them, the 4 had to give up the pursuit. Enrui quickly jumped down from the tree behind them to treat the 4's injuries. Frank's shoulder had been pierced through, the edges of the wound around the arrow injury turned outward. Lang Jie had been struck by an arrow in the calf, the wound was not deep, and it was nothing serious. Shangmo had been struck by an arrow in both his leg and shoulder. As a copper man, who excelled in defense, he was also fine. The most severely injured was Kaven, whose abdomen had been pierced through, yet he had acted like a normal person just moments ago, with not a trace of pain on his face. After they had applied medicine, the characteristics on the spirit people's corpses had already precipitated. There were 27 in total, plus an eagle. Only 8 were ordinary people, the others all had precipitated characteristics. It could be considered a huge harvest, enough to build a tribe directly. Unfortunately, they didn't find the sequence 7 feet hypnotist characteristic. It must have been taken by the spirit people. Lang Jie had no need for characteristics. When he left the tribe, he had asked Shangmo for an archer characteristic for his sister's family. And Rui also had no need for characteristics. However, it was said that the spirit people had trading markets where they would exchange precipitated characteristics, trade main potion ingredients, and use characteristics to exchange for other items, but humans did not have such trading markets. In fact, Shangmo also had no need for precipitated characteristics, and he hadn't brought any of the characteristics he had left behind in the tribe. He had assumed that Frank and Kaven also had no need for precipitated characteristics, so he let Rui collect the looted characteristics casually. However, the day before yesterday, Frank had suddenly asked Rui for the precipitated characteristics of the planter pathway and apothecary pathway. He had always known that Frank and Kaven had secrets. The knowledge they revealed was completely unlike that of humans, but he had no intention of prying. Over 20 days of living together, he was convinced that the two would not harm humans. Rui, you keep the characteristics, Shangmo suddenly said. Frank was stunned when he heard this, but he still took the package specially used for holding precipitated characteristics from Rui's hands. After packing up the characteristics, Frank, Kaven, and Lang Jie began their one-stop funeral service. The 3 first cut off most of the large tree's roots, then placed the spirit people's corpses beside the roots, followed by a ritual sacrifice and burial. Frank found that this was the fastest way to digest the priest potion. The role-playing rule Frank summarized was, I only focus on the sacrifice, maximizing the feedback given by the trees. Frank was already extremely familiar with this process. At first, only Frank did it this way, but later, after Kaven advanced to priest, he followed suit. Finally, Lang Jie also tried sacrificing once and finally understood Frank's eccentric behavior. Now, he was even more enthusiastic than Frank when it came to sacrificing. Even the bones left over from hunting, he would dig a pit under a tree, bury them, and dance around the tree 3 times using the sacrificial footwork. The 3's potion digestion was incredibly fast now. Frank estimated that in another 10 days or so, the priest potion would be fully digested. When the 5 returned, the fleeing humans lined up in 4 rows again and continued forward. This time, the fleeing crowd had a clear look of relief on their faces, but the 5 of them dared not relax. At their current speed, they still needed to walk for 3 days to reach their intended destination. There were no spirit people tribes nearby, and there was a small human tribe next to it. By then, even if they encountered more powerful spirit people, they could let these fleeing humans hide in another human tribe. 43 Chapter 43 Gathering of Extraordinary Individuals. Chapter 43, Beander Gathering. Lord of the Mysteries World. Not long after Frank left the plantation, he ran into the same carriage he had taken before. The driver recognized Frank, bowed slightly, and said to him, Sir, where are you headed? Do you need a ride? Frank happened to need someone familiar with the area, so he boarded the carriage and said, to the bar in Odin. Frank glanced at the blanket he had given the driver when he lacked money last time. The driver hadn't used it, and it was still folded neatly. Sir, would you like to use it? This is too valuable, so I usually can't bear to use it. Only for important figures like you do I lay it out in the carriage beforehand, the carriage driver said when he saw Frank looking at the blanket, and he started to lay it out for Frank. Frank waited for the driver to spread the blanket out. He would definitely encounter those beggars on the way to Odin, and he might have to lie down and pretend not to see them, otherwise, it would trigger the original owner's consciousness again. The roads here were riddled with potholes, making the carriage ride uncomfortable. The driver was neither reserved nor shy, and was quite talkative. Frank chatted with him casually as they traveled. Halfway through the journey, the driver suddenly asked, Sir, are you going to the bar to attend the Beander gathering? Frank asked suspiciously, You know about Beyonders? The carriage driver replied, Ordinary people might not know, but those of us who have worked the docks for years, often ferrying people or goods, have to know a little bit about everything. He flicked the horse lightly with his whip and continued, about half of the people who run plantations like you are Beyonders, or if they aren't, they hire a Beyonder bodyguard. You travel alone every time, so the chances of you being a Beyonder are high. There's a Beyonder trading venue at the bar, veteran carriage drivers like us all know about it. As soon as the carriage driver said this, Frank immediately understood. The southern continent colonies were different from the Loan Kingdom, there was no interference from the Orthodox churches. Information about Beyonders was bound to spread, and coupled with the occasional bloody massacres by the Rose School of Thought and the Demonist sect, many people probably knew about Beyonders. At the same time, wild Beyonders didn't need to hide. Then do you know when the Beyonder gathering is held? Frank asked tentatively. The carriage driver said, Thursday night. We carriage drivers get a reward of 5 sol for bringing a stranger Beyonder there. He paused, lowered his voice, and added, actually, I don't recommend you go. I once took a Beyonder there, and I never saw him again. Black eating black. That's normal in the chaotic southern continent, Frank thought to himself. Since the other party was being so brazen about it, Frank certainly wouldn't go and throw his life away before he had the power to protect himself. But Caven was about to be executed by firing squad, and he quite appreciated Caven. Caven couldn't be considered a good person, no, he should be called a bad person. He had done almost every bad thing imaginable to survive, but despite committing so many evil deeds, he still lived in a simple, earnest way. He had almost subconsciously joined the East Balam Restoration Society, subconsciously wanting to change the terrible environment. His limited perspective meant he could only see Bolan City, and he subconsciously projected the life or death struggles of his childhood onto Bolan City. Do you know about the Beyonder gathering in Shax? Frank asked. Shax was the largest city nearby, and he planned to try his luck there. The carriage driver replied, it's also in a bar. Almost all the large bars in East Balam have Beyonder organizations holding gatherings. Fearing Frank wouldn't believe him, he added, I once picked up 2 people from the entrance of the bar in Odin, and they chatted like this in my carriage. Regardless of whether what the carriage driver said was true or false, Frank intended to try his luck in Shax. What's your name, and where can I usually find you to hire your carriage? Frank would almost certainly need a carriage often in the future. The carriage driver replied happily, my name is Beam Trellick, sir. You can call me Beam. I'm usually at the docks. In his view, Frank had no airs of a noble lord and didn't bully people. In Odin, not many people could afford to take a carriage, most of them were people like Frank. Small plantation owners or lower-level factory managers. There was no train passing through Odin, so he had to take a carriage to Shax. Frank returned to the plantation, gave instructions to Keppa, and left Odin in Beam's carriage. It took an afternoon to travel from Odin to Shax by carriage. Beam even went home to get fodder for the horse, as well as his own dry rations and water. He didn't intend to stay at a hotel in Shax, he could just make do with sleeping in the carriage for the night. By the time it was nearly dark, the carriage arrived in Shax. Shax was at least 4 times larger than Odin. Beam was also very familiar with Shax and drove Frank straight to the bar. After Frank got off the carriage, Beam parked it a little further away, as he would be taking Frank back to Odin. The bar was filled with thick smoke. Many plantations grew tobacco, and anyone in East Balam with even a little income would smoke water pipes, while the wealthy chose higher-end cigarettes. On the high platform, 2 people were boxing. They weren't burly men, instead, they appeared thin and weak. On the contrary, compared to boxing in Loan, they were more vicious. Neither of them wore any protective gear, and every punch was aimed at the opponent's vital points. On the tables below the stage lay money from various countries, as well as gold and silver. Less than 3 minutes after Frank entered, one person was already beaten nearly to death by his opponent, bleeding from his nose and mouth, lying on the ground twitching slightly. Those who had bet correctly cheered wildly, while those who hadn't threw whatever they had in their hands at the person twitching on the platform. Damn it, making me watch this kind of thing, Frank cursed under his breath. This scene stimulated the original owner's consciousness, making the whispers in his ears grow louder. Frank was very irritable now and wished he could kill everyone around him who was shouting and cursing. He knew he had been influenced by the original Frank. Frank tried hard to control himself and asked the bartender, "Is there a Beyonder gathering tonight?" The waiter glanced at Frank and replied, "Every night." He reached under the counter, pulled out an iron mask, and handed it to Frank. The iron mask only had simple holes for the mouth, nose, and eyes. Frank took it and put it on his face, immediately feeling a cold sensation. The waiter walked toward a side room and signaled for Frank to follow. After Frank followed, the waiter said to him, "We take 10% from both sides of the transaction, but we will ensure your safety." Frank replied softly, "Good. 10% from both sides, that's 20% in total. What a rip-off." Frank thought to himself, but as long as his safety could be guaranteed, he was willing to pay the price. The waiter knocked on the door 4 times, too fast and too slow. The door opened from the inside, and the waiter instructed Frank, "You don't need to return the mask. When you leave, someone will guide you out through another exit." He gestured for Frank to enter. Inside, another person wearing a waiter's uniform led Frank to knock on another door. There were 12 people inside. A row of tables was set up, with 11 masked people sitting behind them. Opposite the tables, the floor was raised, and a middle-aged man of medium build sat on a chair. He wore no mask and had an ordinary appearance. He was likely the organizer of this transaction. For a split second, Frank thought he had returned to school. The transaction had already begun, and the suspected organizer gestured for Frank to find a chair and sit down. After Frank sat down, the man spoke, "Does anyone want the potion formulas for Corpse Collector and Gravedigger? They are £200 and £400 respectively." Frank hadn't expected the first item to be something he needed, but then he heard the person sitting next to him chuckle. At the same time, Frank also saw the middle-aged organizer looking at him. Frank immediately understood. It seemed this had become a routine for welcoming newcomers. The organizer had probably lost count of how many times he had sold these 2 potion formulas. Since many people were buying them, Frank intended to buy them too, but he wasn't in a rush. He could buy them at any time. The most important thing now was to sell the characteristic he had brought. Chapter 44, Transaction. In the Lord of the Mysteries world, the middle-aged man sitting opposite Frank saw that Frank had no intention of buying the potion formula, so he turned to sell the next item. Purification bullet, Demon Hunter bullet, and Exorcism bullet, £20 per bullet. After waiting for a while, seeing that no one bought them, the middle-aged man began to hawk the next item. Runic Steel Sword, a sharp steel sword made by the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun. It has purification and exorcism effects, is the nemesis of undead creatures, and can also cause a certain damage bonus to Beyonders of the death pathway. It can be used for 3 years, £100. After watching for a while, Frank discovered that charms and Beyonder items targeting Beyonders of the death pathway were the most popular here, and the things sold here were relatively expensive. Behind Frank, another person walked in. He was thin. As soon as he came in, without waiting for the middle-aged man to signal, he walked to the back row by himself and found a seat to sit down. Clearly, the other party often participated in this trading fair. As soon as the other party sat down, he picked up the pen on the table and started writing on the paper on the table with a swish. After writing, he got up, walked to the side of the middle-aged man, and handed the paper and a small box to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man looked at the content written on the paper, opened the small box to take a look, nodded, and directly counted out £300 and handed it to the other party. This is really following the school classroom model. From this, one can see that the trading organizer is very confident and consciously defines himself as a teacher. The thin man selling things did not stay any longer, took the money, and walked directly towards the door at the back. Frank saw from the crack in the door that there was another waiter waiting there. Frank thought to himself, this should be a combination of an auction and a trading fair. They can help with auctions here. When you give an appropriate price, the trading organizer will buy it directly. The thin man who just walked in was obviously just here to sell things. Maybe, like Frank, he was in a hurry for money. It is not easy to achieve this. This requires the trading organizer to have strong financial resources and a strong backer behind them. No wonder they dare to say they guarantee safety. Of course, guaranteeing safety can only guarantee safety in most cases. The organizer will also crack down on behaviors like killing for goods. If the value of your items is too high, the organizer might even attack you directly. The Wild Beyonders in the Lowen Kingdom certainly couldn't do this. They were already hiding their identities, running around in fear. After understanding the trading process, Frank walked out from the back door. The middle-aged man organizing the trade glanced at Frank, very surprised, but didn't say anything, and continued to hawk the next item. Frank walked out of the back door. It was a long corridor with 6 doors on it. A waiter stepped forward, handed Frank a paper bag, and opened a door for Frank. Inside was another long corridor. The corridor did not appear dim. Every distance, there was a lamp stand with a candle burning inside. After walking for about a minute, after turning left, Frank saw the exit, which was a fitting room in a clothing store. Clearly, this fitting room was not for people buying clothes. At this time, Frank's iron mask was packed in a paper bag. When he came out, Frank took off the iron mask. The store owner or waiter, seeing Frank come out of the fitting room, enthusiastically came up to promote clothes to Frank and calmly led Frank to the door. Frank feigned an evaluation of the clothes introduced by the store owner and then left the clothing store. Frank looked up at the sign of the clothing store and then looked at the paper bag in his hand. Both had "Awakens Clothing Store" written on them. Frank had to give a thumbs up in his heart for this confidentiality measure. Frank was not planning to leave, but intended to buy a similar small box. He had just asked the waiter in the corridor for the specific address. Frank turned left and right back to the entrance of the bar. Sure enough, he saw a vendor selling small gifts on the street. Frank stepped forward, spent 1 sol, bought 5 larger glass balls with a diameter of 3 centimeters, and asked the vendor to pack them in 5 small boxes. Frank booked another hotel. In the room, using a silver dagger, he carved a spirituality seal and, through the method of bestowal, took out 1 portion each of the apothecary, characteristic, beast tamer, characteristic, and planter, characteristic from the red thin tube. Frank walked back to the bar. Before entering the bar, he put on the iron mask. He didn't know if their transaction had ended, but he planned to try his luck. If it had ended, he would come back tomorrow night. The transaction had not ended. At the same time, he learned from the waiter that there was a larger trading fair on Friday, and on other days, the trading ended promptly at 9 o'clock. Frank guessed that the middle-aged man who just organized the trade would continue to conduct several rounds of hawking, lasting until 9 o'clock. Just like clocking in for work. The other party had considerable power but was definitely not the person in charge here. When Frank returned to the room with tables and chairs again, there were only 6 people left in the room. Frank learned from the thin man just now, found an empty seat and sat down, and directly picked up the paper on the table and wrote. Sell 1 portion of apothecary, characteristic for £400. Sell 1 portion of planter, characteristic for £500. Sell 1 portion of beast tamer, characteristic for £600. Purchase gravedigger, potion formula. Purchase gravedigger, potion main materials and auxiliary materials. Purchase a runic steel sword. Frank wrote down all of Kaven's needs directly. The trading organizer must have a way to determine their identities. If he bought or sold 1 item at a time, Kaven might be executed before Frank finished purchasing the potion. He himself brought out 3 characteristics. At most he would be positioned by the other party as someone who often does killing for goods, so they wouldn't fall out with him for this little money. When Frank handed the 3 small paper boxes to the middle-aged man on the podium, the other party just raised his head and glanced at Frank. Then, pointing to the apothecary characteristic written on Frank's paper, he said, "This is £350. The price of the apothecary characteristic was a bit low, but it didn't exceed Frank's psychological expectations. For the planter characteristic, Frank deliberately wrote the price a bit high, but the other party did not object. Clearly, the planter pathway was very popular in East Balam. It makes sense. For plantation owners, whether becoming a planter beyonder themselves or letting their subordinates become planter beyonders, it was beneficial to the harvest of their plantations. We have everything you need here too, the middle-aged man said, continuing to point to the gravedigger main materials written on the paper and said, "This we have the characteristic for, £850, including auxiliary materials and packaging items." Pointing to the runic steel sword, he said, "This is £100. Trading with us, we won't deduct the 10% commission, and you still have £100 left." As he spoke, he counted out £100 in banknotes and handed 2 small boxes to Frank. Frank opened them to take a look. In one of the boxes was a piece of paper with words written on it. Frank took out the note, looked at it, and memorized it. The other box contained a deep black gemstone characteristic. The middle-aged man also opened the 3 boxes Frank brought one by one. After both sides verified the goods, the middle-aged man said, "For the auxiliary materials and the runic steel sword, look for the waiter at the door, he will take you to get them," and wrote 2 numbers on a piece of paper and handed it to Frank. Frank handed the note with the numbers to the waiter in the corridor. After waiting for less than a minute, the waiter returned, holding 2 large paper boxes of the same style, a paper bag, and a runic steel sword. Frank took the paper bag, the paper boxes, and the runic steel sword, and put his 2 small paper boxes into the bag. The bag was still printed with the name of that clothing store. To Frank's lack of surprise, the other party opened that door leading to the clothing store again. The place where he came out was still the fitting room of the clothing store. Frank had two guesses. First, he happened to walk into this exit passage again, but the 1 in 6 chance was too small. Second, there was a mark on the mask that Frank didn't know about, guiding the waiter to open the corresponding passage for Frank. Third, the other party directly marked the person, unrelated to the mask. Frank thought the third one was the most likely. He made up his mind that if he came here next time, he would change to a new mask. The next day, Frank took Beam's carriage and returned to the plantation. This Beander item transaction had no bidding, no killing for goods, no picking up scraps, and no showing off or face slapping. It was almost no different from buying things in daily life. But Frank would not naively think that every transaction would be like this. The first thing after returning to the plantation, Frank took out 20 pounds and asked Kepa to buy all food, buying a little of every ingredient, and specifically arranged to buy more fish. In Odin, the cheapest thing is fish. At this stage, the only meat Frank could afford in large quantities was fish. Frank also specifically hired Beam's carriage and asked Beam to look after Kepa. Kepa still had too little experience. Back in his room, Frank sacrificed the Gravedigger Beander characteristic, auxiliary materials, and the runic sword into the red thin tube, and notified Enrui, who was in the Lord of the Mysteries world. Frank went to the red thin tube this time and found that the 10th figure was slowly forming, and the amount of consciousness was less than 1/10. But the consciousness contained the memory belonging to the whipped teenager, Yan Shuang. Of course, they had all become Frank's memories now. The feedback from the red thin tube made Frank understand that this was Yan Shuang's body, which could not contain so much consciousness, so it squeezed the excess consciousness into the red thin tube. To put it simply, at first, Kaven's consciousness could not fully enter Yan Shuang's body, and quite a lot of Kaven's consciousness remained in the channel. After the consciousness of the original body, Yan Shuang, was gradually digested by Kaven, the subsequent consciousness of Kaven remaining in the channel was anxious to continue to enter Yan Shuang's body. At this time, the consciousness that Yan Shuang's body could contain was already saturated. Kaven's consciousness almost subconsciously passed through the channel and squeezed the consciousness belonging to the original body, Yan Shuang, out of Yan Shuang's body. Of course, the premise of everything was that Kaven had already digested the consciousness left by Yan Shuang in the body and spiritual body, completing Yan Shuang's obsession. Just as Frank had no way to deal with the consciousness of the original body. In fact, at this time, whether it was Kaven's or Yan Shuang's consciousness, it had long since all become Kaven's consciousness. There are degrees of closeness between people, and the same is true between consciousnesses. After Kaven expelled the excess consciousness, it was transmitted to the red thin tube through the channel, and was instantly digested and absorbed by the massive consciousness in Zhang Wei's red thin tube. Frank was both looking forward to what kind of changes and surprises it would bring to him after the 10th consciousness was formed. And he was worried that the messy consciousness would completely turn him into a stitched monster. Chapter 45, Bonfire Party. Fallen Mother Goddess World. Bang! Shangmo's final punch landed squarely on the spirit people's head, and the over 2-meter-tall spirit people brute was sent flying. His head was twisted at an irregular angle, and he lay on his back on the ground, motionless. He was clearly dead. Today was the third day that Frank and the other 4 were leading the humans in their escape, and this was the 4th wave of spirit people they had encountered. 3 days ago, after experiencing that battle, Shangmo, Frank, and Kaven intentionally distanced themselves from the human refugee group and hid themselves, maintaining contact through Mark's small yellow bird. Over these 3 days, the 3 waves of spirit people they encountered were all small squads of only 10 or so people, each with only one archer, sequence 7. Clearly, they believed this fleeing human tribe posed no threat to them. The spirit people pursuit squads of only 10 or so people were ambushed by Frank and the others. After a round of arrow fire, the only ones left standing were usually the archer, sequence 7 from the opposing side. Taking the precipitated characteristic, offering sacrifices, and burying them, the funeral service provided by Frank and the other 2 was becoming increasingly proficient. In a way, the 3 of them were allowing them to rest in peace. As for whether they were willing to be buried, since they were already lying there, they were naturally very willing. The group continued forward, and by the afternoon, they finally reached their destination. An eruption of cheers immediately broke out in the tribe, as everyone had been on edge for the past few days. Frank climbed a large tree and could clearly see another human tribe. The distance between the 2 was no more than 20 li. The other party had cut down the trees in front of their tribe and were growing crops sparsely. When night fell, the tribe was finally enclosed with simple wooden stakes. Everyone began to light fires and cook, the prey having been caught by Frank and the others. Over 100 people gathered around several large bonfires. I don't know who started it, but a group of people began to dance and sing around the bonfires. Shangmo joined in as well, the smile on his face impossible to hide. Frank was also pulled up by Mark. Rui had never heard this song before, but with the agility bonus from his sacrifice, he learned their dance after watching it almost just once. After dancing for a round, Frank saw Kevin sitting alone to the side. Kevin had the memories of Yan Shuang, so he should know how to sing this song unique to the human tribe. Frank left the dancing group and sat down next to Kevin. At this moment, Kevin was staring blankly at the people dancing around the bonfire, but his gaze was not focused on the dancers. Instead, it was as if he were looking into the far distance. When I was very young, Bolin City was very similar to them, Kevin said softly. Frank did not reply, simply acting as a quiet listener. Kevin continued. At that time, my mother was still alive, and almost every month, she would take me to attend the tribe's bonfire party. The tribe had long since been scattered. At that time, holding and participating in such bonfire parties was prohibited. According to Russell Gustav, we called this clique formation for selfish purposes, I suppose, Kevin chuckled softly. The colonial era started by Russell Gustav, Frank added silently in his heart. In my hazy memories, the sky was almost entirely red that day. The bonfire's flames grew larger and larger, and there was a scent in the fire that I hadn't smelled in a long time. After that, my mother never appeared again. I'm not sure if I was 2 or 3 years old at the time. In 20 years, only a quarter of the people in Bolin City remained, yet I am still alive. With a self-deprecating smile, Kevin asked Frank, if you say the people of Bolin City are all dead, will there still be a Bolin City? I suppose so. Frank didn't know exactly what answer he wanted, but he intended to end the topic. He knew what Kevin wanted to do, but his power was currently too weak, and it was hard to change anything. Frank used a silver dagger to carve a spiritual barrier and said, I have helped you collect the potion formula, the characteristic, and the auxiliary materials. This is the potion formula, 2 eyes of an ice spider. Finally, Frank said to Kevin, I wish you an early promotion. Oh right, there is also a runic steel sword. I hope it can help you, Frank said at the end. Kevin said to Frank, thank you. Afterward, he climbed the tree next to him and fell into a deep sleep. Frank saw that Kevin was still not very happy, clearly still lost in memories. Kevin also hadn't digested the corpse collector potion formula, and rashly consuming the gravedigger formula was highly likely to cause loss of control, but Frank had no other way. Lord of the Mysteries world. The underground prison was dark and sunless, and it was impossible to tell if it was day or night. After Kevin woke up, he observed his surroundings and chanted softly. The unique consciousness traversing 2 worlds. The creator of a second life. The controller of the red space. I pray for you to open the passage between the 2 worlds. I pray for your bestowal. After Kevin finished chanting, a pale red passage appeared in front of him for only an instant. On the ground remained a black gemstone, as well as auxiliary materials contained in an unknown material. There was also a half-meter-long sword, the scorching aura on it making him uncomfortable. He didn't have a container to prepare the potion, so he swallowed the characteristic and the auxiliary materials one by one. When the potion was completely swallowed, crazy whispers came to Kevin's ears. He concentrated his attention, struggling to resist the negative effects brought by the potion. The last time he used Yan Shuang's body to advance Toshakrifis, it was similar to this time. This time he had also consumed the potion auxiliary materials, so Kevin was not very worried. A few minutes later, the whispers in his ears significantly diminished. Kevin knew that he had successfully advanced to Gravedigger. He felt his strength become immense, and his movements more agile. At the same time, he saw that in this prison, there were 2 spirits, they were ignorant and confused. After people die in dark environments, spirits occasionally remain, but they can only exist for at most 3 months. Kevin asked the 2 of them to keep watch for him, and suppressing his discomfort, he began to dig a tunnel with the runic steel sword. He had previously planned to use handcuffs to dig slowly, there was only one wall between here and the outside. Now that his strength had increased, he could dig his way out in one night. Chapter 46, Confusion. In the fallen Mother Goddess world, the 6 moons of morning slowly rose. Frank looked at the 100 or so people in the tribe, sleeping in 2s and 3s by the campfire. Suddenly, the branches nearby rustled. Frank turned his head to look. Kevin was already awake. Congratulations on your advancement. Did you escape? Frank asked. Yeah. Kevin sat on a nearby tree trunk, watching the unique spectacle of this world with Frank. Will you continue the uprising later? Frank found a topic. Kevin replied, probably. Apart from you, did anyone else survive this uprising? Frank knew that in Kevin's uprising in Bolin City, only about 20 people remained. He didn't force people to join the uprising like other East Balam Restoration Society branches in other cities. These 20 people had gathered around him spontaneously, and among them were Kevin's friends. No, they weren't Beyonders, so they were killed on the spot. Kevin understood the implication of Frank's words. He continued, there are fewer and fewer people in Bolin City, sooner or later, they will all die. Frank, but at the very least, you should plan things out. Besides, once you are strong enough, you can at least protect some people. Kevin projected himself onto the entire Bolin City, imagining it escaping its predicament through gamble after gamble, just like he had. People grow up, but Bolin City only grows weaker. Perhaps Kevin knew this truth, but in such a Beyonder world, no one had a better solution. Frank had intended to persuade Kevin, but he couldn't come up with a reason. How could planning possibly succeed in the end? What meaning did protecting a few people have for Kevin? The two fell silent for a moment. Frank looked at the humans sleeping in disarray. Yesterday was the last time Frank and the other four helped them hunt. Today, they would have to hunt on their own. Frank and the others couldn't be their babysitters forever. Currently, Kevin was still managing the big and small affairs in the tribe. Frank would sometimes ask about things, while Shangmo was more of a representative of force and had no management talent. In the previous human tribe, although Shangmo was the strongest and brought back the most prey, he was ostracized by the tribe. Seeing Frank look at the tribal humans, Kevin said, we don't have the qualifications to build a tribe here. The nearby human tribes are already saturated. We can stay for at most 2 months, otherwise, we will be slaughtered by the large tribe of spirit people. Our only way out is to return to the vicinity of our previous tribe. They don't know about this, which is why they were so happy last night. Kevin pointed to the humans who were still sleeping. In Shangmo's view, in 2 months, either Frank, Kevin, or Lang Jie would successfully advance to Sequence 7. At that time, 2 Sequence 7s should be enough to protect the tribe and no longer fear the nearby spirit people tribes. However, when the nearby tribes couldn't deal with these remnants, they would definitely seek help from the large tribes. At that time, would the slaughter squad of the large spirit people tribe come again to massacre them? Frank guessed that it was highly likely the large spirit people tribe would come again. In Frank's view, small tribes slaughtered humans because of the orders of the large tribes. The large tribes slaughtered humans, firstly to prevent the appearance of strong humans, and secondly to periodically clean up humans, and thirdly to collect Beyonder characteristics. Within the rules, they would not give up a good opportunity to obtain characteristics. After all, there isn't just one large tribe, there will always be a tribe that takes a fancy to their Beyonder characteristics. But just like Kevin's uprising, in a situation of unequal strength, Shangmo also had no better solution. Previously, Frank had considered bringing a Beyonder who could make guns and cannons into this world, but most Beyonders who could make guns and cannons were believers of the god of steam and machinery. After bringing them over, they might tell their god of steam and machinery about their adventure. Frank didn't dare to trust that he could just pull over a traitor. More importantly, most of these people were in the Loan Kingdom or the Intis Republic, where there were many strong individuals. Frank didn't dare to expose himself there at will. At this time, the people in the tribe woke up one after another. Kevin jumped down from the tree to say goodbye to Frank and arranged for them to do what they could. Frank and the others still lacked the post-processing ability to make arrows. It was easy to get arrow shafts in this world, but the arrowheads were made of iron and copper, and they didn't have these metals and ores. There was a human tribe to the south that mined iron ore. Both Shangmo and Lang Jie knew the location and planned to find a time to transport some back, but they couldn't get away right now. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed, and the tribe of 100 people gradually got on the right track. In the Lord of the Mysteries world, the late spring sun was already a bit scorching. After Kevin came out of the dungeon, he still stayed near Bolin City. Hey, Kevin, you're awake. A skinny young man with a red face, a head taller than Kevin, greeted Kevin as he walked out of the room. How come you're able to sleep more and more? Do gravediggers like sleeping? The red-faced youth asked Kevin. Recently, Kevin had really been able to sleep, at least 12 hours a day, which made him a bit worried. Cole, I'm fine. Aren't you building guns recently? Take me to see. Kevin changed the subject. This was a factory area, but it had been abandoned. When Kevin walked in, he was taken aback. He thought Cole's so-called gun-making only involved a few people and was still in the exploration and crafting stage. But half of the factory area had already been occupied, and there was a constant clanging sound of hammering from inside. There were at least 20 people inside. The people who were still busy inside greeted Kevin after seeing him enter from outside the factory. They were members of the East Balam Restoration Society and could be considered Kevin's subordinates. After Kevin became a Beander, he cooperated with them to intercept a ship of grain bound for the Intis Republic, earning the first startup capital. He also bought a plantation to grow food and hide their identities. Originally, they had more than 50 people. Last time, when they followed him in the uprising, more than 20 people died. Now, except for those guarding the plantation, almost everyone was here. There were those who grew up with him, and those who couldn't survive and followed him. But they were not Beyonders. Kevin picked up a rifle that had already been built and fired a few shots to test it. It was no different from the guns he usually used. Cole had someone make a fake identity to attend the Mechanical Academy in the Intis Republic. He was a Sequence 9 Paragon Pathway Beander. With his help, making guns and cannons was not a difficult task. Kevin asked Cole, who was next to him, "Are you still going to the Intis Republic?" Kevin knew that Cole had rushed back from the Intis Republic only after hearing that he had been arrested. Cole, "No, I'm not going. Learning to make guns and cannons is enough for the current stage. Learning other mechanics takes too much time. After this, I will stay in Bolin City. With these guns and cannons, I believe our uprising will definitely succeed." This time, Kevin did not respond. He thought of the 20 brothers who had died and thought of Enrui's words. The more he saw, the more he understood, and the more confused he became. 47. Exterminating the Spirit People Tribe. In the fallen Mother Goddess world, just as the 6 moons rose, Shangmo came to find Frank and Kevin. Kevin was still asleep. He was definitely in the Lord of the Mysteries world. Frank jumped down from the tree used for sleeping and asked Shangmo, "Has something happened?" Shangmo looked at the sleeping Kevin in the tree, feeling a bit strange, and replied, "No, didn't we kill over 30 spirit people last time? They must have been severely weakened. I want to guard the entrance of their tribe to see if we can completely exterminate them." Frank replied, "All right, we will set off once Kevin wakes up." Shangmo looked at Kevin in the tree and asked worriedly, "Is Kevin okay? Why has he been sleeping so much lately? Do you need me to call Mark over to take a look?" "He's fine." Frank waved his hand and made up a random excuse to brush it off. Shangmo came by 3 times in the morning, but Kevin still hadn't woken up. Frank also started to get a little worried. He shifted his consciousness into the red thin tube and, following the connection through the red thin tube, looked toward Kevin. Through the red mist, Frank saw that Kevin was inside a factory. There were over 30 people in the factory, and some were manufacturing guns. One of them was a Beander, but Frank couldn't sense which pathway they belonged to. Within the red thin tube, Frank could only sense sequences he had seen before. Seeing that Kevin was fine, Frank felt relieved. It was now past 4 p.m. in the Lord of the Mysteries world. Kevin should be logging on soon. Around noon, Kevin finally logged on. The group immediately set off to guard the Spirit People tribe. Frank put away his bow. This group of Spirit People didn't even have a priest. Not long after they left the Spirit People tribe, they were all shot dead by a volley of arrows from Frank and the other 3. By the next morning, a Spirit People hunting party carrying prey was planning to return to the tribe, but they were once again all killed by Frank and his group. After killing them, it was the usual, one-stop service, to lay them to rest. This group also had no priest, but there was a hypnotist, pathway sequence 8 feet assassin. Frank and the other 4 waited for 1 day, but no more hunting parties came out of this Spirit People tribe. It was clear that this Spirit People tribe had also sensed something unusual. On the 3rd morning, an archer came out to inspect and was shot dead by Shangmo right at the entrance of the Spirit People tribe. After waiting a while, an eagle flew out from the Spirit People tribe. Frank clearly saw a cloth strip on its claws. If his expectations were correct, it was definitely heading to another Spirit People tribe to ask for reinforcements. Shangmo intended to take action. He first appeared openly at the entrance of the Spirit People tribe. Countless arrows were immediately fired from within the Spirit People tribe, but Frank could see that most of these arrows had no accuracy, they were just brought in to make up the numbers. Such arrows posed no threat to Frank and the other 3. The 4 of them began to counterattack, and screams immediately echoed from within the Spirit People tribe. Shangmo continued to walk forward, while Frank and the other 2 maintained a distance of 50 meters from Shangmo. The whistling sound of arrows cutting through the air came from the Spirit People tribe again, but fewer arrows were fired. The four of them counterattacked again. Recently, Frank, Kevin, and Lang Jie had spent a long time hunting spirit people and performing sacrifices to the Great Tree. Now, the priest potion of the three of them was almost fully digested, and the continuous modification of their bodies by the priest potion had also ended. After 2 rounds of counterattacks, those on the other side who could still shoot arrows were sparse. When Shang Mo was about to reach the entrance of the spirit people tribe, countless vines instantly grew from the ground. Shang Mo immediately retreated explosively and drew a long blade from his back. He hacked frantically at the vines around him. The blade was something Shang Mo had specifically brought along. Archers almost never used blades. If someone got close to them, it mostly meant death. Priests and copper men also preferred using their fists. To keep their bodies agile, they usually only carried arrows and bows, with no other heavy loads. This time, in order to deal with the harvest priest in this spirit people tribe, Frank's team specifically brought out the only 2 blades in their tribe. One was carried by Shang Mo, and one was carried by Kevin. Kevin had experience using blades. At such a critical juncture, the hypnotist, sequence 7 from the spirit people tribe was still nowhere to be seen. It was highly probable that the characteristic taken away last time hadn't fostered a new hypnotist, sequence 7. Seeing that the vines had not trapped Shang Mo, a chorus of wails erupted from the spirit people tribe. Frank and the other 2 continued to move forward. The burly spirit person and the remaining 2 priests aimed at Frank almost simultaneously, still wanting to kill Frank first. Frank immediately began to move left and right. The burly man, based on his prediction, immediately fired several arrows at Frank. The 2 priests had been hiding all along and didn't know Frank's specific location. Upon exposing themselves, they saw Frank moving left and right extremely rapidly, and they hesitated for a moment. Because of this moment, before they could release the strings of the arrows in their hands, an arrow was stuck in each of their foreheads. It was Kevin and Shang Mo who had seized the opportunity and fired the arrows. The burly man's arrows also failed to hit Frank. Frank's current physical agility was already extremely exaggerated, allowing him to perform various movements that defied human anatomy. With the 2 priests dead, the only ones with combat power left in the spirit people tribe were a copper man and the harvest priest. Frank and the 4 of them continued to close in. Without the help of the eagle, the opposing harvest priest had no way to scatter vine seeds around Frank and the 4 of them. In the end, the burly spirit person stood within the vines constructed by the harvest priest, determined to fight to the death with Shang Mo here. Shang Mo simply threw his bow aside, took out his blade, and stepped into the vines. The vines immediately coiled rapidly toward Shang Mo, but they were all hacked into pieces by Shang Mo. The vines by his feet also snapped one by one under Shang Mo's violent pulling. The spirit person immediately seized the opportunity and raised his fist to strike at Shang Mo's head, but it was easily blocked by Shang Mo, who then restrained him in return. Shang Mo's feet were also immediately entangled by vines. After the burly spirit person was restrained by Shang Mo, Frank and the other 3 immediately drew their bows and fired arrows at him. In an instant, at least 9 arrows were stuck in the burly spirit person's body. Finally, he tried to struggle in vain, but his strength grew weaker and weaker, and eventually, he stopped breathing. Shang Mo let him go, letting the burly spirit person collapse softly to the ground. By this time, the vines had already spread toward Shang Mo's calves, but Shang Mo broke free with a forceful tug. However, the skin by Shang Mo's feet had been pierced by the vines. It looked blood red, but it was actually of no consequence. Copper men were inherently known for their defense. Frank and the 4 of them did not use the gate. Instead, they found a random spot and jumped onto the 2-meter-plus wall of the spirit people tribe. As soon as Frank and the 4 of them stood on the wall, several arrows appeared in front of them, which Frank easily dodged. For the spirit people who fired the arrows, Frank rewarded each of their foreheads with an arrow. Most of the spirit people, upon seeing Frank and his group, also climbed onto the wall and fled out of the tribe. Frank and the 4 of them ignored the other spirit people and only looked for the harvest priest. Shang Mo was the first to find him among a group of spirit people climbing the wall. He must have wanted to blend in with the ordinary spirit people to take the opportunity to escape, but Frank and the 5 of them had seen his face last time. Shang Mo shot him dead from behind with an arrow and didn't bother with his corpse. Shang Mo ran quickly toward the top right corner of the spirit people tribe, which looked like the place where humans were kept. Spirit people liked to plant trees in front of their houses, but that area was bare and had no trees. Rescuing the humans in the spirit people tribe was also the goal of their trip, but Frank and the 4 of them smelled a stench of blood from afar. After walking closer, what they saw were human corpses, almost all with wounds on their necks. Blood was sprayed everywhere, and they lay on the ground, scattered in disarray, with faces full of despair. Frank saw that the blood hadn't coagulated yet, they had clearly just been murdered. Xiang Mo's eyes turned red as he searched room by room, but whether it was the elderly or children, the spirit people hadn't left a single survivor. Xiang Mo and the four of them called Mark and began to pursue the fleeing spirit people everywhere. There were about 100 plus humans in this tribe and over 800 spirit people. By evening, they only caught back over 40 spirit people. Of course, Frank and the others only tied the spirit people's hands and let them walk themselves. There were some spirit people with a more unyielding character who were unwilling to suffer this humiliation, so Frank and the four of them directly obliged them and sent them to their deaths. Xiang Mo had intended to kill these spirit people in front of the human corpses, but he was stopped by Frank. Frank needed these people for the time being. Frank, Xiang Mo, and the others began to search everywhere in the spirit people tribe. The armory and potion storehouse on the opposite side were easy to find, they were also near the plaza. They took all the weapons they could carry. Of course, those 40 spirit people were forced to carry a few weapons. Among them, 5 spirit people, after taking the weapons, wanted to backstab Frank and the 5 of them, so they were killed directly by Frank and the 5 of them. And there were quite a lot of characteristics and Beander materials. Just the planter characteristics alone numbered 11, and the total number of characteristics added up to over 60. In Rui, Frank suddenly heard Caven calling him. Frank ran out of the potion storehouse and ran into the armory that Caven was clearing out, looking at the thing in Caven's hand. It looked like a palm-sized leaf with emerald green veins on it. A Beander item, Frank was pleasantly surprised. Frank took it from Caven's hand. The aura felt somewhat like a Beander item of the planter pathway. He didn't know its specific use, nor did he know its negative effects. Frank planned to ask the spirit people when he got back. In the end, Frank and the 5 of them piled the humans together and set them on fire. The fire burned fiercely. Frank and the others turned around and drove the spirit people toward the direction of their tribe. Spirit people from other tribes might come to reinforce at any time. For this reason, Frank, Caven, and Lang Jie had no time to bid a final farewell to the spirit people's corpses. 48 inches copper man. You, a slave, what right do you have to order us around? Frank was woken up by shouts like this. When Frank opened his eyes, he saw a flash of crimson, and a head with eyes wide in anger was sent flying high into the air. It was Caven who had drawn his blade. Frank jumped down from the tree and walked to Caven's side. A circle of people had gathered around Caven. Seeing Frank, those nearby instinctively stepped back. Frank immediately understood what had happened. There were always people who felt that because Caven was a slave, he wasn't fit to manage them. Frank took the knife from Caven's hand, instantly appeared beside a robust middle-aged man, and slashed at his neck. Another head was sent flying high into the air. Frank immediately moved back to prevent blood from splattering on him. This guy had been standing closest to Caven while glaring at him. He usually followed around with a few slaves in tow, acting arrogant and domineering. Frank had wanted to kill him for a long time. At the same time, some slaves still hadn't shed their status, obeying every command from others and letting themselves be bossed around. Frank looked around, and no one nearby dared to meet his gaze. From the first day they saved them, the 5 of them, including Frank, had stipulated that the tribe abolish slavery, but there were still those who felt they were superior and always had a few slaves following them. This time, they had even gathered a group of people, intending to take down Caven. This group was both stupid and hopeless. The tribe had just stabilized, and these people were already thinking about restoring their glory. Frank really wanted to kill them all. After Xiang Mo came over and understood what had happened, his face was equally grim. He never had any pity or sympathy for those hopeless slaves, but people questioning Caven was something he could not tolerate. Since there was no hunting party out today, Xiang Mo gathered everyone together. Over 100 people stood together, many of them with their heads bowed, not daring to meet the gazes of Xiang Mo and Frank in front of them. In the tribe, the person they feared most was Xiang Mo, and the second was Frank. The way Caven managed them was still the same method he used to manage his brothers and subordinates in Bolin City. Those who followed Caven in Bolin City were either people who couldn't survive or his friends. They all had great faith in Caven. Even if Caven led them to their deaths, they would follow without hesitation. They were the oppressed side and had never exploited anyone else. On the contrary, the humans in this tribe had previously had a hierarchy of status, so one must use both kindness and severity. Blind kindness would only make them lose sight of who they were. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Shangmo spoke up. First, if anyone wants to leave the tribe, there are other human tribes nearby, I won't stop you. Second, those who stay in the tribe must follow the tribe's rules. There are no slaves in our tribe. Whoever has slaves following them, I will kill them one by one. Don't tell me the slaves are willing, I don't care if the slaves are willing or not. Third, from today on, Yan Shuang will be the first chieftain of this tribe. He has the right to manage any one of you. Now, whoever wants to leave the tribe, get lost on your own. After Shangmo finished speaking, 3 people actually walked out from the crowd and left the tribe together. Frank looked at Mark, and Mark nodded. His small yellow bird flew out from his sleeve and followed the 3 people from a distance. Shangmo said he wouldn't stop them, but Frank hadn't said that. 2 of these 3 were Builder, Sequence 9, and they were extremely dissatisfied with building houses for ordinary people and slaves over these past 2 days. After the crowd dispersed, Frank followed Mark and quickly caught up with the 3 people. When the 3 saw Frank and Mark and were about to speak, an arrow suddenly appeared on each of their foreheads. Whether the 3 were begging for mercy or cursing, to Frank, it was all nonsense, and he had no interest in listening to nonsense. After extracting the characteristics, Frank began digging a pit for Theosacrifice. Once Frank used Theosacrifice steps and took the final step, he felt that his sacrificial potion was completely digested. He planned to consume the Copper Man characteristic as soon as he returned to the tribe. Returning to the tribe, Frank notified Shangmo. This time, consuming the potion carried a significant risk of losing control. If Shangmo was present, even if Frank lost control, he wouldn't pose a threat to the tribe. Shangmo had originally intended to persuade Frank against it, mainly because Frank hadn't advanced Toshacrificial for very long, but Frank had always acted extremely steadily and was not a rash person, the exact opposite of Caven, so he didn't try to persuade him. However, Shangmo still called Lang Jie and Caven over. Even if the advancement wasn't successful, they could at least have a final farewell. A successful advancement would also encourage the 2 of them. In front of the 3, Frank consumed the characteristic directly. Illusory whispers sounded in his ears. Frank tried hard to steady his mind and easily advanced to Copper Man. Seeing Frank open his eyes, the 3 of them were very happy. In this world, the success rate for advancing to Copper Man was generally only 1/3. However, Frank felt that this advancement was even easier than advancing Toshacrificial. He first felt the abilities of the Copper Man. His arm strength and arm flexibility had increased again, especially his fingers. It was as if the joints didn't exist. Besides his arms, the transformation of other parts of his body was still ongoing. As the potion was digested, Frank would become stronger and taller. His overall strength, speed, and even defensive capabilities would slowly grow stronger along with his body's transformation. When he finished digesting the Copper Man potion, Frank would become a burly man. Frank didn't know what the Sequence 6 Feet Archer was called or what abilities it had, and Shangmo didn't know either, but Frank guessed that Sequence 6 Feet Archer would further enhance his melee combat capabilities. In the Fallen Mother Goddess world, he had already advanced to Sequence 7 and had a certain ability to protect himself. But in the Lord of the Mysteries world, he was still completely devoid of combat power, so Frank decided to start implementing his plan. In the Lord of the Mysteries world, Caven was just planning to go to sleep, but in his days, he dreamed of a passage. The general content of this passage was, Caven had passed the test and officially became a divine attendant of the god of space and consciousness. He could have people Caven trusted chant the god's honorific name, prepare the body of a dying person, and guide them to the fallen mother goddess world. Having experienced consciousness digestion, Caven understood that someone had projected a tiny bit of consciousness directly into his spirit body. He instantly absorbed it in the dream, creating the illusion that he was dreaming. Currently, the only one who could do this, and who had done it to him, was him. Last time he dreamed of another body and another world, and while asleep, his consciousness had traveled to that other world. The god of space and consciousness. Caven muttered to himself. His first thought was to bring Cole and the brothers he trusted into the fallen mother goddess world. Bows and arrows had too many limitations, and only the archer pathway could bring out their effects. But guns and artillery were different. If the human tribe had guns and artillery, they wouldn't need to be too afraid of the spirit people's slaughter squads. However, being watched by a god of unknown origin was not a good thing. However, Caven ultimately decided to let Cole and the brothers he trusted chant his honorific name. This was their only chance. Chapter 49, Cole. In the fallen mother goddess world, the tribe of Frank and the others had taken rough shape. After removing those few troublemakers, the construction progress of the tribe accelerated sharply, and the perimeter walls had been completed. The smiles on the faces of the humans in the tribe increased significantly, and at the same time, the tribe added 2 sequence 9-feet archers. At the entrance of the tribe, there was a solitary tree. Frank and Kevin both had new wooden houses in the tribe, but the houses had become places for the two to store things. They still chose to sleep in this tree at the entrance of the tribe. In this world, there was no sun, yet it was spring all year round, and the temperature difference between day and night was extremely low. Sometimes, the unchanging environment also made people lose anticipation. Sitting in the tree, Kevin suddenly finished drawing a spiritual barrier and said to Frank, "God suddenly sent down an oracle yesterday, asking me to spread his name and guide the people I trusted this world." To avoid arousing Kevin's suspicion, Frank said, "Have you also become his blessed? I received the same oracle, but I'm used to being alone and don't have anyone I trust." Kevin, "Yeah, I plan to guide my brothers over. When the time comes, we can mine ore, build guns, build cannons, and resist the slaughter of the spirit people." "A very good idea," Frank praised, then continued. "Those 30-something spirit people are good possession objects, it's just that their obsessions might be hard to digest." Kevin, "It's fine, they are only helping to build guns and cannons. As long as they don't become beyonders, it doesn't matter if the obsession can't be digested." Frank suddenly had a flash of inspiration and thought of a good method, saying, "We can transfer the conflict between spirit people to be between spirit people and spirit people. Just like how spirit people created human slaves, let the spirit people do the heavy physical labor and let the spirit people manage themselves. Group them up, and whichever group works the least each day, kill their leader. If they don't want to be killed, they must beat one of the spirit people in their own group into serious injury." This was undoubtedly much more cumbersome than directly beating the spirit people into serious injury, but the obsessions of some of these spirit people would inevitably be converted into hatred for their own kind. Frank and Kevin sat in the tree, constantly adding details, everything just to make the spirit people hate their own kind. That day, the spirit people were divided into 6 groups by Frank and Kevin, exactly 6 people in each group. These spirit people were not tough bones to begin with, the tough ones had already been killed by Frank and the others during the initial resistance. These spirit people were also not beyonders, most beyonders had died when Frank and the others attacked the spirit people tribe, and subsequently, Frank and the others had not caught any spirit people beyonders. Frank and Kevin had these spirit people chop wood, and Frank and Kevin didn't rush them. At first, the spirit people team leaders were unwilling to oppress the spirit people, and even discussed how to slack off and how to escape. But when the first spirit people team leader was killed for chopping the least wood that day, this temporary group instantly fell apart. Under the oppression of death, the spirit people, who already had weak wills, waved their whips at their own kind one after another. On the 3rd day, a thin, weak spirit person, covered in blood and on the verge of death, was carried into Kevin's wooden house. Lord of the Mysteries world. Kevin climbed out of bed, immediately found Cole outside, pulled him into his room, and after using metal to draw a spiritual barrier with the powerful spirituality of a gravedigger, he said directly, "Cole, whatever I chant next, you follow and chant. After the chanting is complete, I'll explain it to you." Without waiting for Cole to raise questions, Kevin chanted directly. "The unique consciousness traversing between 2 worlds. The creator of the second life. The controller of the red space. I pray for you to open the passage between the 2 worlds." Hearing this honorific that clearly belonged to a god, Cole looked at Kevin strangely. He remembered that Kevin had no good feelings for any gods, so what was going on now? However, out of trust for Kevin, Cole followed Kevin and finished chanting the honorific. Just after finishing the chant, Cole couldn't wait to ask Kevin various questions like a machine gun. Kevin simply told Cole about the events of the past 2 months. The more Cole heard, the more confused he became, wanting to interrupt Kevin many times to ask if he was dreaming. Kevin even told him to go to sleep, saying something about being able to go to another world if he fell asleep. Cole had felt something was wrong with Kevin recently, he was sleeping more each day, and one day he even slept for a full 20 hours. There must be something wrong with his body. He wanted to drag Kevin to see a doctor, but Kevin kept telling him to go to sleep. In the end, with no other choice, he could only lie on the bed and pretend to sleep. But the moment Cole lay down, a sharp pain came from his mind, and then he fell into a deep sleep. Cole felt as if he were floating, surrounded by red mist. At this moment, he had no sense of security, it seemed like he would disappear completely from this world in the next instant, which filled him with terror. Don't know how long it had been, Cole suddenly felt his body again. He exerted force from his waist and sat up from the bed with his hands, but the scene he saw left him stunned. Lying on the ground next to him was a young man, on the thin side, clearly still growing. Sitting next to this person was another person, medium build, not handsome, but the type that grew on you. The skin of these two was too fair, even a bit transparent. Looking at himself, his body was almost translucent, he could even see blood moving slowly, and the blood was also light red. Moreover, his body was clearly just seriously injured and was still bleeding light red blood. Cole immediately thought of what Kevin had said to him earlier, could it not be his delusion? At this time, Kevin, who was lying on the ground, also completed the consciousness transfer, climbed up and asked in a puzzled tone. Cole. Hearing someone call his name, Cole turned his head and asked equally puzzled. Kevin. The interaction between the two left Frank speechless, he always felt like he had seen this kind of scene somewhere before. We have seized everything of this body, including the spirit body, the body. Kevin told Cole about the possession theory Frank had told him before, and immediately asked. Feel the obsession of this body. Cole carefully sensed it and replied. Become the leader of the logging team. Frank and Kevin were also confused upon hearing this. Kevin asked directly. Not kill the leader of the logging team. Cole answered affirmatively. No, he was beaten half to death by the leader of the logging team, he just wanted to become the leader himself, so he wouldn't be beaten anymore. Frank was speechless. Although this obsession was extremely easy to complete, Frank couldn't feel happy. Such a kind person was almost killed by him. But how innocent were humans, slaughtered by the spirit people for 7,000 years. Kindness to the enemy was cruelty to one's own people. What Frank and Kevin did was nothing more than helping humans not be slaughtered anymore. Why should he be hypocritical? Mark's medicine was very effective, Cole was able to get out of bed the next day. Cole was directly arranged to be the leader of the logging team, and he even walked with his arms around Kevin. This was met with frantic cursing behind their backs by the spirit people. The spirit people team leader who had injured Cole's original body spent half a day in terror. Half a day later, Cole had digested the obsession of the original body and left the spirit people logging team. Frank and Kevin took Cole to knock on Shang Mo's door. The two of them needed to persuade Shang Mo to reuse Cole, this spirit person. Opening the door, Shang Mo spoke first, saying, I was just about to look for you too. I plan to go on a long journey tomorrow to a human tribe to exchange Beander materials for some iron ore. Shang Mo paused and added, traveling back and forth quickly will take 15 days. That tribe is not far from our previous tribe, so I plan to visit it on the way back. Frank responded, can you wait a few days? Kevin and I plan to investigate which spirit people can be used in the next 2 days. Work similar to chopping wood. Their work efficiency is quite fast, and they are quite ruthless when attacking their own kind. Shang Mo mocked lightly about the spinelessness of these spirit people. No, I plan to let them help produce high-powered long-range weapons that ordinary people can use. Frank briefly described the rifle to Shang Mo. But Shang Mo was uninterested, though he did not object to Frank and Kevin using spirit people. As long as there weren't too many spirit people in the tribe, it would be fine. Humans could tolerate spirit people, their humans were simply seeking survival, and he couldn't possibly kill all the spirit people. 50. Spirit Dance. In the Lord of the Mysteries world, it was now the end of December, which, for the southern continent, was the hottest time of the year. Frank sat on the ridge of the field like an old farmer, counting the money in his hands over and over again. With less than 10 pounds left, he needed to make money again. Looking up, the wheat rose and fell with the wind like a tide, it was almost ripe. Before him was his hybrid wheat, with a stone inscribed with words placed every so often. Lacking good labels, Frank could only resort to this clumsy method. Selecting spikes, trimming spikes, emasculation, collecting pollen, and pollination were mostly done by Frank alone. Sometimes Keppa could help a little, but the others were too clumsy. He selected robust plants for hybridization and also crossbred the 4 types of wheat seeds he had collected, hoping to cultivate even more robust F1 plants. He also hoped they would mutate, which might bring Frank even better plants. He had planted about 10 mu of hybrid wheat in total. For the past 2 months, he had gone to the fields before dawn every day and only returned to eat when it was dark and completely invisible at night. He had visibly lost a significant amount of weight. Because they had been able to eat their fill for these 2.5 months, Keppa and the others had put on some weight, and their complexions had improved significantly. Frank glanced at the mechanical watch in his hand. It was already 11:30, and the sun was scorching. He called over Keppa and told him to instruct the others to go back to eat and rest. After 2 months of getting along, Kepa no longer cowered when he saw Frank, and he had become much more lively. He was not old, and he was easily influenced by his environment, yet he grew increasingly respectful toward Frank. Now, Frank still ate with them, but he had eventually hired a cook with an annual salary of £10, with the previous two helping out. After Frank sold the characteristics last time, the remaining money had been spent almost entirely on food over the past 2 months, but Frank's previous two cooks only knew how to boil simple porridge. Today's lunch was grilled fish and rye bread. The fish had been delivered by Beam last night. He had now almost become the full-time carriage driver for Frank's plantation. It was just that this carriage driver had a few too many responsibilities, hauling people and goods, and if he encountered fish that fishermen couldn't sell that day in the evening, he would help buy them and bring them to the plantation. Frank didn't put on airs. Beam saw all kinds of people every day and lacked the timidity of ordinary people. He was also very talkative. As time passed, he would often run over to find Frank, and Frank was willing to chat with him, listening to recent events and local customs. Frank had just finished eating when Kepa walked in and said, "Sir, Beam is looking for you outside." "All right." Frank stood up, about to go out. Kepa added one last sentence. "Today is the Festival of the Dead. He is likely inviting you to go to Odin." The Festival of the Dead. Since East Balam was fully colonized in 1196, more than 150 years had passed, and many of East Balam's festivals had been forced to disappear into the long river of history. But in the area of the city of Odin, south of the Hagati grasslands, the Festival of the Dead was still held every year. Frank also had a great interest in the Festival of the Dead. Before leaving, Frank specially arranged for the kitchen to provide extra food for the plantation employees, and gave them a half-day off in the afternoon. But he also told Kepa to keep an eye on the plantation employees, and not let them go to Odin to participate in the Festival of the Dead. Celebrating at the plantation would suffice. Odin today was a bomb that might explode at any moment. At this stage, he couldn't let the employees participate in the Festival of the Dead. He would also run back to the plantation if he saw things taking a turn for the worse. Riding in Beam's carriage, he soon arrived at Beam's. Beam's carriage always had a strange smell because it often hauled fish recently. He actually came to Odin very rarely. Every time he came to Odin and saw the beggars on the roadside, the original body's obsession became particularly active. However, after 2.5 months of planting, collecting mushrooms, and hybrid wheat, his entire skin had fully regrown, and the whispers in his mind had become faint. His planter potion had actually been digested long ago, but before he could suppress the original consciousness of Frank, he dared not consume the doctor pathway potion. However, it should be soon. Doing a few good deeds should be enough. Frank planned to take in some younger beggars once he had money. Then he should be able to consume the doctor pathway potion. He had already sacrificed most of the characteristics of the planter pathway and the apothecary pathway into the red thin tube, letting Kaven help handle them. As for the doctor potion formula, Frank also entrusted Kaven to help collect it. Kaven could be considered a local snake. Handling these was undoubtedly much simpler for him than for Frank. When the time came, Frank would simply open an anonymous account and have Kaven transfer the money. Kaven had recently become an internet-addicted youth, with no income, and since he was mass-producing guns and cannons, he was also out of money. Amidst Frank's wandering thoughts, Beam's carriage soon arrived in Odin. There were more people on the streets of Odin than imagined, and people were willing to show kindness on this day. The beggars on the streets were no longer lying listlessly in corners. Altars were placed in front of homes or shops, and on the altars were various real skulls or skull-shaped statues, looking quite eerie. Frank saw a shop that specifically sold these skull carvings. Frank walked in and took a liking to a carved little skull. It was not only carved vividly but also especially cute. The shopkeeper was a middle-aged man, also with red skin. Seeing Frank pick up the little skull, he walked over and enthusiastically tried to sell the little skull to Frank. Although this little skull cost £1, Frank ended up buying it. After walking out of the shop, Frank fiddled with the little skull, liking it more the more he looked at it, and a smile unconsciously appeared on his face. The crowd walking on the street had many people with face paint, wearing colorful crowns woven from various feathers, also with smiles on their faces. Frank looked to the right and caught a glimpse of a group of people dancing a somewhat twitchy, quite frantic, and rhythmic dance. The two leaders looked quite eerie and were likely beyonders of the death pathway. The thought immediately came to Frank's mind. Spirit dance, a ritual method favored by death. The stronger the dancer's spirituality, the better the effect. Many people on the street began to spontaneously follow behind this group, dancing the spirit dance. Under the influence of this atmosphere, Frank felt his legs start to become uncontrollable, wanting to follow behind this group. But the next instant, the whispers in his mind suddenly intensified, pulling Frank out of this atmosphere. Frank turned his head to look at Beam. He was already taking slightly strange steps, rushing toward the crowd. Frank hurriedly ran a few steps and pulled him back. A wind blew up on the street. Frank looked at the crowd again. Where were the smiles from just a moment ago? The street was left with only eeriness. Let's go back, Frank instructed Beam, and they left in the opposite direction of the crowd. There were still whispers in his mind, representing the unknown final fate of these ordinary people. But Frank had no power to protect these people. On the way back, neither Frank nor Beam spoke. Amidst the creaking of the carriage, they slowly drove into the plantation. Bolan City. Caven and Cole were followed by more than 30 people, carrying rifles, looking out of place with the people around them. I don't know when it started, but on the day after the Festival of the Dead, countless dead bodies would appear in the corners. Whether it was the Azek Eggers family, the Numinous Episcopate, the Eternal Life Society, or even the East Balam Restoration Society, all played dishonorable roles in it. Whenever Caven encountered people dancing strange dances, Caven and the 30-plus people following him would fire their guns into the air, waking up those dancing. Caven had guns and men, and he wasn't afraid of opposing Beyonders causing him trouble. Bolan City was just a small city, and no powerful Beyonders would appear. As long as they didn't think about insurrection or rob merchant ships, the Loan army stationed in Bolan City wouldn't bother them. As this day was about to end, Caven took his men into a bar. He knew there was a Beyonder gathering here, his previous corpse collector potion had been bought from here, and he also knew that dog-eat-dog scenarios were common here. But he was a local snake, who would try to dog-eat-dog a lunatic like him. Seeing Caven enter, the bar instantly fell silent. Caven had lived in Bolan City since he was a child, and few people engaged in the gray industry here didn't know him. Caven took 5 people into the Beyonder trading area. He had come specifically to find the organizer here. Caven walked straight in. It was a small room where several people were sitting. Seeing Caven bring people over, 2 people left directly, but 2 others stood behind the organizer, obviously having been acting as shills or prepared to act together if necessary. The organizer also knew Caven, and the 2 sides were at daggers drawn. But Caven wasn't here to fight. He went straight to the point. You should have channels to sell Beyonder characteristics. I have some Beyonder characteristics here, give me an estimate. After speaking, he directly took out 3 of each of the planter, doctor, apothecary, and beast tamer characteristics, placing a total of 12 characteristics on the table. Under the hazy candlelight, the organizer felt a bit dazzled. The organizer's eyes were about to pop out, and only one thought was in his mind. Did Caven rob the treasury of the Church of Mother Earth? Caven didn't wait for the other party to speak and said again. Planter, and apothecary, sequence 9, 400 pounds each, doctor, and beast tamer, 600 pounds each. 6,000 pounds in total. If you don't have the money now, I'll wait 2 days for you to raise it. The organizer finally reacted. After reacting, he immediately said, I have 2,000 pounds now, I'll take one of each characteristic first. I'll go raise money and come back the day after tomorrow to buy the rest. You can also tell me what you need. I might have it here, and if not, I can help you buy it, no profit taken. Beyonder characteristics were never hard to sell. If sold to those in need, he could earn at least 2,000 pounds, and selling them immediately to shacks would also earn at least 1,000 pounds. Usually, in dog-eat-dog scenarios, one feared hitting a hard nail. This was almost free business. He didn't care where Caven robbed the characteristics from. He decided to go to shacks tonight to get rid of the purchased characteristics. Caven, the potion formulas for these 4 types of characteristics, a Beyonder item that can perform identification, and a charm that suppresses the death pathway. The organizer immediately said, I have the planter, potion and doctor, potion formulas, 200 pounds each. I have some demon hunter, bullets, 10 in total, I'll give them to you. If you need other things, I'll bring them to you later. The 2 sides quickly completed the transaction. Caven had an extra 2,000 pounds in his hand, as well as the planter, potion and doctor, potion formulas. The other party, besides taking one planter characteristic, took one of each of the other characteristics. Chapter 51, Meeting. The next day, Frank once again took Beam's carriage to Odin. The plantation had originally planned to harvest the wheat today, but the sickles Ren Arno had left behind at the plantation were rusty and could no longer be used. He intended to pick up some farming tools today, but when Beam's carriage arrived in Odin, he saw soldiers in Loan uniforms assisting the police station in loading corpses onto carriages. The corpses on each carriage were piled high, and they all wore faint smiles on their faces. Among the corpses, Frank saw the shopkeeper, the same one he had seen joining in the spirit dance yesterday, and he also saw the crippled beggar from the roadside, who was also smiling. Whether it was Archbishop Claude who was hunting him down, or Father Utravsky who had imprisoned him, he had never felt any resentment toward them, but right now, he only wanted to kill those two people from yesterday. Mad whispers began to ring in Frank's ears. No matter how much he tried to concentrate, it was useless. His clothes were instantly soaked in blood, and the skin beneath them cracked inch by inch, revealing wriggling pink granulation tissue. Frank felt as if his head were about to explode. If he hadn't digested the planter potion, he would have already lost control, but he was close to it now. Beam also noticed Frank's abnormality. Frank was lying on the carriage, his clothes already stained red with blood. He called out to Frank several times, but received no response. Beam panicked immediately and drove the carriage toward the pharmacy. Frank had no energy left to care about anything else. If he relaxed his mind even slightly, he would lose control. He had to maintain his concentration every single moment. Beam whipped the horses continuously, and the carriage sped through the streets of Odin with the two of them. There was no one on the streets, only the smiling corpses on the corners, silently recounting the tragedy of yesterday. Upon arriving at the clinic, Beam called for the shop assistant, and the two of them struggled to lift Frank onto the clinic bed. The doctor at the clinic was not a Beander. When he unbuttoned Frank's clothes, all he saw was the absence of skin and flesh that was still slowly wriggling. The doctor was so terrified he fell onto his backside, waving his hands repeatedly to signal that he couldn't treat him. Since Odin only had this one clinic, Beam had no choice but to take Frank back to the plantation. Upon returning to the plantation, the employees were deeply worried when they saw Frank covered in blood. They had only lived a good life for over 2 months, and now that the plantation owner was about to collapse, their hearts were filled with uncertainty. But the wheat was ripe, and they had to rush to harvest it all before it rained. At the critical moment, Keppa went with Beam to Odin to buy sickles. Aside from the cook Frank had hired, the others, under his organization, began harvesting the wheat day and night. 7 days passed quickly. During these 7 days, Beam had been taking care of Frank in his room. Frank would mechanically swallow the food that reached his mouth, and Beam would feed him water and porridge. But after 7 days, Frank was still gaunt and unrecognizable, no longer possessing his former robustness. On this day, the wheat was finally all harvested, but due to the high-intensity labor, Keppa and the others fell ill one after another as soon as the harvest was done. Beam had no choice but to pay a high price to bring a doctor to the plantation. That afternoon, a torrential downpour began. Listening to the sound of the rain outside the window, Frank weakly opened his eyes. Over the past few days, he had initially been concentrating on drawing various complex patterns in his mind. Later, he was doing it almost instinctively, completely blocking out his perception of the outside world. Frank raised his hand, there was no skin left on it. Frank couldn't help but smile bitterly. From the time he woke up in the original body until now, 4 months had passed, and he was back to square one again. Digesting the consciousness of Frank would have to start all over again. There was simply nothing he could do about Frank's obsession, he could only digest it bit by bit. But whenever he saw various tragedies and injustices, it would stimulate the consciousness of the original body, and this time, he had almost lost control. But the southern continent would only get worse. Unless he hid in the plantation for the rest of his life, unless he became blind, unless he never advanced for the rest of his life. Did he have to return to the northern continent, to the Loan Kingdom? To the Fasak Empire? To continue hiding here and there? Avoiding the hunt by the Church of Mother Earth? Only to be accidentally dragged into a Beander conflict and killed like an ordinary person with no power to resist. Besides, in this world, how much better could the northern continent be? Amidst the constant whispers in his ears, Frank listened to the rain outside the window and thought for the whole afternoon. After much thought, he finally decided to go find Caven. Even if he were to die, Frank didn't want to die silently after losing control. At the very least, he had to prove that he had been in this world. He would first gain a foothold in Bolin City with Caven. Just as Caven said, if you don't gamble, how do you know you won't succeed? He would first try his best to ensure no one in Bolin City starved to death, and slowly transform Bolin City into what the original body had dreamed of. Frank silently made up his mind. He would let Keppa manage the plantation here for now, and he could come back often. It had rained all night, and it was a bit muddy. Frank put on his old attire again. In the hottest season of the year, he wore an overcoat, wrapped a scarf around his neck, and wore gloves. In the morning, Beam brought Keppa and invited the owner of the seed shop from before to the plantation. Except for what his own plantation needed to eat and his hybrid wheat seeds, he planned to sell everything else. Because Frank's wheat was planted properly, the yield was significantly higher than that of other plantations, and the grains were plump, making them almost the best seeds available. The seed shop owner was also a Lonus man, and he kept glancing at Frank's strange attire. Both sides haggled, and finally, a deal was reached, a total of 120,000 pounds of wheat for 500 pounds in paper currency. The next day, Frank bought some sweet potatoes to keep his seeds. After the wheat harvest in Odin, they could still plant a crop of sweet potatoes. However, sweet potatoes were not as valuable as wheat, corn, or even cotton. Finally, he left 30 pounds for Keppa and left Odin, telling him to guard the plantation well. It wasn't that he was unwilling to leave more money, but leaving too much would test human nature. Between acquaintances, it was best not to test human nature, as it was the thing that could withstand the least amount of testing. He would try to come back to check on things once a month, and he would also try to return for the autumn harvest and spring plowing. He only took Beam and a cart of hybrid seeds with him. From now on, Beam would also become his full-time carriage driver. Frank also hated this constant moving from place to place, but he had no other choice. It was only a day's journey from Bolin City to Odin. The next day, Frank arrived at the plantation where Kaven was located. In the Fallen Mother Goddess world, Frank had already notified Kaven, so Kaven did not enter the Fallen Mother Goddess world today. At the entrance of the plantation, Frank saw Kaven, who was about 25 years old, 1.8 meters tall, with a scar on his forehead that made him look fierce. He was on the thin side, giving people a cold and sinister feeling. Frank knew this was the change brought about by being a Beyander of the death pathway. When Kaven saw Frank, he was a bit surprised. Frank had a large frame, but he was too thin, and his hair was sallow and lusterless. In the middle of summer, wearing an overcoat, wrapped in a scarf, and wearing gloves, while sweating, it made people worried that he would just collapse to the ground. The spirituality of the death pathway was naturally high. Even without activating spirit vision, one could see that Frank was on the verge of losing control. "Do you need to find a doctor to take a look?" Kaven stepped forward and asked. "No need. It's a personal issue, nothing major. Just prepare a room for me," Frank said. He knew that Kaven was referring to finding a Beyander doctor. The two of them were actually quite familiar with each other, and their personalities were similar to how they were in the Fallen Mother Goddess world, so there was no need for pleasantries between them. Kaven's plantation also featured a large stone house, and Kaven chose a second-floor bedroom for Frank. Next to the stone house was a row of wooden cabins, and Kaven also chose a wooden cabin for Frank. Most of the time, Kaven actually lived in the wooden cabin. Frank's body was too weak. After sitting in the carriage for a day, his body felt like it was falling apart, so he just went to sleep in the wooden cabin. The next day, before dawn, Frank heard a whistle. Walking out of the wooden cabin, in this world, he saw a scene that was extremely familiar to him. 52. Buying another plantation. The sky was just beginning to brighten. More than 30 people were running in two lines around the plantation, chanting, 1, 2, 1. That's right, it was Chinese. Although it wasn't standard, Frank recognized it immediately. This must have been something Roussel Gustave came up with again. Although Kaven and the others didn't like Roussel Gustave, they still used Roussel Gustave's training methods. Kaven was running at the very front and greeted Frank. Frank also saw Beam at the very back. Although he knew Beam was quite extroverted, this was just being a social butterfly. After the run, Frank joined them for a meal. Kaven had a dedicated dining hall here. Breakfast was rye bread and porridge. The porridge was made of rice and sweet potatoes, but there was plenty to go around. After eating, Frank pulled up a stool and watched them train. By this time, Kaven was no longer there, having entered the Fallen Mother Goddess world. Frank wasn't wearing a coat or gloves. The pink granulation tissue was directly exposed to the air. There was no need to make himself suffer here. Their training was similar to the military training Frank had in college, mainly focusing on physical fitness, but none of them were strong. Frank called Beam over and told him to find some fishermen when he had time and deliver the daily catch to the plantation kitchen. If they didn't eat well, training would only harm their bodies. Frank also pointed out the obvious mistakes in their exercise, such as not warming up, improper posture, and incorrect techniques. The road was also riddled with potholes, making it very easy to twist an ankle. Clearly, they had just copied the Intis Republic Army's training methods but hadn't learned them fully. Frank took the opportunity to stroll around their plantation in the morning. The plantation was about 500 mu, significantly larger than Frank's plantation. The plantation was also planted with wheat, which had already been harvested. In the afternoon, they didn't train anymore but went to the gun manufacturing area. Frank called for Beam, put on his coat, and rode in Beam's carriage to pay off the 1,800 pounds of debt he still owed from buying the plantation. Kevin had given him 3,000 pounds yesterday, and with the 500 pounds from selling wheat from the plantation, Frank still had 1,700 pounds left after paying off the debt. He planned to buy the plantation next to Kevin's and, in the future, work with Kevin to buy up all the plantations and factories in Bolin City. Frank intended to slowly bring Bolin City under his control. First, he would buy all the plantations and factories. There was nothing money couldn't solve. If there was, he would use force and unconventional means. Being a plantation owner in such a small city, they wouldn't have much of a backing. Over the years, who knows how many people they had killed through colonial exploitation. Frank felt no guilt in dealing with them. He would first build a place without colonists around himself to suppress the consciousness of the original owner. After paying the debt, Frank knocked on the gate of the plantation next to Kevin's. The person who answered was a middle-aged man. This plantation was even smaller than Frank's previous one, less than 200 mu. Frank bought the plantation for only 1,000 pounds. However, the cotton they had planted hadn't been harvested yet, and the man valued it at 500 pounds. Frank didn't haggle and paid him 500 pounds directly, telling him to move out of the plantation within the next 2 days. The man agreed happily. There were only 7 men in this plantation, no women. Frank followed the man to complete the transfer of the plantation. However, Frank only saw 6 men in the fields, not 7. These 6 were equally emaciated, and 2 of them were coughing. Frank looked at the man in confusion. The man said, "Oh, they got caught in the rain a couple of days ago and are lying in bed now. I'll have them carry the person over to you." Frank's face immediately darkened. In this era, the most terrifying thing was an epidemic, especially since no one cared about the southern continent. If an epidemic hit, it would be a complete catastrophe. But the man clearly misunderstood Frank, thinking Frank was angry because one person was missing, so he explained, "In recent years, the Loan Kingdom hasn't allowed us to kill Thesa slaves at will. If we do, we have to pay Loan 10 pounds. I'm just waiting for him to die of illness before buying a new slave." The whispers in Frank's ears showed signs of intensifying again. Suppressing the irritability in his heart, he tried his best to speak in a calm tone. "I'm from the plantation next door. If you don't want to die, get lost quickly." When the middle-aged man heard it was from the plantation next door, his body visibly trembled, and he went back to his room to pack without looking back. "Beam, go to the adjacent plantation, find someone, and have them take you to find a doctor. Bring one here as soon as possible." After saying this, Frank closed his eyes and began to concentrate, gathering his mental focus. The doctor arrived quickly, looked at the person on the sickbed, and shook his head slightly. Frank still insisted that the doctor prescribe medicine, but in the end, the person on the sickbed stopped breathing in the evening. Frank's clothes were soaked with blood again. Fortunately, it wasn't an epidemic, it was just working in the rain, catching a cold and fever, and not being able to pull through. Frank had saved another life again. Frank arranged for the 7 people to go to Kevin's plantation kitchen to eat, as the sweet potatoes here had also gone moldy. In the fallen Mother Goddess world, Frank and 7 others were running rapidly through the forest. This team, consisting of 4 humans and 3 spirit people, was very strange. This time, Lang Jie stayed in the tribe, while Frank and Kevin brought Ka and 2 others instead. Now, the first batch of 10 people Kevin wanted to bring into the fallen Mother Goddess world all had bodies. Some of these spirit people had obsessions that were particularly easy to digest, such as not continuing to chop wood. Some wanted to kill the spirit people who abused them. Frank would directly grab the corresponding spirit person and kill them to help complete the obsession. Others had the obsession of killing all humans. Frank would directly kill the host body of this spirit person and find a new body for them, so as not to be affected by the original obsession. As for obsessions like escaping the tribe, Frank and Kevin didn't bother with them. Such obsessions were at most difficult to digest and could easily lead to losing control when becoming a Beander. Frank didn't kill the remaining spirit people either, letting them help build the tribe, but he no longer implemented the last place elimination system, though he had people keep an eye on them at all times. Ka mainly wanted to find iron ore near the opposing tribe. Iron was indispensable for making guns. 1 saltpeter, 2 sulfurs, 3 charcoals. Problems arose when making gunpowder. Frank and Caven had thought of gun manufacturing too simply. Charcoal was the easiest to get, but the traditional method of refining saltpeter took at least half a year, and they didn't know where to find sulfur mines. With no other choice, they could only find an artisan, Beander, to enchant the materials, giving them spirituality, and then sacrifice them over. 53 Beander item. The human tribe Xiao Mo had previously belonged to. At this moment, the tribe was covered in blood, with corpses strewn everywhere. The tribe, which originally had over 500 people, now had fewer than 200. The survivors looked at their companions' corpses without any sorrow. Instead, they felt a sense of relief. Within the tribe, only a very few people remained, and they were still resisting desperately. However, after a burst of vine strangulation, only corpses riddled with dense holes remained. As they neared their destination, Mark asked Xiao Mo, "Should we go back to the tribe to pick people up first, or should we find the iron ore first?" "Let's find the iron ore first. Behind our tribe is a mountain, and across that mountain is the tribe that sells iron. I think there is iron ore on that mountain. When we return, we can just stop by the tribe to take the people with us," Xiao Mo replied. "I just don't know if the hypnotist and the others were targeted by the chief when we left." Mark continued chatting with Xiao Mo. "That shouldn't be the case. The chief has also made many efforts for the growth of humanity." Xiao Mo gave a negative response to Mark's speculation and continued, "I have been to many human tribes. The one we were at before could be considered the most powerful human tribe, and many of the characteristics actually came from the chief." Frank also remembered the hypnotist, a rare female in the previous hunting team who was quite petite. Frank had never known her name. 3 days later. "Something is wrong," Xiao Mo suddenly said while running. Frank also felt something unusual. This area was already the tribe's hunting ground. The tribe previously had 8 hunting teams, but they had been in the hunting range for half a day and hadn't seen a single team. Something must have happened to the tribe. The group didn't bother looking for iron ore. Frank, Xiao Mo, and Caven went ahead, telling the others to follow behind. But when Xiao Mo saw people standing guard at the tribe's entrance from afar, his tense heart finally relaxed. He had been so nervous, thinking the tribe had been slaughtered by the Spirit People's slaughter team. However, when the 2 people at the tribe's entrance saw Xiao Mo, they immediately ran toward the tribe in a panic. But Xiao Mo didn't take it to heart. Many people in the tribe had already been afraid of him when he was there. Frank had a vague suspicion but felt it was unlikely. The 3 stopped running and walked toward the tribe. Frank signaled for Caven to move back and be careful to protect himself. When the 3 were within 100 meters of the tribe, a distance where ordinary arrows could pose a threat, countless arrows suddenly flew out from within the tribe. Frank and Caven focused their attention at all times, but Xiao Mo was completely unprepared and was immediately hit by 3 arrows. At the critical moment, he shifted his body, causing an arrow that should have nailed his left chest to hit his left arm instead. The other 2 arrows hit his thighs. Furthermore, countless vines immediately sprang up from the ground, curling toward Xiao Mo. Frank and Caven didn't retreat but advanced, continuously drawing their bows and shooting arrows. If they retreated, Xiao Mo would be restrained by the countless vines and killed by the round of arrow rain. They had to draw fire for Xiao Mo. Fortunately, Frank had already promoted to Copper Man, and was visibly a circle bulkier than before. Caven had also digested Theosacrifice, potion, and both of their arrows could be considered dead on. During this time, Xiao Mo took another arrow in the shoulder. The vines under his feet were dense and constantly being violently torn apart by Xiao Mo. Some vines pierced Xiao Mo's skin, and copper-red blood flowed out. When Frank was not far from the wall base, he suddenly heard a roar, and his mind felt dazed for a moment. Hypnotist, Sequence 7, Yan Quan. Frank secretly thought it was bad. When he came to his senses, he immediately turned his head to the right. An arrow grazed his left cheek, bringing up a string of blood beads. Frank saw that Caven had been hit by an arrow in his stomach and shoulder, so he hurriedly pulled Caven and retreated. Xiao Mo was far away and was not greatly affected. He could see very clearly that nearly 100 people were shooting arrows at them. The tribe's bows had likely all been brought out. Relying on the 3 of them, it was impossible to attack. Xiao Mo finally left the range of the vines. Watching Frank retreat, he stared fixedly at the chief for a moment before also retreating. The 3 quickly disappeared into the forest. The other side protected themselves very well. They took turns shooting, and after firing, they hid behind the wall. Frank and Caven had killed at most 10 people. Inside the human tribe, the 200+ people were not happy about driving Xiao Mo away. After Yan Quan, the chief, and 2 other Sequence 7s entered the meeting hall, Yan Quan was immediately furious and asked, why were there 2 sequence 7s, and why is my slave not dead yet? And that guy named Kaven, he had just promoted Toshakrifus, when he left, right? He now had a head full of questions. Why did such a situation occur during an interception that should have been a sure thing? The other 3 were equally puzzled and couldn't give him an answer, especially the chief. He had finally made up his mind, yet an accident had occurred. He had always had strong control over the tribe, and the sudden occurrence of an unexpected event made him unusually panicked. However, he still forced himself to remain calm and said, 2 sequence 7s won't change anything. My Beander item ensures we don't have to hunt and won't worry about the tribe going hungry. I still have several sequence 7 characteristics here, hurry up and let people promote. Next time they come, it will be their death day. Frank was carrying Kaven. Kaven had a penetrating wound in his stomach. He fell down as soon as he ran into the forest, and blood flowed all over the ground. He didn't dare to pull out the arrow. He didn't know if Kaven had good luck or bad luck. Every time he got shot in the stomach, and he was always the one who was most seriously injured. Frank and Mark reunited. Mark quickly treated Kaven's wounds without asking what had happened. Cole looked at Kaven with some concern. Kaven smiled at him and waved his hand, indicating he was fine. After Mark bandaged Kaven, Frank explained what had just happened to Mark. Why does the chief want to kill us? Mark was very puzzled. Frank finally voiced his suspicions. He had previously been puzzled as to why this human tribe was so strong. The tribe had several sequence 7s and many sequence 8s, there were more Beyonders than in a medium-sized human tribe. Food is not scarce in this world. A tribe will inevitably develop into a 500-person tribe in 200 years, at which point it will inevitably be slaughtered. How could a 200-year-old tribe possibly withstand a tribe that has existed for hundreds or thousands of years? Frank had always thought that this tribe had produced someone like Shang Mo in the past, who specifically hunted spirit people, increasing the tribe's characteristics. He had also suspected whether slavery was helpful in controlling the tribe's population. He had also thought about whether the human leadership, knowing they would die, would turn their blades against their own people, but the chief had always supported Shang Mo in hunting spirit people, making him feel it was unlikely they would do such a thing. Now it seemed that they had ultimately picked up the butcher's knife, killing all the people they deemed useless and killing all those who opposed them. Now it seemed that the hypnotist, and others, and perhaps even Lang Ji's sister's family, might have already met with misfortune. After hearing Frank's speculation, Mark, like Shang Mo, was silent. They really hadn't expected that humans would actually turn their blades against their own kind in order to survive. The group had intended to capture someone who went out hunting to ask, but not a single person had come out of the tribe in several days, so the group could only go find iron ore. Cole did indeed find iron ore on a nearby mountain. Shang Mo and Mark returned the way they came, planning to move the people over bit by bit once they returned. The mountain was also easy to defend and hard to attack. If they could really make guns, with dense firepower, they would be able to well protect against the hunting teams of large spirit people tribes. Frank, Kaven, Cole, and 2 others stayed on the mountain, slowly studying iron smelting. Cole, do you know about that Beander item from the spirit people tribe before? Frank suddenly remembered the Beander item he and Kaven had obtained in the spirit people tribe. Frank had sacrificed it into the red thin tube, and later, busy with bringing people to the fallen mother goddess world, he had completely forgotten about this Beander item. I don't know. We are not Beyonders, so we are not clear about the tribe's Beander items, Cole replied. Frank bestowed it over, intending to slowly test the Beander item's abilities. Its appearance was a leaf the size of a palm, with emerald green veins on it. It should be a Beander item of the planter pathway, but he didn't know which sequence it was. Frank directly sacrificed the only Beander item he had in the Lord of the Mysteries world to this world. It was a jade green gemstone pendant that Frank had asked Kaven to buy last time. It could simply divine whether something was the correct answer. But its negative effect was also particularly obvious. It easily made people make irrational choices when pursuing subsequent answers. Frank only intended to use it to judge truth and falsehood. Hanging the gemstone on his chest, Frank began to speak. Does this leaf Beander item correspond to the sequence 9 characteristic of the planter pathway? The pendant rotated counterclockwise, which indicated a negative. Frank spoke again. Does this leaf Beander item correspond to the sequence 8 characteristic of the mother pathway? The pendant still rotated counterclockwise. Does this leaf Beander item correspond to the sequence 7 characteristic of the mother pathway? This time, the pendant began to rotate clockwise. Frank recalled the abilities of the sequence 7 of the mother pathway. It could catalyze the growth and reproduction of organisms, and through mutated plants, it could grow crazily and pierce the earth to deal with enemies. Frank thought about the wording and continued to speak. Can it make plants grow and develop faster? The pendant began to rotate clockwise. Can it make mutated plants grow crazily and pierce the earth to deal with enemies? The pendant began to rotate counterclockwise. Is its negative effect significant? The pendant hovered in the middle and did not move. Will its negative effect cause people to die? The pendant still hovered in the middle and did not move. Will its negative effect make people unable to hear? The pendant began to rotate counterclockwise. Will its negative effect make people unable to see? The pendant began to rotate counterclockwise. Frank asked countless questions about the negative effects of the leaf-shaped Beander item. It either remained motionless or was always rotating counterclockwise. There was no other way. Frank could only slowly find out the negative effects through subsequent use. Chapter 54. Collective consumption of potions. In the Lord of the Mysteries world, inside a house at the Caven plantation, over a dozen people sat before Frank, including Caven and Cole. Frank held a wooden board, acting as a blackboard, and was explaining Beander knowledge to them. Now that they had the potion formulas for planter, apothecary, doctor, and beast tamer, and were not lacking in characteristics, Frank and Caven intended to help them become Beyonders. Frank's original body came from the Church of Mother Earth and possessed complete introductory knowledge of Beyonders. Coupled with Zhang Wei having read Cuttlefish's Lord of the Mysteries, he also understood some important Beander knowledge. He was fully capable of tutoring them to become Beyonders, as even Caven and Cole had very limited knowledge of Beander matters. Of course, apart from Caven and Cole, no one else here was literate. Frank bringing a wooden board was just to create a sense of ritual, and he would have to teach them how to read later. The thought of illiterate Beyonders was terrifying. When others bought potion formulas, they judged their authenticity. When these people bought potion formulas, they had to find someone to translate them. Frank explained Beander knowledge to them, starting from potion formulas, Beander items, and moving on to the acting method, gradually increasing in depth. During this process, Frank repeatedly reminded them not to trust any divine oracles. The path they were about to take corresponded to the Mother Goddess of Depravity. Not only was there the Earth Mother above, but also the Mother Goddess of Depravity, an outer deity. At this time, the wheat had just been harvested, and the cotton at the newly purchased plantation nearby was not yet ready for harvest, so Frank had nothing to do. Every morning, Frank would go for a run with them, then spend 2 hours explaining Beander knowledge and teaching them how to read. Occasionally, he would also supervise their training to prevent them from overexerting themselves. He also cut out some useless training exercises and added shooting practice, as well as some sign language and tactical training. At the same time, he increased the variety of their food. The biggest change was that dinner was now primarily fish, and breakfast was primarily eggs and milk. Money was being spent like water. Caven had also handed over more than 2,000 pounds to him, and he assigned Beam to be responsible for procurement. Frank had almost become the full-time logistics and training instructor for this team. Time slipped by quietly, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. With ample protein and fat supplies and increased training intensity, the team's appearance was completely refreshed. They were all much stronger and had begun to exude the grim aura of professional soldiers. After this month, Frank's body was once again covered in panels, with only his torso remaining. As the sun rose, Frank took them to the classroom after they finished their run. On the lectern, belonging to Frank, there were 10 potions, 7 feet planter potions and 3 feet apothecary potions. Today, they were going to become Beyonders. Frank reiterated the key points to note when consuming the potions, and one by one, they stepped forward, picked up the potions, and drank them. Having seen Beyonders lose control after consuming potions in the fallen Mother Goddess world, Caven and Cole were a bit worried. Frank, however, was not very worried. In the Lord of the Mysteries world, although the Beyonder path was cruel, following the standard procedure for consuming potions usually resulted in no issues. About a minute later, the first person opened their eyes, having successfully advanced. Subsequently, the other 9 all advanced one after another. The apothecary potion provided no help in combat, only increasing poison resistance, while the planter potion increased their overall physical strength to at least 3 times what it was before. Frank sent the 7 planters to the training ground to test their abilities. They easily completed training exercises that had been very difficult before. Frank would have to improve their training regimen later. At the same time, they were also the best helpers for Frank's hybridization experiments. In the fallen Mother Goddess world, by constantly running between the 2 sides, the gun production process was finally set up. Lang Jie and Shang Mo, through small and frequent shipments, finally transported everyone to the new tribe. To commemorate the brand new beginning, after discussion among the five, the new tribe was given a new name, Spark Tribe. The homemade nitric acid would not be usable for at least 5 months, and sulfur had not been found either. Frank and Caven had no choice but to find a way to sacrifice them over from the Lord of the Mysteries world. But this required finding an artisan. In the Lord of the Mysteries world, Frank, Caven, and Cole, along with 2 planters and 1 doctor, came to the Beander item trading venue in Bolin City. Once they entered the bar, it was filled with smoke. There were no boxers, Bolin City was just a small city, and there weren't that many rich people coming to amuse themselves. Seeing Caven enter, the noise in the bar quieted down a bit. Caven, as usual, pushed the door open directly and entered the Beander trading area. But there was no one in the trading area. They had to come out and find the bar waiter. With the waiter's help, they found the trader of this venue. Although the other party had made a good profit from Caven last time, he still got a headache when he saw Caven. Caven didn't waste words with him and said straightforwardly, "Can you help me contact an artisan?" The trader also said bluntly, "Yes, but it requires a 200-pound introduction fee." They belonged to the Shaxx Beander Trading Association. They could directly obtain Beander trading items cheaply from there and could also sell various items of unknown origin to them. To put it bluntly, they were unrecognized gray members of the Shaxx Beander Trading Association. He didn't know who was above the Shaxx Beander Trading Association. He suspected it might be other Northern Continent Orthodox churches, and he had also suspected the Numinous Episcopate. But regardless of which organization they belonged to, the other party had great power. As long as you could afford the price, they could get almost anything for you. All right, but be quick. The 200-pound fee was not much. The other party also said, "No problem. Come here the day after tomorrow, and I'll give you the information. But next time you come here, could you not bring so many people?" Caven ignored him, took out 200 pounds, handed it to the other party, and turned to leave. On the evening of the third day, Frank and the others came again and successfully obtained the contact information for the artisan. Frank, Caven, and Cole took 3 large bags and rushed overnight to the carriage with Beam, arriving at Shaxx. Through his connections with the East Balam Restoration Society, Caven successfully boarded the train to Guadala with Thiosaltpeter, Antisulfur. Guadala is the second largest city in southern East Balam. Upon arrival, the 3 of them went straight to their destination. In Frank's view, many of the people here looked a bit like Asians, but more had mixed race features from the northern continent. Although the people here were poor, there were no beggars waiting to die on the street corners. This was a castle with a dome, covering an area of at least 5,000 square meters. The 3 of them knocked on the door, explained their purpose, and were invited into a room. There were 3 other people in the room, 2 of whom looked like Death Pathway Beyonders. The 3 of them probably didn't know each other. Frank and his group also found chairs and sat down, none of them spoke. They waited from morning until evening before it was Frank and his group's turn. Frank and his group were led into a larger room. The room was very large and had a display case containing various items. A middle-aged man was sitting in the room, with blue eyes and deep features. The other party's name was Oriel, a sequence 6 feet artisan, of the Paragon Pathway. He accepted requests for various Beander items that were not too powerful. These Beander items did not contain Beander characteristics, but their spirituality would slowly dissipate, they had a limited lifespan, and he also performed Beander item appraisals. Oriel was very curious to see the 3 of them carrying 3 snakeskin bags. Frank and his group stepped forward and opened the snakeskin bags, revealing the saltpeter and sulfur inside. Oriel asked suspiciously, "Are you trying to make Beander gunpowder?" Saltpeter and sulfur appearing together most likely meant they wanted to make gunpowder. Back then, he hadn't listened to others' advice and had tried to make Beander gunpowder, but adding too much spirituality material directly affected the quality of the gunpowder, while adding too little had no effect at all. It was better to add a little spiritual material to the bullet casing and draw runes on it. That was how demon hunting bullets and purification bullets were made. Frank didn't answer the other party's question but said directly, "Just help us add a little spirituality, it just needs to ensure the spirituality remains for 3 days. That's easy enough to do, but I'll warn you, Beander gunpowder cannot be made." He wouldn't make much money from this order by just adding a little spiritual material, so he was a bit reluctant. Beander items without characteristics belonged to the low-end market, in their circle. He was doing this business with such fanfare just to make money. Oriel finally pointed at Cole and said, "He should be a savant, and should be very clear about this." Cole said, we just want to try. Money is not an issue. Oriel said, 500 pounds, and I can ensure the spirituality remains for 10 days. Frank said, it only needs to last for 3 days. Oriel, 300 pounds. Frank nodded and said, all right. He took out 300 pounds and handed it to Oriel. Oriel took the money and took out a glass tube containing a thick red liquid from the cabinet behind him. He poured 1/3 of the thick red liquid into each of the 2 portions of sulfur and 1 portion of saltpeter. Then, he poured them one by one into a machine to mix them evenly. The machine looked like both a separator and a mixer. It spun very fast but was very large. Then, he asked the 3 of them to pack up the mixed saltpeter and sulfur. It's done, Oriel said. 55 Kavan's promotion. Frank took out the leaf-shaped Beander item he had seized in the fallen Mother Goddess world and handed it to Oriel, saying, help me identify the effects and negative side effects of this Beander item. He had specifically sacrificed it from the fallen Mother Goddess world and experimented with it for several days, yet he still did not know what the negative side effects of this leaf-shaped Beander item were. Oriel just took it, sensed it for a moment, and replied. It can catalyze the growth and reproduction of organisms. It shortens the growth time by about 4/5, but it can catalyze a maximum of 100 plants at a time, and it can only be used once per plant. Afterward, Oriel stopped talking and furrowed his brows deeper and deeper. Frank waited for a few minutes before Oriel spoke with a frown. It seems like a Beander item with living characteristics, yet also like a Beander creature. It also has a bit of the Mother pathway, classical alchemist, life alchemy, and a bit of the Paragon pathway, alchemist, soul endowment. Afterward, Oriel kept muttering to himself, can it really be done like this? That's impossible, right? As he spoke, he even pounded his own head. After waiting for a while, Oriel finally stopped muttering and said to Frank, I cannot judge the reason for its formation. It wasn't crafted by the artisan Beander pathway, nor does it seem to have formed naturally by combining with Beander characteristics. It gives me the feeling of being something like the Church of Mother Earth's life alchemy. But I'm not very familiar with the Earth Mother's life alchemy. Still, I know that life alchemy is not easy. Who would make such a life alchemy product? What is its purpose? Also, it feels like half a sequence to me. I have seen half a sequence 9, I have seen dual sequence lunatics, but I have never seen half a sequence 7. No, this thing's existence is completely challenging my existing knowledge system of Beyonders. After speaking, he very rudely threw the leaf with emerald green veins directly at Frank's feet and began to rub his forehead. Frank picked up the leaf. Seeing that Oriel kept his eyes closed and rubbed his temples, he planned to take the saltpeter and sulfur and leave. When he reached the door, Oriel's voice came from behind. I feel that its negative effects have all been absorbed by the things inside, which is why I said it's a bit like the Mother pathway, classical alchemist, life alchemy. But it goes against the products of classical alchemist, life alchemy. Forget it, even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. Now, after using it, there is a negative side effect of wanting to bask in the sun. Basking in the moon works too, and candlelight is also fine. Also, after using it, you need to let that leaf feel light. As for the consequences, I don't know either. Living characteristics mostly have some quirks and preferences. Oriel paused for a moment and continued. Also, don't let Beyonders of the Earth Mother pathway see it, especially high sequence ones. There's a high probability they will go mad if they see it. Frank saw that Oriel stopped talking. Looking back, he saw him still with his eyes closed. The 3 of them walked out of the room, slowly closed the door, and left Oriel's castle, under the guidance of the butler. Frank also hadn't expected that just identifying the negative side effects would result in such complications. The 3 of them rented a hotel room. Frank chanted the honorific name, opened the 3 snake skin bags weighing over 100 jin each, and sacrificed the sulfur and saltpeter. The 3 snake skin bags, however, remained. The snake skin bags were just ordinary bags. In this world, there are bags made of spiritual materials, specifically to isolate the spirituality of the objects inside. But they are not big and cannot hold so much saltpeter and sulfur. Fortunately, they had already prepared the proportions and were not afraid of them mixing. The 3 of them did not linger in Guadala. They took a train directly back to Shaxx, and then took Beam's carriage back to the plantation. Fallen Mother Goddess World. Shangmo was holding a rifle, aiming at a tree 100 meters away. Bang! With a gunshot, the bullet hit the tree trunk. Shangmo grinned. Although it wasn't as accurate as when he used a bow and arrow, ordinary people could form dense firepower with just a little practice, and the power of this thing was absurdly high. Shang Mo picked up another elongated object, which Frank and the others called a grenade. Compared to the gun, he felt this thing was more useful. He no longer feared the opponent hiding behind trees. Shang Mo looked around again. The tribe was not large, but the walls were thick and 2.5 meters high. It was built using something called bricks, which was very convenient and fast. It lacked the tediousness of stone walls and was sturdier and more durable than earthen walls. In this mountainous region, as long as they stood on the walls and used rifles and bows and arrows to shoot from a height, even large spirit people hunting teams would probably be helpless against them. Today, Lang Jie and Kevin also intended to advance to Sequence 7. Shang Mo had never felt that his dream was so close. The two of them chose to advance in the square. When Shang Mo arrived at the square, there were already more than 10 people there. Besides Frank and Mark, there were a few spirit people. This made Shang Mo puzzled. Although the few weapons just tested were made by these spirit people, at such a critical moment of advancement, wasn't there a fear that the spirit people would cause trouble? Frank saw Shang Mo coming over and signaled Cole to take the few spirit people away. Lang Jie was also here. Their presence would make Shang Mo unhappy and might also affect Lang Jie's advancement. Shang Mo walked forward and hugged the two of them. This could be considered encouragement. If the advancement failed, it could also be considered a final farewell. Frank and Mark walked forward and also hugged the two of them. The five of them had walked this far, experiencing countless battles. In the most dangerous times, almost everyone had been injured, but there had been no casualties, which could be considered a miracle. The five of them ate and lived together, having long since formed an extremely deep friendship, willing to draw fire for each other and willing to block arrows for each other. Kevin and Lang Jie successively swallowed the Copper Man characteristics. The number of Copper Men who had died at their hands was at least 5 fingers count. There was no shortage of characteristics. Kevin opened his eyes first. He had completed the advancement and had officially become an archer, Sequence 7 feet Copper Man. But Lang Jie remained standing in the square. The four of them dared not speak, staring at Lang Jie nervously. A few minutes later, Lang Jie stumbled and fell to the side, but the few of them breathed a sigh of relief. Lang Jie had not lost control, it was just the discomfort caused by having just advanced to Copper Man. But this also reflected from the side his control over Beyonder powers. If he only consumed the characteristics next time, he might not be able to survive it. To celebrate the two people's advancement, the tribe held a bonfire party again. Frank and Kevin also sang songs unique to the human tribe this time. The five of them, like the humans in the tribe, slept beside the bonfire. Before the 6 moons in the sky had appeared, Frank woke up Kevin, and together with Shang Mo, the three of them left the tribe. 2 hours later, at the darkest time of the day, the four of them, excluding Mark, lit the fuses and simultaneously threw the grenades into the human tribe where Shang Mo had previously been. After 4 explosions, the four of them, Frank and the others, ran quickly and soon vaulted onto the tribe's perimeter wall. At this moment, there was chaos in the human tribe. Everyone ran out to inspect what had happened. The chieftain came out of the wooden house, but as soon as he exited the tribe, he saw 4 people on the wall, like 4 deaths, continuously drawing bows and shooting arrows, taking away life after life. He knew the tribe was finished and immediately intended to escape with his Beyonder items and characteristics. The tribe was only so big. With the visual acuity provided by the Beyonder ability bonuses of the 4 of them, Frank and the others immediately discovered that the tribe, which originally had 500 people, now only had 200 plus people left, and they were all Beyonders and their families. Lang Jie's younger sister's family was not there, and the hypnotist's family was likewise not there. The survivors in the tribe immediately hid in the houses. The 4 of them, Frank and the others, only killed those who wanted to pick up weapons to fight back. In the panic, these people had no cover and were simply living targets. In just this short while, Frank and the others had killed at least 50 people. It seemed these people also knew that if Shang Mo returned, they would definitely die. But there were surely some who were thinking of escaping in the chaos later. Shang Mo did not care about the people hiding. He wanted to go ask the chieftain why he had insanely raised his butcher's knife against his own people. Frank and the others had long since discovered the chieftain's escape route. Shang Mo and Lang Jie blocked the path on which the chieftain was escaping, while Frank and Kevin blocked the path for him to escape backward. The chieftain also knew he couldn't escape, so he simply sat down against the wooden house, and with a calm expression, gestured for Shang Mo to sit beside him. Chapter 56 Planting Grapes. In the Lord of the Mysteries world, Frank held a leaf-shaped Beyonder item and handed it to the person behind him. This leaf-shaped Beyonder item from the fallen Mother Goddess world was referred to by him as empowerment leaves. Standing behind Frank were 7 Beyonders of the planter pathway. It was currently mid-January in the southern continent, equivalent to July in the northern continent. At this time of year in Odin, if wheat were planted, it could generally be harvested in June. In July, plantations usually replanted sweet potatoes or other crops, though such crops were generally not very popular. But with the empowerment leaves, the wheat's original 3-month growth cycle could now mature in just over 20 days. For low-sequence Beyonders such as planters, the empowerment leaves could only accelerate the growth of 100 plants per day. Frank had also let Kaven try using the empowerment leaves to accelerate plant growth, but when Kaven empowered the plants, Kaven's spirituality was too strong, and the plants Kaven empowered withered the next day. Kaven was originally of the death pathway. Frank also had an apothecary try it, but apothecaries could only accelerate the growth of at most 50 plants, and they were unable to empower plants at the seed stage. Only the planter pathway could sense the life within the seeds. Now that the wheat seeds had just been planted by ordinary people, Frank took them to empower the seeds one by one. This way, they could be harvested in 20 days, but continuous farming would inevitably lower the soil fertility. Later on, they would definitely need to use straw for fermented compost, and fermented compost required livestock manure, so buying a few cows would be just right. Of course, what was planted now were all Frank's hybrid seeds, used solely for Frank's hybridization, which could speed up the progress of his hybrid wheat experiments and also help digest and suppress the consciousness of Frank's original body as soon as possible. 1 mu of land could plant 100,000 wheat seedlings. With the empowerment leaves, it was clearly no longer suitable for them to continue planting wheat. Last time they obtained 4 types of F1 wheat seeds, which could be self-pollinated or cross-pollinated with each other. Frank also let them research the acting method themselves and verify it with each other. Frank's digestion of the planter potion relied entirely on farming, and he had not researched the planter acting code. Just like this, Frank continued to train them in the morning, took them to farm in the afternoon, researched hybrid wheat, and taught them to read in the evening. During this period, the wheat ripened twice, and with the help of 7 feet planters, Frank was not busy. After 20 days, Frank's entire body panel finally grew back, but the hybrid wheat still failed to produce high-yield wheat seeds. The old master Yuan Longping had a team, and it still took 10 years to breed hybrid rice. What right did Frank have, without relying on the extraordinary, relying only on the half-understood knowledge of hybridization learned in high school biology, to hybridize plants with superior efficiency? He had long been mentally prepared, it was just to digest and suppress the consciousness of the original body. Only a mother pathway sequence 6 feet biological expert could use extraordinary abilities to conduct hybridization experiments. On the day his body panel grew back, Frank took 5 feet Beyonders in the afternoon, rode in Beam's carriage, and left the plantation. He did not intend to let the plantation grow wheat anymore. With the empowerment leaves, it was clearly more suitable to plant trees. Odin was a bit hot, but not tropical. It was a bit like the Western Bay. After a bumpy ride, Frank and the others arrived at Shacks. Frank's trip was to purchase grape saplings. If the grapes couldn't be sold, they could still be used to make wine. Shacks had wine production, and the sufficient sunlight here was also suitable for planting grapes. Frank intended to keep only a few mu of land for vegetables in the 2 plantations, and plant the rest with grapevines. Upon arriving, Frank and the others picked the saplings one by one. They were not looking at the appearance or storage quality, as planters could distinguish the strength of a plant's vitality. In total, there were over 5,000 saplings, which cost Frank 100 pounds, almost wiping out all the grape saplings in the nursery market. Others usually ordered in advance. Nobody did things like Frank and his group. Beam's carriage could not transport so many saplings, and the saplings were bought from multiple places, so Frank and the others had to hire 2 more carriages to help transport them to the plantation. To make wine, these people were definitely not enough. Grapevines could bear fruit in 3 years, but with the empowerment leaves, they could flower and bear fruit in 6 months. Although Bolin City was a small city, Kaven wanting to control a Bolin City could not be done by a mere 30 people. He also needed to gather as many people as possible to digest and absorb the consciousness of the original body. Regardless of the reason, they needed people. Lowen had already abolished the Slave Act, but it was only implemented in the northern continent. The southern continent still had slave trade. Frank had originally planned to buy slaves. Frank would buy slaves to oppress, but he was afraid that his large-scale purchase of slaves would cause some slave traders to go catch more slaves again, and Frank would indirectly cause them harm. While the consciousness of the original body was still making trouble, he was afraid of losing control directly. However, Frank ultimately decided to buy slaves, but he would buy one first to see if it would cause the loss of control to worsen. In the end, Frank was not a good person. If he were a good person, he would have long since brought the beggars back to the plantation, and that would have digested the consciousness of the original body faster. Beggars who could still work healthily had long been captured by grave forces and sold to slave traders, sold to factories, and sold to plantations. Most of the beggars left on the streets were missing arms or legs. Factories in the southern continent had no safety production standards, missing arms and legs were common occurrences. When Frank had money, he would go to support these people. Now, if he brought these people to the plantation, it would only drag Frank and Caven down. Of course, they would most likely starve to death quickly and would not wait until Frank had money. Frank checked his pants pocket, only 500 pounds were left. With 40-something people in the two plantations, relying on this 500 pounds obviously could not support them for too long. With 500 pounds, he still wanted to buy a few dairy cows, still wanted to buy 2 draft oxen, and still needed to buy iron to forge guns. Cole also wanted to build cannons. The grapevines were planted, but there were no tools for winemaking, and he had to find someone to customize glass bottles. Frank thought of this and felt a headache. Before, Caven and the others relied entirely on robbing merchant ships heading to the northern continent. Frank sometimes thought about whether to let them return to their old profession, but upon reflection, he decided against it. The casualties were too high, and it was easy to be targeted by the stationed Loan army. Now, they could only continue to sell Beander characteristics. 57 Chapter 57 Q&A. It was still that same domed castle, still that same room. Frank sat down alone on a chair. This time, he only brought the apothecary and beast tamer characteristics. The planter pathway was more useful to Frank, so he tried to sell as few as possible. This time, it was Frank's turn by noon. Frank intended to sell the characteristics to the artisan, Oriel. Judging from the last transaction, although Oriel was greedy for money, he was a decent person. Frank entered the room filled with various collections again. As soon as Frank walked in, Oriel mocked him. "Have you made the Beander gunpowder yet?" He clearly recognized Frank. Frank smiled and replied, still testing, still testing. If he couldn't find a sulfur mine in the fallen Mother Goddess world, he would still need to come to Oriel for enchanting, so he dared not offend Oriel. Oriel skipped over the topic and asked, "What did you come here for this time?" Frank took out 4 feet apothecary characteristics and 2 feet beast tamer characteristics, saying, "Do you buy characteristics here? I have some that I don't need." Oriel raised an eyebrow and said, "You guys aren't good people, are you? Making guns and killing so many Beyonders." He paused for a moment and continued, "I advise you not to go too far. Almost everyone who can become a Beyonder has connections. Only by earning money honestly like me will you not die inexplicably." Frank did not refute him. He couldn't exactly say that the Beander characteristics were family heirlooms. "I'll buy these 6 Beander characteristics this time. Next time, I will buy more next time." After saying this, Oriel chuckled himself and said, "I'm just short on precipitated characteristics. If I had sufficient precipitated characteristics, why would I work so hard to make Beander items for this low-end market?" Frank could tell that Oriel was a bit of a chatterbox. He loved to ramble on about this and that. Selling something should be as simple as money in one hand and goods in the other, yet he would talk to you about other things for half a day. In the end, Oriel bought the apothecary characteristics for 400 pounds each and the beast tamer characteristics for 600 pounds each, totaling 2,800 pounds, but he rounded it up to 3,000 pounds for Frank. As Frank took the money and prepared to leave, he saw the bottles and jars behind Oriel and suddenly thought of something. He asked, "Do you have any Beander items or potions that can increase soil fertility?" Oriel replied, "No one would study such potions just to grow 2 more acres of wheat, right?" However, after thinking for a moment, he said, "But I do have a potion that accelerates the decomposition of plant and animal corpses." As he spoke, he found a glass bottle from the bottom shelf. 30 pounds. "I bought this from someone else too, and I thought I'd never be able to sell it. You only need to use a little bit each time. Also, it's very acidic. Pouring this whole bottle on a corpse will dissolve it, so be careful when you use it." After Oriel finished speaking, he sighed and continued, "I bought it thinking I could resell it to people who needed to get rid of bodies after a murder, but only after arriving here did I realize there's absolutely no need to destroy evidence after a murder. By the way, I also provide intermediary services. My connections are very extensive. You can come to me when you have needs. I also provide Q&A on Beander knowledge. You might as well say you do everything, Frank complained in his heart. He did remember one thing, so he asked. Where is the place in Guadalajara that sells slaves? There is no slave trade in Bolin City. Oriel replied. Rose Bar, look for the bartender. The fee is £10. Frank took out £5 and handed it to Oriel. After thinking for a moment, he finally asked Oriel the question that had been bothering him. Is there any connection between spiritual materials and Beyonder materials? Oriel looked up and stared at Frank for a while before saying. Don't think about such questions, it's very easy to lose control. You put precipitated characteristics and spiritual materials together, what you should be asking is whether Beyonder characteristics can be further decomposed. Oriel paused for a moment and continued. I think it should be possible, but the rules of this world do not allow it. Half a sequence 9 could be considered further decomposition, and a zombie should also count. But the decomposition you are asking about is definitely not this kind of decomposition. Aggregation, you might not understand. The higher the sequence, the less they will think about this question. They have been kidnapped by the potion. I advise you not to think about this question anymore. It's very easy to lose control. You must act like the potion, and you must satisfy the potion so that it won't cause you trouble. You should be like those people in the reader pathway, the knowledge they pursue is a correct path. In the planter pathway and the savant pathway, every few hundred years, some deviant guys will always appear. They all went crazy in the end. I hope you are not the next one. As he spoke, he waved his hand, signaling that Frank could leave, and once again, he did not ask Frank for money. Walking out of Oriel's domed castle, Frank thought about the conversation just now. Oriel clearly said he was a deviant himself, yet he insisted on dragging Frank into it. Also, his knowledge was clearly beyond sequence 6. He had just obscurely mentioned the acting method and the law of Beyonder characteristic convergence. Even the acting method he spoke of seemed more like Frank digesting the original body's consciousness. Also, the original Frank was a deviant person, but he was not. Frank did not go to buy slaves either. He had finally grown his panel back, and he did not want to see any slavery or oppression. In the fallen mother goddess world, Shangmo sat beside the chieftain, his massive figure casting a shadow. The chieftain spoke. I will identify the people who participated in the massacre. I hope you will let the others go. Upon hearing this, Frank knew what the chieftain was about to say. He had seen this kind of trick many times before. First, stand on the moral high ground, then use his theory to persuade you. It's the same principle as, I'm doing this all for your own good. But apparently, Shangmo had never seen this kind of trick. Looking at the chieftain's expression, he was no longer so hostile. After all, Shangmo's dream was for humans to no longer be slaughtered by the spirit people. A chieftain who loved the lives of his tribesmen could always evoke his empathy. The chieftain continued, you have no idea how powerful the spirit people are. What's the use of you risking your lives to advance to sequence 7? In the large spirit people tribes, they have a method where, below sequence 5, they almost never lose control when consuming Beyonder materials and characteristics. The spirit people squad that came to slaughter us was just equivalent to our hunting squad. Only by investing limited resources into valuable people, after hundreds or thousands of years, or even longer, will humans have the confidence to bargain with the spirit people. Then why did you want to kill Shangmo and us, and why did you even kill the members of our previous squad? Frank asked the chieftain directly. He didn't want to hear the other party's theory of sacrifice. It was nothing more than being afraid of death, yet having to make up a high-sounding reason. The tribe was already rotten to the core, and he was still talking to him about the future. On deformed soil, only deformed flowers could bloom. The chieftain paused for a moment. Just as he was about to speak again, Shangmo stood up and snapped his neck. That's right, what's the use of this bunch of trash staying alive? Shangmo stood up and thought silently. There were still 3 sequence 7s in the tribe. These 3 must die, especially Yan Quan. Frank and Kaven immediately rushed to Yan Quan's house. Shangmo and Lang Jie stood on the tribe wall, looking down from a high position to prevent the other party from escaping. Kaven kicked the door of Yan Quan's house. This was the second time he had done this, and this time the door frame broke directly. Unfortunately, Yan Quan was not at home, and it was unknown if he had run away. There was also no one in the other 2 houses. When the 2 of them met up with Shangmo and Lang Jie, they saw Yan Quan's wide-eyed corpse, and the characteristic had already precipitated. There was another corpse beside it, which should be the Rain Master, sequence 7. At this time, there was almost no one left in the tribe. Around 9 o'clock in the morning, Mark led people to bring the items that Frank and the others had packed up back to the Spark tribe. On the way back, Shangmo's figure was a bit lonely. He didn't expect that the second tribe he destroyed was actually a human tribe, the tribe where he had lived for decades. As soon as they returned to the tribe, Frank and Kaven slipped into Frank's room. For Shangmo, destroying the human tribe was painful, but the two of them had no affection for the previous tribe. Instead, this time the two of them killed the chieftain and obtained another Beander item. It was another Earth Mother Pathway Beander item. Shangmo had no interest in this type of Beander item, so it was happily accepted by Frank and Kaven. This was a very short vine with small thorns on it. If you applied force, these small thorns would soften. Frank took out the pendant. He had also given this pendant a name. It was called the Q&A pendant. Frank began to ask questions. Does this vine Beander item correspond to the Mother Pathway Sequence 7 characteristic? The vine rotated counterclockwise. Does this vine Beander item correspond to the Mother Pathway Sequence 6 characteristic? The vine rotated clockwise. 58 Doctor. In the Lord of the Mysteries world, Frank was sitting on a stool, watching the heavy panting coming from the training ground and the pleading looks they cast at him. Frank remained completely unmoved, with a hint of a smile in his eyes. It was 3 p.m. This high-intensity training had been going on since early morning, especially for the 10 Beyonders. If they stopped for even a moment, they would be met with a sound beating from Kaven. Frank had previously been in charge of training and had always upheld moderate training, and he was quite easy to talk to. But today, Frank called upon Kaven, deciding to teach them a lesson. They had stayed in the fallen Mother Goddess world for too long and were somewhat addicted. They hadn't spent as much time here as they had in the fallen Mother Goddess world. Just like playing a game, they subconsciously identified with the Spark tribe. The continuous development and growth of the Spark tribe had their contribution, which gave them a special sense of accomplishment. However, for Frank, the fallen Mother Goddess world had always been a tool to extract benefits. He helped the human tribe only because he had initially possessed Enrui's body, and later, he gained friends like Shangmo and Lang Jie. They, however, were losing their sense of priority. Recently, things over there were basically settled, yet they still spent a large amount of time in the fallen Mother Goddess world every day. The acting method had already been passed on to them. Digesting the potion as quickly as possible was what they should be doing now. The fallen Mother Goddess world was only meant to give them more time than others to learn and more time to become familiar with skills. Frank guessed that when their consciousness was strong enough, they could split their consciousness just like him, but it would require the help of the red thin tube. It also required Frank to strengthen his control over the consciousness within the red thin tube. Otherwise, as soon as they entered the red thin tube, they would be instantly digested and absorbed by the massive consciousness within Frank's red thin tube. Frank could currently only multitask, controlling the consciousness of Enrui and Frank, but he could not control the consciousness within the red thin tube. Frank did not explain to Kaven why he could stay in both worlds at the same time, but there was a high probability that Kaven would guess he was a true, blessed. Now that these people's nutrition had kept up and they had an apothecary, overtraining would at most make them ache all over for a few days. This also served as a reminder to Frank that he must set an ideal and a goal for them. Without a goal, it was very easy for people to slack off. In the following days of lectures, Frank began to include various private goods, talking about the evils of slavery and oppression, explaining the reasons for their previous miserable lives, and talking about colonialism, capitalism, and the need for them to save more people who were enslaved and oppressed just like them. Even the dream of Frank's original self, equality for all, equality between men and women. They might not understand at first, but Frank had enough patience. He would not let this group of people become new evil dragons. His goal had always been to have no oppression or slavery in this small city of Bolin City. If force could not make Bolin City independent, then use money to pave the way. Economic development also required strength as a guarantee. Likewise, Frank stipulated that they could not spend more than 10 hours in the fallen Mother Goddess world every day, unless there were special circumstances. Time passed like flowing water, and in the blink of an eye, it was February, with only 4 months left until Klein's transmigration. Frank and the others hid in the plantation and the factory area where they manufactured firearms and did not look for trouble, and trouble did not find them for the time being. Frank sat on a chair, looking at the 37 people in front of him. After long-term observation, Frank had also brought the 5 people from his previous plantation to participate in the training. 2 of them were over 40 years old, so Frank assigned them to Beam to help with procurement and usually help guard the plantation. Of course, these people had to work, including the people from Kaven's plantation. They could not yet afford to support full-time soldiers. Now, Frank had increased the training intensity for them, but the training time had been reduced. Generally, they would wake up after 6 a.m., have high-intensity training for over 3 hours in the morning, and then have lectures. In the afternoon, everyone would busy themselves with their own tasks. Those making guns would make guns, and those farming would farm. The 3 feet apothecaries also had to prepare various herbs. But as the grapevines grew day by day, manpower at the plantation was becoming increasingly tight. Frank knew that buying slaves was imminent. Actually, if they hired locals, people would scramble to come just for a meal, but there were too many secrets here, and Frank had always speculated about others with the greatest malice. When they had enough strength and used money to settle most people, their little secrets would not be considered secrets anymore. He told Caven about buying slaves at the Rose Bar, but he did not intend to go and buy them himself. The next afternoon, Frank saw 5 young people in their 20s. 4 of them were skinny, but one of them was exceptionally tall, about the same as Xiang Mo, at least 2.2 meters, the change brought by Xiang Mo's consumption of the potion. He had a youthful face, and his body was covered with dense new and old whip scars. The other 4 had a slave mark on their necks, while he had an additional slave mark on his forehead and shackles on his feet. At this moment, he was staring at Frank with a defiant look. Being so strong, the slave owner obviously wanted to sell him for a high price, otherwise, with him being so defiant, he would have been killed by the slave owner long ago. Frank asked Caven, "He isn't a sequence 9 half-step giant pathway, is he?" If he were a sequence 9 half-step giant pathway, Frank really might not be able to beat him right now. Caven shook his head and said, "He's just big. He must have been very strong in the past, it's obvious he was starved thin." Then Frank was relieved and had someone unlock the shackles on his feet. After being released, the burly man did not rush over to fight him to the death as Frank had expected, but instead continued to stare at Frank quietly. Now the plantation had 7 feet planters. No matter how strong an ordinary person was, it was very difficult to compare to a planter, so Frank was not worried that he would pose a threat to the tribe. If he was willing to stay in the tribe, Frank would welcome him. If he was not willing to stay in the tribe, Frank would not force him. After Frank announced that they were no longer slaves, he had people take them to the cafeteria and arrange dormitories for them. Tomorrow, they would participate in training with the others, and he would arrange for them to do what they could. Frank now had more important things to do. The whispers in his ears gradually grew louder, and Frank tried hard to focus his mind. After a while, Frank opened his eyes. He had successfully advanced to the doctor pathway. Frank really wanted to sing a song right now to express his current mood. When Caven had just bought the slaves back, the whispers in Frank's ears suddenly eased. Buying slaves was conducive to digesting the consciousness of Frank's original self. At that time, he had a feeling that if he stayed at sequence 9, no matter how much human misery he saw, he would not lose control again. Unfortunately, he could not stop and not advance. And after advancing, he indeed became prone to losing control once again. After advancing, the original self's consciousness gained even greater benefits. Frank had guessed long ago that the potion changed the original self's spirit body and body, and the corresponding original consciousness must have gained more benefits than his outsider consciousness. Frank's overwhelming advantage had once again turned into a tug of war between the two sides. Frank felt the abilities of a doctor. Possessing extremely superb medical skills, all kinds of miscellaneous and malignant diseases could be treated. He could sew up severed limbs without leaving any sequelae. He could even sew up souls. Knock, knock, knock. Frank's door was knocked on. Opening the door, he saw Beam. At this moment, Frank could clearly see the pale white soul in Beam's brain. Frank had never understood the difference between soul, consciousness, and even spirit body before. But now he had seen all three. The three were interconnected and inseparable. But what exactly was the relationship between the three? Frank still couldn't figure it out, only knowing that the three were indispensable. The most independent one was actually consciousness. Consciousness was not a whole, it was spread throughout the spirit body like stars, and a small amount also existed in the flesh. Perhaps consciousness drives the soul, and the soul drives the spirit body. Anyway, Frank was sure that he had no soul and no spirit body, only consciousness, but he could still drive this body of Frank. Now, Frank's soul sewing was just simple splicing, and he didn't quite understand the principle. Just like if I know how to repair a car, and you ask me the principle of how a car runs, I can only tell you, add fuel and it runs. As for asking me why it runs after adding fuel, you are most likely here to make things difficult for a car mechanic like me. 59 inches reversal vine. Since just a moment ago, Beam had felt a chill running down his spine under Frank's gaze. He bit the bullet and said, "Instructor, the cows have been bought and are on the east side of the plantation." Most people on the plantation now called Frank instructor and teacher when listening to his lectures. Frank didn't care what they called him, but he didn't allow them to call him Lord. Frank closed his eyes for a moment, and when he opened them again, he could no longer see Beam's soul. Frank said, "Let's go take a look." When Frank walked to the east side of the plantation, he saw 4 cows, 1 bull, and 1 calf, all eating the half-grown wheat seedlings. The wheat seedlings had been planted by those 7 planters to digest their potions. They had used empowerment leaves to accelerate their growth, and they must have been planted just 2 days ago. Frank frowned imperceptibly. Seeing this, Beam quickly said, "They hardly have any time to herd the cows or cut grass to feed them right now. Ernan said to use these half-grown wheat seedlings to feed the cows today, and tomorrow they will plant some tall, fast-growing plants so they won't need to specially cut grass for the cows afterwards." Ernan was one of the planters. He was quite clever, and Frank had put him in charge of the other Beyonders. If it were before, Beam would never have let these cows eat the wheat seedlings, even if it killed him. But since this wheat grew up in just over 10 days and could be harvested in 20-something days, he didn't feel as bad about it. Frank's frown wasn't because he was blaming Beam. In order to increase the fertility of the land where the grapevines were planted, he had almost everyone cut all the grass in the surrounding area that could be cut. Now they had a dedicated biogas digester, where they put all kinds of dead branches and straw, adding a drop of humus potion. Humus potion was the potion he bought from Oriel that could dissolve corpses. With 1 drop of humus potion, the straw could turn into humus in 2 days. They couldn't find any extra straw or greenery here for the cows to eat, and he even had people go to nearby plantations to collect straw, so wasting time herding cows was even less realistic now. Compared to feeding the cows grain, letting them eat these wheat seedlings was clearly more acceptable to them. Seeing the bull, cow, wheat, and calf, the whispers in Frank's ears grew significantly louder. Frank's original self had a dream of crossbreeding bulls, cows, and wheat so that calves would grow out of the ground. He didn't know why it was such a coincidence that everything was gathered here, stimulating the consciousness of his original self. Frank turned his head and asked, "Didn't I tell you to buy cows? Why are there a calf and a bull?" Seeing Frank ask this question, Beam began to recount his cow buying experience vividly. "In other words, you bought his bull, and he gave you a calf for free," Frank summarized. Beam, "Yes, now that we have a bull, we can let the cows give birth to more calves, and there will be more and more cows." "You sure know how to do the math, you and Yugong are 2 of a kind," Frank complained in his heart. Of course, since they were already bought, he couldn't possibly make Beam return them, and they wouldn't be able to use wheat to feed the cows anymore. Fallen Mother Goddess World. The question and answer pendant in Frank's hand rotated counterclockwise, then clockwise. Frank had also roughly figured out the function of this vine Beyander item. It should be a fusion of a mutated plant and biologist Beyander characteristics. A biologist could crossbreed various creatures, producing strange products. This vine Beyander item could similarly crossbreed various creatures. It could also increase the yield of root and tuber crops. If used by a harvest priest, it could be harvested in almost a day, but the control range was limited, and a person's spirituality was also limited. It had 2 negative effects. One of the negative effects, animals crossbred using it would change their reproductive method as the receptor. Those that were originally viviparous became oviparous, and those that were originally oviparous became viviparous. There was also a very small chance of mutating into other strange reproductive methods. This negative effect was just too good. The first thing that came to Frank's mind was the few cows on the plantation. It was just that the poor bull would have to suffer. Messy crossbreeding was already extremely difficult to succeed, and most would produce deformed offspring. Is this what Klein meant by rationally utilizing negative effects? Frank thought excitedly in his heart. He really liked this Beyander item too much. The other negative effect was that after use, the hair all over one's body would slowly become highly toxic. Being single, there was no need to worry about this negative effect. Frank didn't delay any longer and immediately sacrificed this vine Beyander item into the red thin tube. Frank even gave it a Chunabu name, Reversal Vine. Lord of the Mysteries World. It was past 3 a.m. After Frank received the Reversal Vine, he couldn't fall asleep no matter what. "No, I can't be the only one to be happy, others should also feel this happiness." Frank immediately struck the gong used specifically for gathering, after confirming that there was no danger in the fallen Mother Goddess world. The 11 people in the fallen Mother Goddess world, including Caven, were also diligently woken up by Frank. Frank ran at the very front, grinning, followed by more than 40 people, all of whom could barely keep their eyes open. At 3 a.m., the sound of 1, 2, 1 echoed continuously around the plantation. Chapter 60, Alan Carlyle. Alan Carlyle ran at the back of the line. Although he was exhausted, it brought him peace of mind. Slave owners were supposed to torment them, after all. The life at this plantation over the past few days left him feeling panicked, giving him a sense of extreme unreality. When he was captured by the slave hunting team, he understood his fate as a slave. To prevent him from resisting or escaping, his legs had always been broken. Only when a slave owner came to buy slaves would his legs be set. Buying an ordinary male slave cost about 20 pounds, but the slave hunting team wanted to sell him for 100 pounds. Every time, he would glare at the slave owners interested in buying him. No one would buy a slave who wasn't obedient. Moreover, his large physique was enough to take someone's life when they were off guard. Naturally, when the transaction failed, it resulted in more lashes from the slave hunting team. The slave hunting team's patience with him was growing thin. His father had taught him since childhood never to grovel before anyone, and he would not grovel before others either. A few days ago, a rather cold-looking person took a liking to him. No matter how much he glared or even cursed, the person bought him in the end. The other party merely squeezed his arm as a warning, and he knew he was no match for them. He was the chieftain's son and had some understanding of beyonders. After death ruled the ancient forest ended its tribal system. However, after death fell, the ancient forest became sparsely populated, and deep within the ancient forest, it soon reverted to a tribal system. For over 100 years, they had lived in the depths of the forest, indifferent to what happened in the outside world, believing their woods were dense enough and their venomous snakes numerous enough. No matter what happened outside, it would not affect them. But in recent years, their tribes living in the depths of the forest were wiped out one by one, and they were captured and turned into slaves. The tribes could only keep moving deeper inside to avoid disaster, but the slave hunting teams were penetrating deeper and deeper, and they were running out of places to retreat. Scattered tribes like theirs found it difficult to resist the slave hunting teams. While out hunting, his mind had grown groggy, and when he woke up, he was already on a slave ship. On his first day at this plantation, he had seen roasted fish, eggs, milk, rye bread, various stir-fried vegetables, and thick porridge on the table. Were these things really for him to eat? In the end, he only ate the rye bread. After the meal, he was given 2 sets of new clothes. They were a bit small when he put them on, but the next day, they brought him the same style in a larger size. He also had a separate wooden cabin. It was a bit small, and he had to lower his head to enter, but did slaves need separate rooms? The plantation even had 3 doctors. Before treating his whip wounds, they would have a scuffle, and the winner would treat his wounds before the 3 of them helped each other treat their own injuries. They made them train and gave them classes, with no whipping, no verbal abuse, and even a midday nap. The only thing that felt like slave labor was cleaning out those 4 large pits called biogas pits. They threw almost everything into them, and they could only clean them out when they hadn't eaten. 2 people cleaned them together, rotating every week. The instructor and the boss would also go to clean them, which made him feel it was all very absurd. The other 4 slaves who were bought with him had already integrated into the plantation, but Alan always felt this tribe was unreal and resisted integrating into it with all his might. The sun rose. Frank sat in Beam's carriage. He needed to buy more than 10 more cows. Even with the reversal vine, he did not think that with his knowledge as a biologist, he could easily succeed in crossbreeding. Fortunately, Bolin City was close to the Hagati grasslands, so there was no shortage of cows to buy. Frank bought 15 cows and 1 bull in one go. A cow was 3 pounds, and the bull was free. If he bought another cow, they would even throw in a calf. But how could Frank let them get together? Marketing had already started in this era. Originally, Frank had only intended to buy 10 cows. However, he feared 1 bull wouldn't be able to handle it. Frank intended to crossbreed the cows with roosters so that the cows would lay eggs every day. Chickens could lay eggs every day, known as the bug of the dinosaur era, but eggs also needed to be fertilized, otherwise they could not hatch. A single bull really couldn't handle the pressure. If the crossbreeding succeeded, the brave cow would become an egg-laying cow. On the way back, 16 cows followed behind Beam's carriage, which was quite a spectacle. Beam kept looking back, eyeing Frank with a strange expression. On the way back, while buying roosters, Frank also ordered over 100 chickens, which could be raised under the grapevines. From then on, eggs and chicken would not need to be purchased from outside, another little money-saving tip. The place specifically for raising cows had already been built, but now with so many cows, it had to be rebuilt. The urea and microorganisms in cow manure could make straw decompose faster, and such humus could make the soil more fertile. This was the main reason Frank had bought the cows earlier, but now the cows' food had become a problem. Frank had to make another trip to Guatemala. He needed to buy a type of yellow alfalfa. Yellow alfalfa was a type of forage grass unique to the Phaenopoder kingdom. It grew very fast and the plants were tall, but it had a special need for soil fertility. Most of the yellow alfalfa in the wild had degenerated into ordinary alfalfa due to insufficient fertility. Frank guessed that yellow alfalfa must be a breed crossbred by a sequence 6 inches biologist, of the planter pathway. In fact, Phaenopoder had many unique plants that were likely all crossbred varieties. However, most of them were not suitable for survival in the natural world and required special planting conditions, so they either died out or degenerated. Very few did not degenerate. In Zhang Wei's previous life, hybrid seeds were the same. Farmers had to go to seed shops to buy seeds, otherwise, they would quickly degenerate into ordinary plants. This included hybrid rice, which could not be saved for seeds. Clearly, in this world, seed shops and grain shops were not yet distinguished. There was a huge gap between ordinary people and beyonders, and a sequence 6 inches biologist would not pass on their knowledge of crossbreeding to ordinary people. But because of their superior qualities, some plants were still saved as seeds by certain people. The Sevilla monastery where Frank had lived previously had yellow alfalfa seeds, and they also chose fertile land to plant yellow alfalfa to feed the cows. Cows loved eating yellow alfalfa, eating it helped them gain weight and produce milk. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.